Okay, reap what you sow. That is that not the biggest prepper term ever? So all glory to the Son, all glory to Shiloh, all glory to the Father who sent his only begotten Son, Shiloh. Um, his word is just littered with commands and gifts for those that heed his commandments, those that love him. 2 John and 6, those who agape him, walk and follow in my commandments. So yeah, super overcome by the word today. But some of the worldly stuff, wise and foolish virgins. So sometimes we got to be in the world, but not of it, right? Well, that's all the time, but too much of a good thing is a bad thing. So we have to remember to be wise, be putting that oil up, but loins girded in his service, headed in his direction when he returns. But when he returns, the preparation of the virgins is preparing for the wedding, right? Prepare. I'm going to go to where my Father's at, and we're going to prepare a place. I'm going to come back and receive you, redeem you. So there we go, preparing again. So I've just been a little overwhelmed today. The word does that in study, and been reading a lot through the book of Revelation, again through the book of Matthew, and it's a lot of the same things, round and round and round, like nothing new under the sun, right? So a little overwhelmed, but always still willing to learn more, not willing to settle on, we have to go back in the word with each other, and iron sharpens iron. And so, yep. Yeah, it's an interesting time to be on this rock, I tell you. But he's in control. He does all the things after his own counsel and for his own pleasure. Hallelujah. He knows what he's doing. We're not supposed to question his. But just remembering and studying, remembering that the devil and his minions are always there to jump in on that prayer early, to answer your prayer suit before. Outstanding. Yeah. There was so much. Yeah, I just been overwhelmed. I was reading, again, studying some of my brothers and sisters that are in this Hadosh right now. That you can't get away from this age we live in now. We're in the age of Aquarius. We're in the age of Revelation, the age of Apocalypse. So there's so much being revealed, right? The veil has been lifted, and the devil can't hide these truths, so he knows his time is short. So that's what it's been kind of over. I keep getting just blasted by so much, of his word, and then I go back and read it, and okay, that confirms what I'm thinking. And so, over and over this parable that, Tracy, you need to be wise and take care of your, be in the world, but be not of it. And too much is a good, we had to moderate, in all things. And so I get really on fire for the word and the Lord. And I want to put my treasure up in heaven. I don't care about this world. I just want him to take me. I'm done. There's nothing here for me. It's just material. I came from the dust. Everything I own came from the dust. Everything's going to go back to the dust. So I don't really care about the dust. I care about getting out of this flesh and getting off this dust. And I don't want to be here. But I have to endure to the end, and I have to be wise and be a vessel, and be a living testament and be that light. Make sure my lamp in my vessel, my eye is filled with light, because I can't mix the dark and the light in the vessel. So just all the reminders, brothers and sisters, I've got to, he said to me, just through his word, he did, Tracy, hey, but we, it's not about the material, but we have to be wise. We have to put up extra oil. We have to you know, the foolish virgins got turned away because they didn't have that extra oil, that materium. That's not just literal materium. Remember, I don't care about the materium. I came from this dust. Everything on this earth came from this dust, out of the dirt. I don't care if you made it into a telephone or a skyscraper or human beings. It all came from this corrupt dust. It will go back to this corrupt dust. So the materium bores the hell out of me. Apologize, but it does. It gets in the way more than time. How about it apologizes the abyss out of me? Is that better? Apologize the place of no knowledge out of me, right? But either way, I have to still look after this vessel. My body is a temple. He put me here not just to do nothing. Not he ain't going to pay my bills like that. I have to still put the works in, do the things that I need to do. You know, faith without works is dead. You know, belief is a verb, faith is a noun. Understanding what I know of my studies, I have to be daily in his service, girded, bearing my cross, condemned by the world, hated by the world. Can't set my cross down. I have to do it every single day. I have to be crucified and condemned, just like he was, conformed to his image, endure to the end, deny myself, deny the idolater in myself, deny the flesh, and do what he tells me to do. Because 2 John and 6, if I love him and he's my commander, well, that's what agape means. That's what love is. To walk and follow in the commandments of God. So I have to be a vessel, and I still have to take care of this stupid materium that I hate and fight so much, even this flesh that I have to look at. I have to look after. So yeah, you know, do not fall asleep. He said, do not fall asleep. You know, do not come punch drunk. Do me cut punch drunk on the cares of this world, because he will come like a thief in the night, right? Just when you catch you sleeping, catch you slipping. That's why he wants to find your light and your lamp trimmed back, not too much, not too much, not too much. You know what I'm saying? But yet burning bright, and loins girded and headed in that direction, and not foolish going in the other direction, because bam, that's as soon as Murphy's Law, whatever you want to call it, you'll be headed in the wrong direction, going to the store to get oil, won't you? And you be foolish. So, you know, I'm kind of in that right now, because I know I still have to look after some of these things of the world that I don't want to, that I fight so much. It's just, it's, no, can't, no. Anyways, I tried today. I tried again today. I don't know whatever. Send them more copies of the police reports, you know, whatever. But it is what it is. I'm going to try to, that's what I'm saying. Thanks for asking. I'm going to try to just get back on the cabins a little bit and get to what's most important. Get back to this weather shelter, this sun shelter, this plasma shelter, this sun shelter, you know, this fire shelter, this weather shelter, this storm shelter, because that's my vessel. I started that, you know, start digging 4 or 5 years ago, put it in the ground. I need to get it buttoned up. I know I'm waiting on the weather. That's what's itching at me, because it's what's important. I need to bury the books. That word of God needs to be preserved. In my case, that's what I'm here to do, preserve that word, and, you know, bury the books, put it in the archive, put it in the vessel. My heaven and earth shall perish. This place is going to burn with fire, you know, that fire shelter, but my word will never die. Some of us, you know, he calls out, we want to be a living testament, you know, a little conform to my image, follow after me, endure to the end to be saved. So I have to do what I'm told to do. He commands me to bury the books. So it's what I'm here to do, and I have to finish that, but I have to somehow pay the bills. Because I've been shut off electronically. So that's the whole cabin thing. And I got to get back to that, because I've been putting so much time on this platform. But it doesn't matter, because I don't care about none of the material. It don't mean nothing to me. I only care about dying and getting out of here, and what's going to happen after I die. I'm way more concerned about anything in this world and what happens after I die than anything that happens on this earth. That's called afterlife insurance, not for your kids. That's life insurance, you know, for you. For like, where do you put your treasure up, here on earth or here in heaven? You know, you can't serve two masters, can't serve mammon and God. So that's what I've been fighting here. So he told me, trim my lamp, Tracy, trim it back, go back to doing what you got to do. So you got the rest of the weekend, keep pounding it out, doing a few things here, and keep doing the work that you need to do. Spread the gospel, Woe to you if you do not go out and spread the news. Don't boast because you know it. Don't go around, aha, look at this. He showed me this. Seek and ye shall find. Tree of knowledge. Don't. Wise as a serpent, gentle as a dove. Remember that other side of agape. Patient, kind, meek, not weak. So have to do what my commander tells me. I have to agape him. I have to love him. And he commands me to trim back the little bit of this live streaming and get back to work on some of this things that I despise so much, the flesh things of the world, but I still have to serve him and preserve these books, preserve the word of God. So I have to get back. That's not here yet. I have to wait for the weather to break. So that's my itch between the winter, but beautiful day today out here, tinkering around again. Really don't want to do the fleshy thing. Just want to get out of here and be done with this. I've seen everything I need to. I've seen the signs to know that this world was given unto Satan. But I have a reminder. That's what I've been saying. To remind myself. I've been reading in the book of Philadelphia. Reap what you sow. How about that? Let's get back to what the headline was. The live stream description is we reap what we sow. So you'll get what you get. So I have to make sure here on earth too that I don't put, my problem is I always do that. I'm always worrying about everybody else, and more of what I own is for other people than myself. And, I'm always trying to give. And a lot of the time gets me in trouble. And every time I try to help somebody out, it backfires in my face. So, but I've never stopped doing it. It's just who I am. Eternally, it is who I am. I told this, been people telling for decades, and I'm not gonna let you callous me, world. I'm gonna keep doing what it is that I do. He told me, loins girded in my service. I remember when you gave to him, you gave to me. So we need to give to the body. That's that other side of agape. Love is patient, is kind. It does not boast. He does want us to help out other brothers and sisters in the narrow way. We don't keep company with vipers. You can offer to agape your enemy, but same way you do your neighbor. That's that gospel. Yeah, that's my problem. Don't think with your heart, think with your head. It gets me in so much trouble. I've always known that, but I've been trying to learn that more, Vicky. Thank you so much. Use your head, listen to that voice inside your head. The heart is filled with wickedness, he tells us. So, so that's all. But it's really, he's been showing me to, in ways through his word and studying through the history of this country with what's going on, all this stuff that I talk about. The standing down, not political, but the standing down of this current president, signaling, what's coming back. I know what he's going to do. So I'm just going to stand by on some of these things and try to bite my tongue a little bit more too. He told me to, trim your lamp there, Tracy, be burning bright, but put your loins, have it girded in my service, and I know what I'm doing because that's what he said. He went against the law. He went against the Pharisees. He pointed, you do the works of your father, the devil, the synagogues of Satan. He started whipping people. So I ain't not even the least concerned about what it is that I do. I stand in what he says, follow after me, conform to my image, be persecuted. If so, suffer, if so, dying, spiritual death. My life is, again, shambles since my overlay video with the water video. It's done, but it's okay. I'm still girded in the service, and he's still providing. I had a couple of people step up and help me, and I made it through this month. Hallelujah. I didn't have to sell the generator. So I'm still working. Like I said, that's why I get back at these cabins, and I really don't care about much of any of this stuff. As far as I'm concerned, weather's going to dominate the earth soon, and it'll be him who does it. But it'll be this reap what you sow kind of deal. And I see it's going to be the judgments in my eyes are already here. I've already seen the rider in the White House who brought the crown. The corona. The one with the crown and the toxin, the tip of the spear. The bow and the arrow. Yeah. I know it's Revelation horse has been. I know what apocalypse means. I know that doesn't mean destruction. I know that means to lift the veil, to remove the cover, just like they veiled my Redeemer, Shiloh, and the veil that he left neatly folded as a Jewish tradition that he would return. All these things that the world has missed that I see. I can't make the world see what I see, but I can try, whatever. That's what I do. I blow the horn. I sound the alarm. It's part of the message. He commands me to be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness, yet expose them. So I can't stop what I'm doing. He did the same thing. He was pointing out they forwarded and perverted his law, and he wasn't afraid to be persecuted and give his life for it. And he wants us to spiritually give our life. He paid the price in blood on the flesh as he was nailed to a tree, a stake, and in the flesh, so that we don't have to pay for that in the flesh. But spiritually, there's still a price. Oh, hallelujah. It's a blotting out of the handwriting of Moses. It says, what was written, pounded out on tables of stone is now sprinkled with that blood and that flesh of that bride price that he paid for those that he will call out in the wedding feast of the lambs. Sprinkled on our hearts with that blood. That's a spiritual law that we are under now. And that's the testament that he paid, the bride price that he paid, right? It's beautiful. People don't understand it. They don't see it. They see it as religion, and it's not in them. They don't understand the testament. They don't understand that we're under this testament. He was the living testament, the testor of that living will and testament. And he had to make it official by giving up his life. As he said in the book of Matthew, I've been going over it and over it and over it and over it and over and over. It just keeps speaking out the things I keep saying on this channel, that it's him and me speaking through his word, not me. It ain't me doing anything. He creates all things and I have nothing to do with it. All glory to the Father, all glory to the Son. But as the message, it's there. I keep saying it in the book of Matthew 10:34. Do not think I came to bring peace on this earth. I did not come to bring peace. I came to bring a sword. Most people don't know what the sword is. Sew your cloak, buy a sword. They get, okay, hold on. I'm going to go get me a big old, samurai sword. But anyways, brothers, sisters, the division that's caused in the world, the division that divides the household, the division that's your enemy, one of your own household. So right now, because what I've been talking about, Mr. 45, who will return as 47, and will come back, and I believe he's going to grip and rip this nation. You knew I was a snake before you let me in, so people are going to pay the price. You reap what you sow. If you're foolish enough to fall for, the visual voodoo and their, it's verbal, it's gematria, it's the devil loves numbers and so does the Father. Don't you think that the Father doesn't? He writes numbers throughout his book and speaks in numbers, just like the devil loves to mirror, and not some leotard, the kitty Jesus with the pokey tail and horns. He looks just like and will perform all the same miracles. Many will come in my name saying they are Christ, and they will be deceived. He warned us about this Christ spirit, this antichrist spirit. And the revelations that I've been shown with this judgments, again, they're already here. We're already here. They're already being put on this nation around the world. There's no way to escape. If you partake in her ways, you will drink those bowls, that cup of wrath will be poured out on the nations. Anybody who partakes in her ways. So that harlot, that system, that beast system, there's no way to escape it. I live right in the belly, like Jonah, like I've been explaining to you with these signs that they're leaving on the ground, foreshadowing of what is to come. The Father does that in them. The Father does that in the devil. He commands the devil to. He's the big G God. They're just little G gods, deities, demons, right? Distributors of fortunes, distribute lies. And, we're idolaters, distributor of fortunes, lies to ourselves. So, who's your commander? He wants us to cut off that idol. Cut off that idolatry, the one that divides, that other gospel, that other Jesus, the one he warned of, the other Christ. Many will come in my name. It's rampant. We live here in the day and age where, yes, there's always a monkey on your back. The devil is not down here trying to mess with people who are already hell-bent, going to hell. The devil is wise, remember, cunning, a mimicker, mirrors Christ, performs all the same miracles and wonders. Why would he ever sit down here and waste his time trying to mess with people who are already going to hell? He's down here trying to have those people's names, as he warned us that there'll be a blotting out of these who add to that book or take away. As he blotted out the handwriting of ordinances, made an amendment, and the testor of that will, and he paid that price in blood. He predicted his own death and made it law, and divorced his bride and said there will be a new one. I hope you understand the contract we're under. It was a bride, between a bride and a groom, and he said that he will have a new bride, right? And he will call their name out in that wedding feast of the lambs. But only those who walk and follow in his commandments, his disciples, not those who are self. Whosoever come after me, let them deny themselves. Take up your cross daily, as he was condemned. Follow after me, conform to my image. As the Apostle Paul told us, Romans 8:29, I also did foreknow who I did predestine, those that would conform to my image, conform to the image of Christ. It's not the other Jesus, that's what the other people have fallen under for that. So be wise, brothers and sisters. You were warned about foolish virgins. He gave us the parable. We need to make sure that we are girded in his service, serving him, heeding him, making sure that he's our prize, not this world. We can't serve two masters. Can't serve Mammon and God at the same time. Remember, little g gods, deities, that's what most of the world follows after, these distributors of fortunes, lies, demons. Remember, that used to be a compliment before it was ever what the world knows it to be today. But demons are idolaters. There's nothing else. There's either the agape. God didn't, no such thing as free. God is the only sovereign thing. He wrote all this. And he writes the law, the agape. Either you follow your own self law and you govern yourself. At the end of days, at the end of the age, their agape will be idolatry, pornea, latrio, to serve, ido to see. They'll serve self. Their love, their shem, their authority will be self. At the end of days, they'll be lovers of self. Idolatry, brothers and sisters. That's why he tells us through his apostle Matthew to cut it off daily. Who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves. Take up your cross. Be condemned by the world. Be hated. Be thrown up on a tree and stabbed through your, hands and feet, and have somebody shove a sword into you and impale your and bleed you out, have them rip your beard out of your face and shove a crown of thorns into your skull, and stretch you back the only way you could, your feet too. Don't forget your feet. You got to nail your feet too, right? Like it's a contract that was made between a bride and a bridegroom. The price, right? The little went to contract, bam. You had to go, this is a formal contract, the price that he has, right? Paid, that bride price, nailed on that was a contract between the bride and the bridegroom that he will call out at the wedding feast of the lambs. He's not literally asking you to nail yourself. I'm not asking you to literally nail yourself, brothers and sisters, be nailed to a stake like he was, or a tree, as it says in the book of Acts. Cursed he who hangeth from the tree. When they took him down from the tree, yes, nail your feet and stretch you back. The only way you could breathe is to raise up on the balls of your nailed feet to get a breath of air. Otherwise, you couldn't breathe. That's the only breath that Shiloh, I am Christ in the flesh, the only begotten Son, paid the price he paid. The only way he could get air in this world that you take and breathe so freely every single day would have to raise up. He had to raise up just to fill his air with lungs. Are you willing to make a sacrifice like this? Because this is the sacrifice he made for his bride. And because he's so beautiful and predicted his own death, went around speaking of his own death, predicting it, that he would be unblemished and he'd be the sacrificial lamb. That when they came, because that's how they would kill a man when they would crucify a man. They would yoke him and nail him to a yoke. and then nail him up to a tree, cleat his feet again, and stretch him back so far back that the only way he could breathe. This is the way the Romans tortured people. They were masters at torture. They were just absolutely savages, and they knew how to torture a man. And this is what they did to Shiloh, my love, and how they tortured him and the price he paid for his bride. Yeah, nail you to a tree or a stake, as it says. He didn't carry a cross. He was yoked and carried a yoke, and they nailed him to a stake or a tree, whatever you want to call it. It says again in the book of Acts, it says when they took him down from the tree and they nail your feet. And again, the only way they stretch you so far back, the only way you could breathe is to raise up on your nailed feet to get your lungs to fill up with air. Otherwise, you could not. When you were stretched back, you couldn't. Your lungs were pressed and you didn't have any air in them. That's how you would breathe. And to kill a man, they would break your legs. So you couldn't raise up anymore. That's how they killed you. If they didn't leave you up there and the crows or the birds didn't peck your eyes out and start at you that way. But they couldn't leave you there on a Sunday. It was illegal to hang a Roman citizen, leave them hanging on a Sunday. Have you ever started Roman torture? Do you even understand the price he paid? He wants you to pay the same price. Follow after me. Those that will walk and follow in the commandments of God, conform to my image. Brothers and sisters, he said he would be unblemished. When they came to Christ, Shiloh, and he hung there to break his legs, to finish him off, he was already past. Boom, he fulfills his own words. Unblemished, sacrificial lamb. Brothers and sisters, we don't need to pay that physical price. He paid it for his bride. It's spiritual now, sprinkled on the fleshy tables of our hearts. But there is a price for those who are, if you are to be, who shall ever be my disciple, the book of Luke. Take up your cross, follow after me. Can you make it any clearer? Don't fall for this. Just believe Jesus, because that's not an everyday Jesus. And he said, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny that adulterer, that want to do what we want, the worldly things, self, idolatry, distribute lies and fortunes to self. Latrio, porneia in the Greek, the definition of the word, to distribute fortunes to self. A demon is to distribute fortunes to others. So you're either a demon or an idolater, but either way, you're not agape in him. You're not lover. You don't follow after his commandments. You follow after your own, and he called you a whore in history, the one he divorced. Remember his bride? Because Israel didn't walk and follow in his commandments, but there'll be a new Israel. Remember, a new bride he calls out at that wedding feast of the lambs. Only those his disciples, those would take up their cross, deny self daily in the book of Matthew, and follow after me. That's not the other Jesus, is it? That's the other Jesus. The other one most people worship is the I believe, set it on a shelf and bought it 20 years ago Jesus. Hallelujah. Okay. Thank you, Father, for bringing kinetic to the word and the understanding. You guys realize the price he paid? And now it's spiritual, brothers and sisters. We don't have to pay that. Nothing is physical anymore. If you fall for the physical, you failed the testament. Get it? The new living will and testament he paid. Meek, he says, wise as a serpent, gentle as a dove. Anytime you fall for the flesh, that's the old eye for an eye. Eye for an eye. He kills your wife, you go kill his wife. He steals your stuff, you go steal his stuff. That's the old law. We're under this new test, brothers and sisters. Orge, remember, look up that word in the Greek. That means he puts all these things on our hearts to try to test us. Gives us wrath, vengeance, easy to, to quick to judgment, quick to indignation, and test us. He whips us with these other people who do things to us to see if we're quick to do those things. Is it them doing it, or is it us doing it, or is it who's doing it? Remember, I already told you, I've already showed you in the word that it's him. He creates all things. You're not doing anything. You either love him or you love self. So you have to deal with that with these worldly things too, when that comes upon you. It's not just so much, the spiritual, but you can't give in. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers, principalities, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places, not self. He tells you, stop fighting your flesh. Stop fighting with your other brothers and sisters. It's him doing it. Fight the demons, the principalities, these ones who distribute fortunes and the lies, brothers and sisters. There's a bigger battle on this earth. Put on the whole armor of God, that you be able to stand against the wiles of the devil, the demons, the distributors of fortune. That's in Ephesians 6. He gives us all the commandments. Brothers and sisters, people don't know. This is like, maybe I get this because he made me a tyrannical veteran and a police officer. So I know the law and I know military, and I take this as this testament it was the Jewish law. And I know we're not under the law and he fulfilled the law, but this is a testament that I said. We're a test under this new, not the eye for the eye law, because it used to be the Jewish law, 613 statutes, commandments, the Torah, the Jewish law. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. It was a law, correct? Am I mistaken? It was some kind of religion back then? No, it was the law. It was called the Torah, the law, the Jewish law. Now there's a testament. He didn't abolish that law. He fulfilled the law. You understand? Brothers and sisters, no, I'm not. I'm filthy rags, Sharon. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this. But all I can do is take my filth that I've done in this earth and come out of her. Let him keep speaking to me so I can be persecuted, so that I can be a living testament of what he did. I have to pay that price. I have to suffer. I have to tell others this is what we have to do. If you are to, I can't do anything. Remember, I got to love my neighbor like I love my enemy. I got to love my neighbor like I love myself. So I can't, it's a law. It's just, I know we're not under the law, but to me, it's a commandment. It's a law. I take it as a hallelujah law. When I return, I will make a new law because no one will know my law. He says, when I return, I will have a new name, right? No one will know my name. That name means Shem. That Shem is the word authority. Noah had 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Shem was the second born of Noah, and that meant authority or law. So I guess I don't want to overdo it, forward it, twist it, because he said in his law, as far as I'm concerned, that book of Revelation, when he says, if you add even the smallest jot to my law or tittle or take away from my law, the commandments that we are under, yes, sir, I will take your name and blot your name out. I'll change that. I'll make an amendment, just as I did, blot it out in the handwriting of ordinances. Once was pounded out as I gave that oral law to Moses. The 10 Commandments, it was written on stone. The law, right? Remember the 10 Commandments, thou don't honor thy father, all the commandments were written on stone. And he made an amendment because of that price he paid, brothers and sisters, that bride price of the flesh and the blood, and blotted that out so you don't have to pay that physical. We're not under the eye for an eye. We're under the let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. We're under that blotting out, the handwriting of ordinances, pounded out on tables of stone, is now sprinkled on the fleshy tables of our hearts with that bride price blood and that flesh, the price that I told you that he stretched by all the things they did to him. He paid a price. It was a contract, brothers and sisters. Remember, that price he was griping to the Pharisees about is, called him out. You do the works of your father, the devil, and you're frowarding, you're perverting my law. In my book of Deuteronomy, these women are out there without a bill of divorce. You entered into this contract with them. You remember it says in my law, in the book of Deuteronomy, that you have to go to a public place and nail top, hands, feet, bottom, the contract in paper on the top of that tree or stake, and have 2 witnesses declare that contract. That made that a contract, a bride contract, and you have not, they're out there selling their bodies on the streets, just having to pay for it says you're supposed to give them half of what you own, and all this forwarding in your halakha, the changing of my law. You made this oral law where you could speak it, but you can't write it down. Your halakha and your haggadah, your twisting and your mishnah and your targum. That's what he was calling these Pharisees out, because they perverted his book of Deuteronomy. I mean, they made their own law, as Moses was given that oral law, and it was written as a physical. They had made their own oral and physical written law. Again, the Haggadah was a law that you could write down, but you couldn't speak. And the Halakha was a law that you could speak, but you couldn't write down. These were perversions that Christ was going. I don't know any priests or pastors, deacons or reverends that know this. They don't, everybody loved you. Everybody's going to be saved. This is what Christ was saying. You perverted my law. And in my law, it says you need to release her from this contract under this physical. So now if you even covet another man's wife, you even think about it, that is adultery. So he made it, yep, right there. Remember? Once it was written on tables of stone, physical. Now if you even spiritual, if you even think about it. He made amendments while he was here, brothers and sisters. I don't care what people think. Some people about, this guy's crazy. You think what you want. I know what he did and what he said to these Pharisees when I was here, or when he, not when I was here, when he was here, when I studied, when he was here. I've studied. He didn't just come here and it wasn't lollipops and butterflies and all this other Jesus. Once I found out there was more than one Jesus in Scripture, once I found out that there was another side, that the devil was going to get to mimic, many will come in my name. He called out to me, and I started this search and this journey, and it led to me through the will of the Father that this is a new living will, a testament of your will. All of our will. Will you walk and follow in my commandments? Will you not go by the eye for an eye? Will you stop being a savage and an animal? You know, I used to only let in the house of Aaron and the Levites. He does all things after his own counsel for his own pleasure, but he didn't even care if you weren't from the high priest and the begotten the Levites, you were going to hell. You know, he was pretty savage. If you think about it, he was absolutely a savage, and I'm not saying he's weak, but he came back and he don't even care about that anymore. He came back to save all flesh. One white, one black, one red, one brown, one, yellow. That's 12 eggs to 1 dozen. He don't care if you're a Jew or a Gentile, man or a woman. Remember, you couldn't even enter in the church and speak if you were a woman. We are not under that testament, brothers and sisters. He fulfilled that law. He paid that price in blood. He paid that flesh, and now that's sprinkled on the fleshy tables of our hearts. He says, seek and ye shall find. And this is this aletheia that I'm sharing with you, that he reveals. It's not like seek and find a job, or I need more concrete to build my shelter and I don't, have the money or what. That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about this gospel where he talks about this testament, because he said, hey, look, you have not released these women. They're selling their bodies. This was a contract that he had made himself, so that same contract back then between the bride. I don't think people understand this. They make this about a religion. He divorced his bride. He said he will have a new wedding. Does that sound like a religion to you? He's a bride would tarry. Back in that day, there were formalities, contracts. Does that sound like a religion to you? The bride would tarry. He said, I'm going to leave this place where I am at. I'm going to go to where my Father is at. I'm going to come back and receive you, correct? Redeem you, pick up and take you to the wedding feast of the lambs, correct? The new bride, the new Israel. So I don't understand how people make this into a religion. So Christ wasn't here talking about religion and churches and blah, blah, blah. He was talking about his law and the perverting and the frowarding of his law that the Pharisees had perverted, the 613 laws, statutes, commandments, when they had translated the Hebrew into the Aramaic and created an oral and written law. The halakha and the haggadah, that was their targum, which was the Torah, perverted into their dual oral and written law. And that's what Christ was griping about? Does that sound like I'm coming here to make churches and, oh, get in there, come on in and let's celebrate Easter and we'll all just get along? And that sounds like Constantine to me. It sounds like Roman Catholicism, you know? This is all about God knows what's in our hearts, and we're all going to get raptured and we're all going to be saved and God loves everybody. And, no, that's the God that came back and paid the price and made a new contract, a new testament, the bride price. Remember, he was the testor of that will that I told you, that test the will, the test of your will, the new lost. It's new, but it's been lost because people forgot about this over 2,600 years ago. I'm guilty. Let vengeance be mine. I've got out and sought after somebody. I'm, not like, somebody stole from me and I try to go back and get what was mine, guilty, not the OJ, the guy with the glove, but the guy said, hey, that's my stuff. I want mine. I got proof that's mine, and got in trouble, didn't work out. I let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. Got to let him fight all of our battles for us, brothers and sisters. Thanks for coming in, Sister Diane. Appreciate good seeing you. Follower from TikTok, guys. One of my original followers over there from the TikTok platform. That's a dead duck, which TikTok is a dying breed, showing you that we live in a not a Yahtzee, Stasi, Germany type. Where they monitor, people say don't monitor that platform. Yeah, right. They've shut me down so fast over there for that overlay map. That was it. That was the end of the TikTok. And I knew it, whatever. Shouldn't have put it up, but it doesn't matter. I'm still putting it up over here, and we've grown to 6,000, plus on the way to 7. 7 is the number of completion, but we hit 20,000 over there. And thanks for coming in. That's Sister Diana and I'm not sure if Sister Lynn, their family, and they followed me for some time and have been big supporter of what I do. So thank you. It's good to see you coming in again here. So hope you're following Brother Jim. As I told you, Diane, over here, we're trying to still flood people over to Grace and Truth Ministries. This is what we do over here, bring people to this aletheia, this understanding, this Ruach HaKodesh, the true gospel, the body, those that do the will of the Father, sons of God, all the same stuff. Continuing on over here, you were there for the 18K. We're still doing it over here. Look, still got the whiteboard, still teaching the same, putting out the Aleph, even more information every day, putting out, doing the same thing, doing exactly what it is that he sent me out here to do. So, yep, everybody's seen that. That's pretty silly. I love it. More of this, more of the judgments. You reap what you sow. So that's what we call this live stream, brothers, sisters. It's reap what we sow. We reap what we sow. So I need to remember, I got to get myself personally. I need to finish what I'm doing out here. I can't stay on here 12 hours a day as I've been doing, sometimes even more streaming, because I feel like nice. Thank you, Vicky. It doesn't pay the bills. I do appreciate everybody help because all my, remember I didn't, my money got taken and struggling to get the money back. But anyways, with police reports and everything, but I need to still focus out here because again, I was fortunate enough where I had a couple of people help me, and with some other things that I've done out here, I was able to pull all the funding together in the nick of time. The Lord always provides. I didn't have to sell the generator that I had bought that even Sister Diana and some others had helped me purchase in the past. So, but I had to do what I had to do to still, I don't want to lose any of this land out here. I really feel, again, guys, like I need to not get off what it is that I do. The Most High he doesn't make me push to have people come out here because I'm crazy and that's not the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do. Community and getting off of this system. And pretty soon, I believe this next system that comes in is going to gobble a lot of people up. And I believe that will start after the next election. This isn't political. With all my heart, believe that, not like believe, the verb, but I know that Trump will come back, and he'll put the smack down on this country. And all these things with this Agent Orange, with his red pew pew, laws, and all his loving of the police and loving of China, and all the things people forget about him will come to fruition. He'll look like the good guy, but he'll be doing things on the backside. He'll be, playing like he's a Christian, but doing deals with the devil behind closed doors. So that's how, whole drain the swamp thing or whatever. I'm not being political, but it's going to happen. It's written in the numbers. They do this all by the numbers, the gematria. I'm not disputing anybody on anything. I don't have that much more time now to prepare for what I think I need to prepare for, so that I can get ready to reap what I sow. The name of this, all this time and effort, he'll send the right people or he won't. I need to not worry about it. I have an instinct to kick and try to form a community, because individualism is like just me, like a caveman, just walking around by myself. Yeah, I got luxuries. Yeah, I can do whatever I want. Yeah, I can do, but I got nobody to have my back, to protect me from the mountain lion or whatever, ferocious thing that might come my way when I'm sleeping, but whatever. I need to wear like I do. I sleep with my door open. I don't worry about nobody coming and getting me, no boogeyman, no federal government, not the sheriffs that live in my town that I battle, not the farmers that were going to shoot me out here because I fight with them, and all this stuff, all the threats that have been made to my life. I continue to just do God's work and try to be a testament and continue to build this ark and get away from the weather and keep warning people of weather, not politics. Yeah, I talk about this other stuff and talk about it, but the weather, the sun, the same things I keep talking about, the cycle, the cycle. So people can think whatever they want, and if they vote in either of these systems, they're voting, they're giving their authority to a man and not to God. And so you can't serve two masters. And so I don't want to try to change anybody. Anybody who votes in this next system to me is personally my adversary, but this ain't between me and them like that. I need to now know, all these people, God is watching. God knows what's in Trump's heart. God knows what's in Biden's heart. God knows what's in my heart. God knows what's in your heart. God knows what the world does not see. You can't hide anything from his judgment. You can't hide anything that's not about religion. So I would have been shown so overly whelming this morning. That's why I called this, you reap what you sow. So we need to remember that he puts these, the enemy came and sowed seeds while they were sleeping. Remember, I see that happening in this country right now, brothers and sisters. These seeds are being sowed amongst this nation. That is the Father doing this, how he does things. I don't think people understand this parable of the migration about the seeds and the sowing of seeds. That's why I call this, you reap what you sow. Not political with all this migrant situation. This is the seeds being sowed. That doesn't mean that everybody comes in here as a bad seed. Better remember the agape. Better act with some humanity. Love is patient, is kind, and not boast. There's all these other side, not the walk and follow my commandments, suffering. Yeah, I got to go through, but, please remember, the enemy is sowing seeds amongst us right now. So we'll reap what we sow. If we sow it on rocky ground or good soil, or so you reap what you sow, brothers and sisters. Stand on your faith. Stand on the fact that you know what that word says, and you don't need to worry about what the world says. Be in it, but be not of it. It doesn't matter what the world thinks. You're actually supposed to be hated by the world, and they're supposed to say horrible things about you. And you're supposed to suffer because you're willing to not go and be of the things of this world. That would set you apart, and that's what tells me why I live and moved way away from people a long time ago, because society is suffering terribly in these convenience and towers, and these people get to live in their ivory towers as the others just get to stand up there that don't have any money, get taxed, and revel at them in their ivory towers. This is filthy and disgusting, 8 families own over 40% of the world's wealth. It's just, but it's how all the jots and the tittles are going exactly as this isn't anything I'm trying to change. But the one thing that I realized too that I can change is my home surrounding. I can continue to not, be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness, expose them in my backyard. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for coming in, Enormous. And continue to, be wise, so that's what really, led me this morning is Tracy. Okay. Yeah. You've been making, and everybody see what's going on, but don't suffer in your own house, Tracy. You need to remember the wise and the, foolish virgins. I put, a massive, always like having you in here, Enormous. Appreciate all your comments and always coming back. Love having you at the channel. I hope people appreciate your comments and stuff as well. It's great to always have you in here. But again, brothers and sisters, I'm really trying to look back to this positive side of what I see coming to of this, that you reap what you sow. Remember, that's not all bad. God said, take the wheat or the tares and bind them, right? Bind them and burn them, right? So they will get their day, and take the others and put them in my barn, right? So in my house. So let it happen. The wheat has to grow with the wheat, brothers and sisters. We have to let some of these things, we look around and we see evil and we want to root it up. We want to root it up. We want to root it up. We want to get it out of here. We want to get it out of here because we know it's evil. Amongst us, the enemy came and sowed seeds in our own land, brothers and sisters. They're here with us, amongst us. Remember, God will do the dividing. Let the word be that word of division. The sword that divides that house, the barn, put them in my barn, burn them. Let his word be the division, the deciding factor, not to come bring peace, but to bring the division, the sword. So remember, there will be a division. He will divide his tares, the chaff, that will be divided. The weeds will be divided from the wheat. And so we have to sometimes, that's what he's telling me. See what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? He's telling me, Tracy, the wise and foolish virgins, remember, yes, okay, remind people of the fact that they need to be having enough oil for themselves and to keep doing the things so that they can be a living testament and reap what they sow that day. Be wise. You'll get your reward, on earth as it is in heaven. God he pours out a just measure. Maybe because I was, I didn't do math when I was young, but I tested high and understood math because I like science and algorithms and patterns and, sequences, and math is truth to me. It's like one of the few things. It can be advanced math. There's some trickery going on there, but the basics, 2 + 2 always equals 4. YouTube, don't try to convince me with this common core, 2 + 2 = 5. There is such little aletheia, such little truth in this world. Maybe that's why math was always something to me that I clung to. It's like, oh, I get that. That's easy. Math's hard. No, it's not. You were just taught wrong. Math is elementary. It's algebraic. You take something from here, you give it over here. It's not much more advanced than that. But there's formulas in it. But see, remember, that's all algorithms inside. Okay, anyways, so a lot of things to me are just more mathematical, and I don't think about them as religious or political or things. I think about them, mathematically, like you reap what you sow. Like put in a savings account. If you spend it all, you're not going to have any for later. That's why he's the Redeemer, and he paid the price. We have to endure to the end to be picked up. Anyways, we reap what we sow. And I remember that if we're strong in what we do, there's a time where we have to trim our lamps. So just personally, brothers and sisters, I've been putting a lot of time on this platform. And like I said, I really haven't had much of another choice, guys. I've sit here with posting tons, everything I can on the internet, because I ended up getting dropped my wallet and somebody drained both of my credit cards, um, I could work here on the cabins, which probably should do, because I'm going to use that as a stream of income. I'm done trying to sell things on the internet. I'm going to have to keep doing that. I've done it for 20 years and been totally successfully, and it's, it's been a blessing, but I need to retire that. I'll still work on the internet, but not as my source of income. I can't, it's just, I live too far away from people after the old Jabadooski, everything's DoorDash, everything, but, I have to continue to pay the land payments because, again, I believe that this vessel that I'm preparing requires the land payments to be paid. I don't want to lose this. I'm still paying on this storm shelter. And, I have $150,000 storm shelter on the property that didn't even cost, the price of it was originally, around, it's 50,000 if I pay it off in 20 years. So I have more in the storm shelter, in the plasma shelter, than I do even the property. Don't want to lose this property. The whole shelter was to bury the book. See, everything's invested in this that I have. My whole, 20 years has it been invested in this ark to bury these books, to get away from the weather. Everything I've done is, you going on a trip soon, Tracy? Oh my gosh, Enormous. Yeah, I tried to get out of here for so long. Thanks, Enormous, for reminding me I can't go anywhere. God, every time just smacks me. But anyways, no, I'm not going anywhere now. The only place I want to go is further away in the woods, and about 20 or 30 minutes from here, because I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket. And that, but I have to finish this basket and this ark and this vessel and this land, and continue to pay the land payments on it. No matter if people rob me and take every penny I have, I still have to pay the land payments on it. So I had to come on here, and I continue to post several things on the internet. But since the TikTok video with the overlay, which I've been putting out over here, the channel was taken down. The live stream was taken down. The channel's still up, but there's no more traffic. I get one person every 5 days. It's just not worth my time. That's why I left after a month and a half over there trying to build the backup channel. Even tried before the channel was taken down. I warned all those 20,000 followers. You guys need to. I'm touching on some really touchy subjects here, and I'm about to drop some stuff, and I'm always dropping stuff. If you don't follow my backup channel, it can go any day. And they didn't care. So most of them, I had a few that followed me over here, but not too many. So after about a month and a half of trying, I just said, all right, enough's enough. I'm, run it, do the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, drive a man insane, technically. So I came over here to YouTube, and 300 people about a month ago, since, that day that I worked a little bit, a month and a half, almost 2 on TikTok with no results. I came over here, and the channel has been, all glory to God, almost 7,000 now. So he's providing the platform, but since that day, I have not sold one thing on the internet. I don't get any. If you've ever sold anything on the marketplace, you get 3 is this item available. They're always, that's a blanket thing. And then you get, hey, send me your code, or you're trying to scam me, so send me this code. Wait, the scammer's trying to worried about being scammed and sending me? It wasn't like that when I first got on the marketplace, guys, because I've bought and sold on. That's how I make a living. Remember, I mean, I'm a horse trader. I buy things, fix them up, sell them, and when I get a little bit of money, I go buy something that I can put money in and fix and make a turn of profit on. That's how I live, and that's how I made my way. And so, ever since I put that overlay video out, I have not sold anything, and so by the grace of God, work that I'd done a few months prior paid off, and I had the money to get myself covered through this month, but I dropped my wallet. Somebody picked it up and spent all the money I had, and I'm struggling to get, the bank gave me some money back. That's what I'm saying, between the bank and then some help, I got it paid this month, but I'm not getting my money back from CashApp. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. It doesn't even matter. So I got to leave it alone, guys. That's why I did, and move on. I have lots of other things where people have taken a lot more money than from me here recently, just than that. So Doesn't matter. I need to just keep pushing through like I do. And actually what he's telling me here recently, that's what I say, I want to come in here is, can't keep streaming for 12 hours a day. I want to, and because I don't want to keep doing the dirt stuff on top of the earth. I don't want to do the dirt thing. The dirt thing is not going to do it for me here in months. I need to prepare this shelter, the storm shelter, not for zombies, not for some mushroom cloud or some political event or some UFOs or slime creatures from outer space, from the sun, 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 from the fact that there's 146 gigarams of the ocean still sitting in our upper atmosphere. Hailstones the weight of a talent. Men's hearts will fail them for what is to come upon this earth. The blisters and the sores from the sun. There's so many things that I know that are going to be caused from the sun. This earth will be shaken. Can't be moved from its foundation. This overlay map that I told you is what had me taken down, guys. So I would never turn back and look back in history and go, oh, I wish I wouldn't have done that. I'd be willing to go through this suffer. I've been thinking about that enormous, but I don't have any friends. I don't have anybody. If I had somebody in my life, I could do that, but I don't. I don't mean to raise my voice at you. I just don't. You know that I don't have anybody. I have nobody. I have you guys, but I don't have anybody. I don't have anybody in this town. My blood doesn't talk to me. They haven't for years. I don't have friends. I don't have one friend, and the only person I talk to is my son. So that's why I come on here and lean on you guys a lot, because I'm a loner, and I always have been an outcast and the black sheep. And I piss people off when I walk in a room and I don't even open up my mouth. I understand why they get mad when I open up my mouth. That I can understand. My dad said, you know what, son? And I grew up as a white boy born in Los Angeles, California. Just Dick Tracy. My last name's Werner. People do not see the R, so it's Dick Tracy Wiener. All I knew was fighting, and but that made me who I am, and I know that I can't turn my back on people just because society was mean to me, and everybody's always been rough on me. Like I said, I know I piss people off when I open my mouth. I grew up fighting in a tough place and a really, but my dad said, you know what, son? He said, you know what? He said, your mouth, Tracy, is going to get you in more trouble than your hands and your feet combined. And so he knew, he knew, you know what I'm saying? He knew I had a mouth. He knew I was also spacey, crazy, never wanted to participate in this world. Got my butt beat for that a lot because I wouldn't participate and get good grades like my brother. I wouldn't fail the classes, but I didn't care about getting grades. Yeah, right. I had a million other things I was thinking about. I was thinking about death and leaving this world and getting out of here. At 8 years old, at 9 years old, at 10 years old, all I could think about was leaving here, death. And God started preparing me for the death of my dad, even at a young age. Death was all around me. That's all I knew. I grew up in Los Angeles, California, moved away from death and then joined the military, became a police officer. So that's why I run from it now. So I don't want anything to do with it. That's why I live where I live now. So yeah, even around here, people run from me because I'm that guy. People don't want to be around me. They don't like what comes out of my mouth. They don't like what I do. But remember, brothers and sisters, I don't, I have to try to find, I didn't make the choice. Many are called, but few are chosen. So I just have to do what it is that he commands me to do. I want lots of people around me. He won't let anybody be around me. I want to form a community. He's not allowing that to happen. I've tried for more than a decade. I need help a lot of the times. It's not there. It's not what he wants. Doesn't mean that I don't keep preparing for those people to be there, and have it suffer my own life. You can't save the world, Tracy. Stop worrying about everybody else. You can't fix everything. You can't solve everything. You don't need to figure every single thing out. Everything doesn't have a solution. Not everything's mathematical, Tracy. Not everything. Okay, whatever. Not everything's about Jesus, Tracy. Why is it that when we talk to you, we try to talk to you about weather, you make it about Jesus? We try to talk to you about this political thing, you make it about Jesus. You can't talk about anything without going back to talking about Jesus, Tracy. Whatever. Call me program. Call me whatever you will. I don't know. I call it a vessel. He's steering this ship, not me. I can't change what he does in my life. I don't get what I want. I get what he gives me. I know what I want, but I don't, I want a wife. I want a woman that's equally yoked. I can share with my life within this lifetime, and not some loner girlfriend and somebody I'm not going to be with on the other side. But we'll see. That's not up to me. Almost feels like a complete impossibility at this point in time, because I don't think women understand the role of a woman. Maybe some do. I've tried to teach. It's just in the book of Deuteronomy, the book of Colossians. I don't need to. It is what it is. I need to tell anybody. So, but anyways, I just need to focus. It's not that. It's help. Maybe somebody would be here just to be on the other end of the board, guys. Like I was saying, that that I wouldn't have busted my hip. I don't know. I never went to the doctors, but I've broken bones before. No, when I've broken things. So, the efforts I put into trying to get somebody out here to come help me. You know what I'm saying? And it never happened. And I knew it was going to hurt myself. And then it happened. And so I can't avoid things sometimes. It's like with this situation with me. Is it that I can drop my wallet? It's picked, they locate the guy because of technology, because of CashApp. We find that it's here, he's spending it here, it's here. And then they catch him and arrest him, the whole deal. And there's police reports filed, and I can't get my money back. That's insane. That doesn't happen to anybody. So it gets kind of boring in life sometimes, hearing that all the time. Well, I don't know why this is happening to you. This isn't the way it's supposed to. Not. I've been here in this business for 40 years, and I've never seen this happen. Or just that same repetitive pattern. That's just sequentially. You could ask my son. He had to be with me for 18 years. I pointed it out to him. He'd seen it, so many times. Like, hey, son, this is going to happen. And now I'm going to try to do everything to prevent this from happening, and watch what's going to happen. I'll try not to, I'll do everything legal, but they'll still, Cool. That's cool, Vicky. Because very few understand about somebody and a woman being subservient to a man and what that means. Sons of God coming into women of men. It's not what I don't know. Very few people who even understand what the book of Deuteronomy states, how a helpmate is what it's called. God created woman from, the rib of man. They're created as his helpmate, but most people don't want to use, that sounds offensive, because you're a bunch of wokeism. You don't even like what God has created, but a woman is only supposed to be subservient to the man when it comes to the word of God. He's supposed to treat a woman like he treats the church, like he treats his own body. So, but most people look it up. They won't look up the book of Corinthians. They won't sit down and read it with their partner. Here, this is what it says in the book of Corinthians. Here's what it says in the book of Deuteronomy. Honey, here's the contract we're under according to God. This is between, me, you, and God. He's the one that binds us together, not some stupid ring or marriage. That's all pagan. That's not how and we don't literally go nail this thing. Remember, this is a contract. These are formalities, like I said. And if people would read, they would understand what it is, between a man and a woman and what the roles are. God wants a woman to act a certain way. If not, you're not following in the commandments of God. God wants man to act a certain way. And if you're not, you're a Jezebel. You didn't think just women could be Jezebels? Oh no, men could be Jezebels too. It's the Jezebel spirit. So he doesn't want us. That's why he wants us to be equally yoked with somebody who understands these commandments, the contract. He's the tie, again, that binds two people together, not some piece of paper. That's not a marriage. That's the old. Remember, once was written on tables of stone is now sprinkled on the fleshy tables of our hearts. It's between you and him in the spirit. You, your wife, you, your husband, and God spiritually. That's how the marriage is sealed. He's the bridge between any distance. Why two people who are bound by God that cannot. He fills the gap when two people can't be together. That's why there was that you are subservient to the law, to the agape wife, so he could teach you the law, so that when that bridge went wide, you would teach the children the 613 law, statutes, commandments, the agape. And you wouldn't pervert them and be a Jezebel, a woman of men, and teach them why he was gone. This is the subservience of God. This is why he wants a woman to be subservient to man, for no other reason. That's it. It's not hard. It's not some stupid religion. But it is a contract that a woman needs to be subservient and allow her, hey, honey, this is what it says in this book. No, we're not going and celebrating these kids' birthdays. I don't care what you say. It says this in his book. It'd be better to celebrate our death than our birth. We're going to go over and watch. They don't celebrate birth dates. That's vanity. That's worthless to him. No, I don't care what you think. Remember, he said it'd be better to have a millstone tied around your neck and cast into the sea, honey, than to hurt one hair on his children's head. So we're not going to this birthday party. Do you understand? This is how a man would act, and a woman would go, okay, honey, I see what you're saying. So we're not going to the party because it says that in his book. So that she wouldn't teach and take the kids to birthday parties while you were gone. Get it? Let's just keep it in simple terms, right? Because then she'd be a Jezebel. We don't celebrate birthdays. Don't take the kids to the Christmas parties. I don't care what your family says. They're pagans. They're heathens. That's vanity to him. He's been learn out the ways of the heathens, their customs, their traditions. For one cutteth the tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen with the axe. They bring it home. They deck it with silver and gold. They fasten it with nails and hammers. So it moved not up, so it standeth upright. So it moved not right like a palm tree. Up, yes, don't take him to the Christmas party, honey, or I'm filing for divorce. You gonna start acting like a harlot? You're out of here. You act like a Jezebel. I don't want my children taught this. I want them to know the agape. In this testament we're under, see, does that sound like this is what a wife and a husband should be discussing? Otherwise, that's why, again, no, that's not. Yeah, that's it. When the sons of God came into women of men, they created men of renown. This is exactly what Jezebel, when Ahab married Jezebel, it's marrying truth to a lie. Yeah, even a contract of marriage that goes down to that. That's what marrying truth to a lie is. When the sons of God, those that do the will of the Father, Ahab was a son of God. He knew the agape. He knew the 613 law, statute, commandment. He was under the Torah at the time, not the New Testament. He married Jezebel, and she was a woman of men. She went after Bel and idolism and little g gods, little deities, and spread like wildfire and perverted the northern 10 tribes of Israel. And that's why he split the kingdom for that same thing. When the sons of God came into women of men is why God split the kingdom, because Ahab married a Jezebel, a women of men. And remember, men could be Jezebels too. It's not just women. It's a Jezebel spirit. Somebody who doesn't walk and follow in the commandments of God is a Jezebel. That's why God called his bride out as a whore. Whore. Because she cheated on the law. Babylon, remember? The mother of all idolatry, the one who cheated on God's law. Israel cheated. Founded on let us make us our own law. The mother of all idolatry, the whore that rode the beast. So take it as you will, but I don't understand how people get to make a bunch of religious nonsense out of this is what they do. And they're lost, punch drunk on sweet doctrine and sin. And that's what makes us lukewarm. You can't make alcohol unless it's lukewarm, right? That's why he said to be hot or cold, or I'll vomit you from my mouth. That's right. It's not talking about alcohol, but literally mixing sweet doctrine with sin makes you drunk. And you forget about the agape. Well, the other sweet doctrine, the other Jesus. So, but anyways, Anak was the land of Anak. That was where the giants were at. Remember, they were told to go into the land of Anak and scout out the Philistines. They were the champions. David slayed one of the Anunnaki. They were in the land, in the forest. Remember, he split the kingdom, and then he'd seen it enough, and he said, all right, go out there and scout out to the giants. Go into the wilderness, into the land of the Anak. The land of the Anak. The Philistines. The ones that were eating the people, remember? Came back and said, we're like grasshoppers to them. Yeah, Anakin Skywalker, get it? Star Wars, the raising of the Jed, the thoracic spine. Dirty, dirty. What is his name? The writer on that? Forget his name. All those Star Wars series. It's all biblical. It's all about worshiping Satan and worshiping the Jed and God, and people don't. Yeah, George Lucas. Thank you. People don't see that in Star Wars. They think it's some kind of just space movie. It's to get you to believe in aliens. It's to get you to believe there's something going to come out of the sky. That movie has been prepping people for. I just showed my girl you on live, and she put her fork down, lost her appetite. Oh, your girl lost her appetite because she looked at me. Oh, well, interesting. I don't know what to say about that. You're probably eating a bunch of genetically modified food and crap. So I don't know. Maybe it's better that you don't. Maybe I hope you didn't bring any. Cool. Right on, Vanessa. Me too. I was studying this morning a lot. I've been doing, she was eating pork. Yeah, eating some of that low energy swine skin. Eating the football, huh? Eats the bugs. That's what she was eating, the bugs. She was eating the Soylent Green. We're eating that, we're eating the fake meats, the printed chicken, the lab-grown chicken. Oh, did you guys hear what happened with Tyson? Tyson laid off all those workers, right, that they laid off here recently, 2 places that they laid off workers. Remember? And now they're hiring 52,000 migrants. 52,000 migrants. We're going to lay off all the people in the U.S., but we're going to hire 52,000 migrants, man. Guys, pay attention to this. I really think this is biblical. I really think what's going on here, because I know all things come from the Father. You know what I'm saying? He creates all things. So it doesn't matter how he creates them. But remember, your enemy will sow seeds amongst you. That's what I'm saying. So just don't overdo it. Be able to extinguish the forest from the trees. There's going to be a good side. There's going to be a bad side of everything. You know, there's very multifaceted what they're doing here. They're creating a way to generate and keep their foot on the gas pedal on the economy. I see that for sure now. I mean, they got a way to just keep funding this system and not pay for the American public, which will sow division. That will sow division, and it already is. If you look around, there's people who are getting pissed. What the hell are you talking about? 2 years, you're going to pay their rent for 2 years in Maine? $1,800 to $2,300 a month, and then reduce their rent to get 30%, and I had to wait how long to get a stimulus $1,200 check? What is going on? You know, people, this is already, you know what I'm saying, causing. And so look at what Biden said, guys, during his State of the Union, when he knocked it out of the park, right? Hardly no stumbles, no nothing, right? Pedo. Yeah, pedo. Everybody forgot he was creepy. Mr. Drumpstein, creepy Drump ran cover for him. But remember, he said, I'm going to keep spending your money on these migrants, right? I'm going to keep spending your money on Ukraine to fund death, right? That's what he said, basically in a nutshell. You know what I'm saying? I'm not being political. I'm telling you what he said. I didn't want to watch it, but I'm not going to let history. Remember, I quote Joe Biden, history's watching. No, I didn't pause. That's what he said. History's watching. Joe Biden. That was a great speech, guys. Boom, he knocked it out of the park. Well, not what he said, but how it was conveyed and how he delivered in his hands and his, whatever, sleepy, right. Sleepy, yeah, right. Creepy. Remember? Anyways, almost been 4 years. Everybody just asleep at the wheel on that one. But anyways, guys, check it out. I'm going to spend your money. I'm going to spend your money. I'm going to spend your money. I'm going to spend your money on Ukraine. So don't even think that. You better just never forget that he already told you and warned us, like 6 months ago, that he was going to unlimitedly unback Ukraine. So when I heard that come out of the State of the Union speech, it didn't surprise me because he's just confirming what he already said. But remember, migrant. Okay, then America. God bless America. Blah, 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 and done. Boom. Beautiful. Sound presidential. Almost could have put the orange face, Agent Orange in there. It would have sounded similar. It just sounded like a scripted, like didn't even seem like he was reading monitors, did it? Seemed like he had his faculties about him, huh? Like he's not so sleepy after all, Outstanding, this DSW. So do you see what I'm saying? They're got a way to keep their foot on the gas pedal now, guys, and they're going to do it through these migrants, and it's going to cause division. I see it. It's not going to stop. They're going to keep funding, these migrants to sow and piss off people in America, and people in the U.S. are going to get, this is the Civil War. They couldn't cause division amongst each other. So remember when you were asleep in America, come on, the parable, guys, work with me here, my brothers and sisters. Let the word speak to you. When you were sleeping, the enemy came and sowed seeds, tares, weeds, chaff amongst you. Here it is, the word of God coming to fruition. Gonna have to let it grow up here and see what happens. I can't pull it up. Careful when you reap what you sow. Careful, not everybody coming in here is nefarious. Unfortunately, by the numbers, we're already out. Oh boy, we're in trouble, brothers, sisters. You better act with some humanity. You better love your enemy like you love your neighbor. Then remember what he said. You better be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. Don't overreact, brothers, sisters, please. I've been conveying this message, blowing this horn as loud as I possibly can to you. This is a test of your faith and your will. Remember which agape you're under. Remember which he said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. Don't go seeking no vengeance right now, brothers, sisters. They want us out in the street fighting with each other. They want a revolution. Careful. I think the enemy is the government, if you ask me, too. We displaced a lot of these people coming into this country. We displaced them. Our 1,003 military bases. I know, I'm a veteran. We do a good job at unaliving people in other countries. Remember, Biden said he's going to spend another how much? Unaliving a whole generation has been wiped out in Ukraine. The average age over there is 40 years old on the front line now. They don't even have no 1 to 30-year-olds anymore. Not enough to be the, So you paid for that, America. When you went to sleep and you had your job and you paid taxes, that's what's funding that war, is all your taxes. It's not going to potholes. Notice potholes, the infrastructure is crumbling in America. Our own infrastructure is crumbling, and these governments are giving money to everybody else. And people are like, Trump 2024! $8.8 trillion that Agent Orange spent of the future's generation. So careful when he comes back in. I see a jubilee. What? Oh yeah, he's gonna make things great again. But careful, brothers and sisters, you reap what you sow. I think we see a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wolf, the Apollyon, remember the sun god that his house is decorated with the wolf? Remember? Careful. Careful. They do that. These people do. Remember, I told you, I think he's up front trying to do good, but making deals with the devil in the background. That's what I see. I don't care what the world thinks. I don't participate. I think they're all evil. No foreign entanglements. Bring all our militaries home. That solves that border problem that he didn't fix to begin with. So, greatest wall ever. You ended up getting the greatest Jabadooski on the roll up your sleeve or gene therapy, right? Pokemon record earnings for Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna in 2020. The Paper Kings, all Koch brothers, all that. Oh yeah, your paper mask, all woo. It was like it was all a pre-planned 201 pandemic event. That is. Now you'll eat the bugs if you're not careful. You better Yes, I agree. The people pledge their allegiance to Agent Orange. Yep. They oh boy. Well, you must, yeah, China's sending that in there, aren't they, mother? Sending it in. So anyways, guys, this is what I see. I see them just smashing down on the gas pedal, them funding these people coming in that have been coming in now since the Obama administration. Remember? Mr. 44, right? Mr. 44. That's why Mr. 45 was supposed to build the greatest wall ever, because Mr. 44 was letting him in by train loads. Oh, this isn't a new problem, huh? Oh, well, hey, what happened? They used to at least send people across the border with strollers and women and diaper bags. Now it's just fighting edge men, but it's still people going in here, guys. Though please try to remember this, though. I've made a point. And I didn't get this point, guys, from myself. This came from somebody who was an illegal alien. Listen, when I grew up, they called them illegal aliens. They didn't call them migrants or newcomers or immigrants. They called them aliens, and they were here illegally, and they came here illegally, a lot of them, and they went to work the same day in the fields, and many of them got a job the day or the second day they were here, and they got a cell phone and paid taxes on that, and got gas and paid taxes on that, and paid for a lot of people who came across the border in the last 15 years, assimilated just fine, and did more work than most people, and paid more taxes than most white Americans with a food stamp card. Yeah, we still had MS-13. We still have problems, but most people came out here and didn't say nothing. They were here illegally. They didn't get a handout. They didn't get a Visa card. They're pretty pissed at what they see right now as well. They worked hard in the last 10, 15 years, keeping their mouth shut. They didn't want to get deported. They were trying to do good things in this country and help support putting the food on the table of most people, because most Americans were too proud to do that. So please remember that a lot of people who have been coming across this border now for decades are good people. Good, I don't care if you call them Americans, if you call them illegals or not. They came and got a job, most of them as a whole, within the first day, 2, 3, or week they were here. And I know I sold food for more than 10 years, door-to-door businesses, large volumes, and I only had just a couple people in 10, 12 years of selling food off and on of ever Hispanic people want to give me a food stamp card. Just a couple times. I've had thousands of other nationalities, white people, hand me their EBT cards and want to pay for the food. So please just be careful. That's why I'm asking you to act with some humanity. Obviously those aren't the same people that are coming in now, but there's probably still a lot of people that we displaced in their country, and they're coming here. It's hard to understand that they were displaced by us, but this is supposed to be the free place, guys. That's one place that was a good place and was a good country, even if it was founded on stolen land. They were fleeing religious persecution from the church, and they were trying to come out and set up a Christian nation. irregardless of the whole, first false flag in America. Here, have some blankets, warm up, here you go. But, irregardless if they were Masons, this nation was blessed at one time. People rebelled and came here because of the freedoms that people did not have in other countries. I don't agree with everything, and most of it I don't. But there were still some things that people wanted to come here, and they obviously still do. There's more opportunity in this country. People pay, and Hispanic people have been able to make enough living, Americans, you lazy Americans, and send money back to Mima, to Papa, to the familia back in Mexico. How much money did you send to your grandma? Oh, stupid Mexicans coming over here, stealing all our jobs. Huh. How much money did you send back to your family back east? These people work hard. They have a good work ethic. You can't get 10 Americans to live in the same building without beating the snot out of each other. These people all stay in one house and live right on top of each other, dress nice, drive nice cars, lots of them, not all of them. MS-13, we're all filthy. We all got issues. But try to have humanity. Look around and know your history, please. These have been the backbone of this country, America, for decades. Hardworking people out delivering these foods, even from Mexico, bringing and it's not just Mexicans coming across this border. Actually, during the Obama administration, it was 80% was considered OTM, other than Mexican. People are pouring in from all over the world. Don't you ever forget that this was a nation founded on immigrants. And now we're trying to keep out all the immigrants. It's kind of like an oxymoron if you think about it. Yeah, we need to go to maybe a Ellis Island checks and balances and not just let people flood across the border. We have a problem with what is going on here. Okay, I'm just saying let everybody flood over here, guys. We have a massive problem on the infrastructure. We didn't already have enough money to take care of the people we had here. You know what I'm saying? FBI guy watching this. Yeah, he just fell asleep. So anyways, guys, remember I said I was going to go down to the border and pick up a bunch of people from the border. Tell me your worst countries. I'm going to bring them here to my property. For 10 years, I've been trying to get people to come out and homestead with me, grow organic food, eat organic chicken eggs, and raise our own beef and grow our own vegetables and not eat genetically modified, don't things. And I can't get in 10 years, I can't get people to come out there. Not one American. I bet you I go to the border, name the first four worst countries in the world. I'll take them from there. Everyone. I bet you they come here with these cabins that were supposed to be your cabins, America. Supposed to be your cabins, America. And they come here and love it. Oh, wow. Yeah, go ahead. I'll help you. I'll build mi casa, su casa. We'll build a house. You build one. I'll build that material. You got one. You can move, Wow. Oh, look at all this. No, don't worry. We already got food. I'll feed, we'll all contribute together. Don't worry about it. We'll form a nice community. We'll shut the gates and not even worry about all that crap going on. And then we'll live stream it, see if they kill me. And if they're all nefarious and bad people and everybody comes across this border, can't get 4 of you Americans to do it. How about I go down to the border and get some and show you that not everybody coming across this border that will get. How about that for getting on the FBI's list they're mentioning your stupid alphabet soup agency corporation that has no authority over me. Low man on the totem pole. Yeah, you need a tinfoil hat. You got to you gotta get your tinfoil hat on. You got to use your CIA term. Speaking of alphabet soup agencies, there they are, right on cue, like a programmed virus, like an android. So, but see what I'm saying? You guys, I'm just trying to show you some humanity. I'm trying to show you some humanity. See, this is how you'd act with some humanity, right? He said, love your enemy like you love your neighbor. So you guys, we do have a problem. There are people who come across this border now. There's no more strollers. There's no more strollers. I'm probably not going to find no women crossing the border, some ladies to go pick up and find me a wife coming from the Philippines or something. They're just generally fighting age men from 18 to 30. Okay, so we have an issue now. Okay, I'm not saying but I'm trying to still keep you in mind that there are still a ton of people that get away. They don't catch. We have a very porous border. Donald McNugget never built the wall. And so they're still pouring in here. And there's a lot that doesn't get seen. And again, my point is that, try to have some humanity, because it's going to affect us. I think there's probably 30 to 50 million people in the last 15 years that have poured into this country that are putting a massive strain on the infrastructure and all the different things like they're doing now, where they're all getting a $5,000 check. Imagine that. Do that. Anybody got a calculator? Let's go do a low end and then a high end for me real quick. And it's not that, but do 1,800 times 24, $1,800 times 24, or $2,300 times 24. Because in Maine, these immigrants, they've given now grants, and that's all going to come from the Fed, printed through the increasing machine, the Federal Reserve, zeros and ones. We all know how they do this. And so that would be what they would get over the next 2 years in the state of Maine. Again, you got a $1,200 check. You had to wait how long to get, or whatever for a stimulus check. These people are getting $1,800 up to $2,300 a month for 2 years. So times $2,400 that's one. In New York, a family of four can make up to $20,000 a month on benefits in the state of New York. They're a sanctuary city, and they've already had all this, they're all dialed. Now they're trying to get people out of there. They kind of said, hey, wait a minute, we don't want to be a sanctuary city. We got too many people here. This is causing too much strain on the infrastructure. Kind of ironic, huh? The same people who voted in the defund the police and all that, now they want people out of there. Pretty silly. Yeah, exactly. Vigil, get off the grid. Come live with me out here in the valley and come be pretty much tax-free. Build a cabin, get some cheap land. I got some land. I'll rent you some land. How about that? I'm renting land right now. $300 an acre. $300. You get a whole acre by yourself. You can't turn it into trash. We'll sign paperwork on it, make sure, but as long as you're not, you got to be a man or a woman of God. How about that? That's a good deal. Anywhere in America, $100 give you, or $300 give you a whole acre to build your own cabin. I got a well drilling kit. I know how to get infrastructure out here to build. How's that? That's cheap. You can come out here. Quit paying taxes. You won't pay any taxes on that. I'll let you work that $300 off here. How's that sound? I don't know what to tempt people, guys, to get you off the system, but hey, I got a wind turbine first. First person here gets a wind turbine. I only got one extra wind turbine. First person here gets a wind turbine. I got solar panel for you, and I got a charger controller and a power inverter, so you can be making your own power, so you won't have any power bill. Woo! How about that? And hey, guys, come one, come all. I got plenty of acreage out here. I'm on 40 right here. So become ungovernable, become untaxable, guys. There we go. Ooh, that's brilliant. Hashtag become untaxable. You're gonna still have to pay taxes, guys. You get gas. You get gas. You're gonna pay taxes. You pay a cell phone bill, but pay as least as you can, man. If you're living off the grid, you're not paying. I pay land taxes. I can't get away from that, guys. But I didn't fill out a W-2. I didn't send any money to Ukraine. I feel good about that. I make all my own power. I got water sources. I got ways to survive without this system. I don't need the system. I need people. I need more people, and my costs will just get cheaper. My food will get better. I'll have more people to help. I'll build more infrastructure out here. My community will grow, and I'll just be better and better. Yes, I do, Richard. Anyone there can help me build? Yeah, I'll help you build. I'll help you build. I'll tell you what, Vanessa, you come out here and you work half the day for me, and I will never ask you to do anything that I wouldn't do myself. I would never ask anybody if I had somebody come out here. I would do everything side by side. Side by side. Do you understand? side by side. All right, Richard, I heard you. I remember your thing. I'll have to thank you. I told people we're gonna have to bug me, man. It's gonna have to be a god. So, but then I'll help you. I'll tell you what. I'll just come over to your place. I'll come over to your place and I'll help you for the day. You got me all day long, so we won't split it the day. But tomorrow you got to come over to my place right there. It's whatever. We can actually set property up here on this property where we don't even see each other. You know, you could put a spot here, Vanessa, where you could have, and I wouldn't see you, you know, and you could have your own privacy. Yeah, you don't need to know. Remember, I already have buildings out here anyways. I already have stuff out here anyways for most people. I already have stuff for people to come out here. Nobody ever came. So that's why I'm building the buildings to try to make money out here instead of having a community where I could generate some extra income via the whole community. We all could, you know, create a source. I want to, like right now, if I could go in on something, like if I had 3 or 4 people right here and we came in and kind of communicated on this, like, guys, I would like to buy for the community a sawmill so that we can build sawmill packages out here and build bus stops and little she sheds and, you know, little cabins that we could sell as a package through UPS or FedEx. Would you guys be in on it? We've got some extra money coming in because we sell eggs out of here, and we've got extra meat rabbits that we sell. We have way too many meat rabbits, you know, and so we sell them in the community. We give away what we, you know, you know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. That's pretty funny, you know, and then we would all go in on it and, you know, well, no, Tracy, I was thinking this or something, you know, we'd come together. If I was to purchase something for the, you know, the community, be something like that. You know, I have most everything out here already, you know, that's needed to do, you know, yeah, you can grow cannabis here. You can grow, I have 4 properties. So if you grew 4 plants at each property, you can grow 4, 8, 12, 16. And if you don't, I was going to grow some cannabis because I'm a medicinal grower and I haven't grown in years. You want to come out here? Are you a good grower? Are you an organic grower? I don't do any, you know, I just do newts, tea and all that. I don't add none of the other. Heck, you want to grow? I got 4 properties. We'll set up 4 and you could be my grower, right? I used to be a grower patient, had a full medical card for people, patient grower. Hey, you want to grow my medicine for me? I got 4 properties. You can grow on each one, you know. You guys, there's tons of work out in this valley. It can be done. I do it with no income, and there's work in this valley. You can, if you're mechanically inclined, there's every mobile mechanic out here gets snatched up by the farmers. Hey, you don't have to work on this desert floor anymore. You want to come work in my barn for $100 an hour? Boom, there goes our mobile mechanic we had out here every stinking time. So yeah, if you can roll out a tent, you know, or a little easy up and lay with some mats, and you're one of those people that, you know, hasn't worked in a shop and is not above that. Cause I know why people work in a shop. They don't want to lay down anymore. And that's cool. You know, I understand, but if you got to hustle, you can make $500 a day out here. I bet you never pulling a head off of anything, just doing basic, you know, filters, because we live in a dusty desert, you know, and people need just regular service. And yeah, I'm not even talking about, you know, pulling any top of any heads or nothing, just basic service. Could do well out here. Cash probably every day. You could, you know, $300 to $500. Just because there's no mechanic out here. There's one mechanic shop out here, and he has more work than he knows what to do with. So right, you could breed. You guys, you could take 10 rabbits and get $7 and 3 does and breed as much as a whole cow worth of meat. See, my plan was to try to grow so much out here that I could give to this community. Abundance. When you build a community, guys, you ever grow an extra tomato plant? Oops, honey, we grew too much tomatoes this year, and you got to give them to your friends because you're coming out your ears. That's abundance, and it can be done. I can't do it by myself. That's why I don't do it anymore. I shut down this farm that I worked for 5 years and sold all the livestock out here. I want to, but I can't just keep taking care of it myself. Nobody ever came, and it got hard to do by myself for one man to raise what normally takes a couple or a few people to do pretty efficiently. I was just doing all by myself, waiting for people to come, waiting for people, trying to invite. So I had to just stop, before last sold out 8, the chickens, and sold, off some, and, 8 reps sold the livestock. And now I'm out here with just the dogs and the cats. But someday, maybe in the future, all I have to do is have 2 or 3 people, and bam, all the livestock will be right back out here. And, bam, the garden would go up, and all the things I've been wanting to do would go together. So maybe someday, maybe because God social credit score, I believe, it was God doing it. It's not, I've given all the opportunity in the world. I've literally pushed myself on people for many years. But it's okay. I'm not tripping. I'm not mad at anybody. It's between me and God. Maybe the right people weren't here, and he's wanting just the right people to be here, not the wrong people, because I've never asked anybody for any money. I kind of got on this subject because my money got taken, and I have to form a stream of income. And so I'm building out these cabins right now that I have that were supposed to be for other people to rent them out. So, but anyways, it's progressing out here, and I need to taper myself back here a little bit, and online, and I'll probably film a little more as I'm building, get back to the cabin a little bit, and try to, spring is in the air. We're not here yet. We're not here yet, but we had a couple sunny days, so it's making me more positive getting sun. I was out there working on the live stream yesterday and stuff, working on the wind blew out here for some time. And so I had some things blow around. The gate came off because the snow, and the door and the hinge, just the regular maintenance it takes to work and have a farm. The animals, things need to take care of and stuff. Tin that blew around and whatnot. So been doing some of the regular maintenance that I've been neglecting around here yesterday, and got some sun. So I'm feeling better too with the sun. Yeah, I would definitely look at coming over this way, you guys. If you've seen my overlay video, I think this would be a good time to exit the East Coast and find your way over here to the West Coast for at least until after maybe 5 of 25, until we're done with this celestial alignment, that I'm talking about. Yeah, I'd like you to come over here, Nuggets, and get out of Australia. I don't think Australia is going to fend very well. I've got a massive amount of followers in my Aussies. It's maybe because I live in the outback, the Oregon outback, that I tend to get so many followers from Australia. But I don't know if you've seen my overlay maps, guys, of South American easy living, good people. Nice. I've been really wanting that, Anthony, too, because I want to leave America, but I don't want to leave America. I want to try to give. I'm 4,500 feet above sea level, so I'm in a good safe spot, I believe, for what is to come here. I don't know if you guys have seen what got me in this financial trouble. My overlay map that I'm putting out, it's not so much the water level overlay, it's that the federal government here in America has overtaken and purchased all the land where the water overlay map, and I believe it's going to be before the 1024 celestial alignment. And well, you guys, I don't want to cause anybody. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to cause any alarm. I'm not trying to use this to get you guys to come out here. Okay. I've been showing this, and this is actually what caused me, and I haven't been able to sell anything. That's why I could use some people out here to help me, so I can quit depending on this system of, buying and selling online. I don't want to sell anything online anymore. I just want to grow my food and not worry about. Do you guys want to live without money? Do you guys want to learn how to live without money? Because that's what I want to do. And I'm a minimalist, and that's what the kind of community that I'm trying to build. Yeah, we have to have money to get the things we need to build up. But if everybody has a little cabin to live in, a well dug, or water, access to water, you don't have a water bill, power bill, I'm saying power. I don't have a power bill. I've been powered. I am the power company. Those type things, food, growing your own vegetables without eating the garbage and the meat, growing your own meat. What else do you need money for? What do you need money for? You know what I mean? And I know you need money because some of you might still have some bills and stuff, you know what I mean, like that. But what do you need money for? You know what I'm saying? What do you need? So tell me, like I said, and that's where things too. Well, hey, I want, hey, we got some community money here. This person wants, we already got the wood sawmill. This person wanted something for their cabin. So we're going to take a little of this community money and put it towards, I don't know, something for the cabin. They wanted, I don't know. I don't want anything, guys. I don't know what people want anymore because I need people. You know what I'm saying? I need people is what I need. I have the things I need. I have land. I have, I just need people, and I need a community is what I need, guys. I need people who aren't afraid of what's coming and are doing something about it, not in panic. They're like, hey, I can actually make opportunity of this right now. The whole world's kind of sleeping on what's happening, but I've been paying attention. I realize, hey, I can get ahead of this right now. There's still toilet paper at the store right now, and nobody's fighting anybody for any. This is kind of cool, So I'll show you what I'm talking about. One, what I'm talking about is this celestial alignment that we're going to be lined up in 10-24-24. So we're 200 and some days from this star alignment, which doesn't matter the shape of the earth. I don't dispute. I don't care what the shape of the earth is. This is the same alignment we were in back in 79 AD, and our earth got rocked by the alignment of the magnetism. And I believe that there's a cycle on this earth that causes, if you know anything about magnetism, we get pinched in between magnetism. That's called the main block wall, and that's the magnetism dissipates on that line. It goes away. Here's some more picture of magnetism. So I think that something could affect the magnetism on this earth. Positive next, see that? The lines, the field lines. So again, if this is us, like our earth produces its own magnetic field. Okay, it's under the ocean, right? So you guys are getting some of this. I'm not pointing out something, guys, that hasn't happened before. The oceans have risen up 400 feet and are now covering in the last cycle, covering cities off the continent. So you see that's Earth in the middle. These are the four large gas stars or Jovian stars, which is Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus. And we get pinned with that one in front of the sun. So this magnetism, if I took this and then showed you, that would be like all those magnetic fields. Doesn't matter the shape of the earth. Please throw out anybody who disputes shape of the earth right now. I don't want to discuss shape. Doesn't matter. This is still going to happen. So the last time that this happened, guys, we were, it was 79 AD. And let me show you on this. Here, I'll show you the same alignment. I'm not trying to predict anything. This is where we were back in 79 AD, and this is where we're going to line up again in the same celestial alignment. Actually, the last time in 79 AD, we went into this alignment. Like I said, our earth got pounded. The Asuba went off. Pompeii was covered. So there is 10-24-24. And there's 79 AD. I apologize. I got a crap 4G. I won't get the new phones. You can see that they are the same, 1 degree off. So I believe the magnetism has been dissipated by 40%. Something's going to cause the water on this earth to rise, in my opinion, because it's and then lower 400 feet. So I don't think, again, that it's going to stay up this time because it's already up in this cycle. This time it's going to come up and go back down. So this is the map overlay that got me thrown off the internet. and where I have not made a single dollar on the internet in 3 months since I put this video out. And it's not this that they don't want you to know. They don't care that you know what I'm showing you here, that the whole East Coast is going to go underneath the, underwater at one point and has before up to the Rockies. It's about what I'm bidding right. That's what I don't want you to, that's why I can't sell anything right there. That's why I can't sell anything. That. You guys, I've worked for 30 plus years watching this and documenting all this overlay because I live over here. And so there's not one other TikTok, YouTube, Rumble, any other channel that's put out this information. And I believe, I apologize, that this is, I'll zoom in here and show you what I'm, get you a little better view of what I, so something's going to cause the water to come up on to the, right here, to the land. And I believe I have discovered what it is. So if you can see, there's no way that that federal land matches the overlay maps. Now that's a mean map. Yes, it is, Diana. Remember, it says there'll be wars and rumors of wars. There'll be famine, pestilence, and earthquakes in diverse places. These are the sign of SARS, but that the end is not here. That's not the end of the earth. Remember, it says we still got a ways to go. And it says the nations will be in perplexity, from the seas and the waves will be roaring. It also says, the heaven and earth will be shaken, right? The earth cannot be moved from its foundation. You can't corkscrew and spin me, okay? But the heaven and earth can be shaken and will be shaken. There's something that's going to cause this water to come up onto this earth, brothers and sisters, and I believe this is it. So there's no way that this federal overlay map matches. Now, when I showed you this map of the United States being underwater, this is the mean. This is the average on how high it's come up before, higher, and lower. This is the average. It goes up between 100 and 400 feet, up and down between that level, up and down, up and down. Right now, listen to me, brothers and sisters, not saying it's going up and we're only going to have a little island in America. No, it's going to go back down in this cycle because there are cities sitting off the coastline right now that you can take scuba diving trips that are between 100 and 400 feet off our continents. In the last cycle, it did come up. This is where it settled at. Obviously, it came up higher because, see, in the cycle, they can see this. They can see this on the land. This has been paleoclimatology, strata. This is seen. This is so that the map that I'm showing you is the average. You can take a program and take all the cycles of the known cycles and the overlay, and this is the average. So I find it extremely ironic, and I don't find it as ironic. I don't think this is by chance. This overlay, they obviously got into the same program that abused have access to, and took this same program to start taking over this land. Over 20, 30 years ago, guys, I used to travel from Oregon, California, all the way through the Redwoods, all that. And there's so many gates and it's been so locked down. Watch. This is what I'm showing you too. Watch. When I show you this federal land taken over here, and again, I'm not trying to freak you out, guys, but let me show you this too, as far as I think the thing that's more alarming is why don't they want any of this land over here on the East Coast? Well, that's obvious why they haven't taken over any of that land, because it's all going to go under the water. Hello? They're not interested. You won't be able to grow anything on that land for a lifetime. Oh, that sounds awful like Nebuchadnezzar when he destroyed the temple of Israel. I know, we're back in the same exact alignment at that time. Remember the stars, 79 AD? The same alignment was at when the temple was destroyed. So here we are again, and that's why that's what I see. So this is the red is what the federal government has taken over. The white is what the general public gets left with, guys. So they've obviously are squeezing, even when this event happens, they're going to squeeze out the general public because they've already taken over, shutting all the gates, taken over all this area. So be not dismayed at the ways of the sides of the heavens, brothers and sisters, but I believe because there's something that's going to cause this pinch, that's going to cause this water to come up onto the land. And I think I've discovered what it might be. I could be wrong, and I hope that I'm wrong, but why are they shipping all the immigrants over here? Why all the migrants, massive amounts of going over on the East Coast and very little over here? That's not by chance. Look at this map, guys. It's a near perfect match. So you can't tell me they're not aware of this event. This isn't something I think they're going to get ready for in your kid's lifetime. This is something we're going to see. And I think I just showed you what could possibly, but it will be. Yes, it will, because you won't be able to grow anything on that land, Vanessa. That's right. And just like at the time of Nebuchadnezzar. So what I'm showing you, let's go back to this overlay, is that at the time of Christ, remember that same alignment, here we are again, 2,600 years later, the same alignment. No, that was 6,000 years ago. That's not these. This is not a great flood event. This will not flood the whole earth. That was I have all that information here and have covered it. That was 6,000 years ago. That was the Noah event. I'll show you that. But when the plowed salt into the land, Vanessa, I'm talking to you because I know you're paying attention here, was at the same time that these stars lined up again. The land went, plowed salt in the land so nothing could grow there. I think this time God's going to do it with, obviously. Okay, so I'll show you all my Aussies because I know and Aussies, don't be mad at me. I love you guys. I didn't make up this map. This is not my doing. I don't want to be showing this. I cannot stand, and I hope that I'm wrong. I don't want to be right about this, guys, but if I'm right, I at least need to show people what it is that I see. And you can do with it what you want, okay? Please look into this. Maybe take a screenshot of this. Maybe find out if your government is taking over this certain land. But here's the Aussies. So you guys need to go way, 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 way to the east. The New Zealand tends to fare and fend pretty well, so I'm not trying to send you over there, but maybe it might be better to head over there to the southern, portion of New Zealand, because that's definitely higher if you were in Australia. And I'm not saying, guys, don't do anything. That's exactly what I think, Vanessa, and that's why they're putting all these people in place, Vanessa. That's why I think all these people are being put in place, Vanessa, so people will not move. Thank you. Thank you, Nuggets. Obviously, they know something already, huh, from the cycles past. Beautiful Nugget. Thank you for that information, Nuggets. Bless you. Did you hear what Nugget said? So again, please look into your government and see if you can over there, Nuggets. Are they taking over that? Are they taking over that land in your area? Are they taking over that area? I wonder, are all these? Here's what the U.S. will look like. So, and again, you've seen the U.S. That's why I stumbled into this, guys. How in the heck is it that the overlay maps average mean matches? So America knows about this. The United States government is aware of this. Is your government aware of this? I think they probably are, guys. I really do. That's why I'd really like somebody else to touch bases with me on this. But there's just nobody doing this, guys. There's just nobody else And I don't want no credit. I'm just telling you what's here. So here's the Asias, here's Russia and the Asias, over here towards, and then Europe, Africa. Okay, Nuggets. So then. Okay, so they've known of this. They've been getting ready this cycle for a long time. Okay, so guys, I want to show you that I'm going to show you another image here, that the government's very aware of the cycles, of these major cycles, the solar minimums, the grand solar minimums, all the large Kali Yuga cycles, I don't know how much you guys pay attention to. I'm not going to try to speak over you here, but some of us watch all the cycles. And somebody had mentioned the Noah event, right? The Noah event. And the Noah event was 6,000 years ago here. This was the Noah event. We are down here now. Let me read this to you. This says this is the potentially civilization ending catastrophic events of the last 150,000 years or 6 year great year cycles. You can read it yourself. I'll let you guys read that for a second. See that? Potentially catastrophic ending, right? Civilization ending catastrophic events of the last 150,000 years or previous great year cycles. So we're going to look at this map. This is really tough to find this image, but it's out there. I originally pulled it from the dark web. So every one of these, if I zoom in, let me zoom in here, is a date and the time and the name of the event that happened and where it's out on the line. You guys see this? You see what I'm talking about? Where that points to all the events are marked on the line. Everybody tracking? Okay. So the dates are marked with the event. These are the catastrophe events of the cycles that have happened, potentially civilization ending events. Obviously, we're still all here, so it doesn't always take everything. 6,000 years ago was the Noah event back here. We are now, as of 12/21/2020, we've left the age of Pisces and we came into the age of Aquarius. We are right here. What I want to show you is that they have known about all these catastrophic events thousands of years in advance, because if you look, that means they're not guessing that those all happen right on that line, not in the gray, not in the yellow, right on the line. That's a known. Ding! On the line. Right? Ding! On the line, not off in the yellow. This is what they know, guys. This is why they pissed off and hate me and shut me off on the internet. I mean, I'm still here, but I haven't sold a darn thing. This is where we're at right now, guys. Scientists, we've entered the sixth extinction event, and we've hit the 12,000 year cycle. 6,000 years ago, here we are, 12,000 year cycle right here. Boom, right? On the line. Boom, on the line. There's never been an event that hasn't happened on the line. They know this. All these people, you ever heard the term privileged information? If you're privileged, you get the information. So normally people have to sell their soul to get this information, brothers and sisters. Fortunately, God pulled me to him about 30 years ago, and I gave up my life and gave it to him. Well, he gave, and he set me on this journey to give up my life and be persecuted by the whole world because everybody's called me crazy because I purge this information. And I point these things out to people. And a lot of the times I tell people things are going to happen way ahead of time. And 98% of the time they do. A couple times they don't. So most people want to point out a couple times if something doesn't happen and forget about all the times. So I don't predict anything. This isn't a prediction, guys. That's why the billionaires have bunkers. See, social has got it. Social's got it. So don't fear, guys. They know this. They're darn good. Well, they know that this event is happening right now. You're in it. You're in the extinction event. You're living it. Cool. Do something about it. Be one of the people that survives. Get off your ass and do something about it. I'm tired of being so soft with you. Seriously. Apologize, Father. Get off your fourth point of contact. Fear makes you do something about it and ease your fears. Ease your fears. Apologize. Ease your fears. I don't need to use profanity. Get up and do something, guys. Yeah, do something, fear, Matthew, then do something to ease your fears. Go, oh, hey, I can do something about it, and now I've done something, I can go back to my life. See? A tornado! Oh, get in the shelter. Oh, it blows over. Oh, back to life because the tornado blew over, right? If you don't have the, listen to what I'm saying. Fear is a good thing. It gets you off your rear end and you do something about it. Do you understand? You do something about it. You like people who are conspiracy theorists said, oh, what if I fear? And they did something about it. You didn't fear a tornado. So you got taken away and you're like, oh, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto, because you didn't do anything. You blew away with the storm because you didn't do anything. You didn't have enough fear to go, oh, wait a minute. I fear that I might blow away if we have some weather. It's not always sunny. And so, hey, hold on. I'm going to do something about it. So fear is a good thing. Fear is an amazing thing. It gets you off your rear and you do something to ease your fear. So you don't fear anything. You people who think fear is awful don't probably have anything and don't ease your fear. And you're going to wait and be a burden to somebody else because, oh, I don't need to live in fear and fears. Fear makes you do something about it. That's right. Fight or flight. And it gives you security. So I'm not talking to you people who don't do anything. I'm talking to you people who heard my word. You think about, oh, he's a conspiracy theorist. And he's like, oh, what if? And he's like, oh, well, hey, well, I got kids. And what if this happens? Oh, crap. What if? A little bit of fear goes a long way. Don't live in fear, brothers and sisters. Don't live in fear. Do you understand? Don't do something about the fear. And then you're like, oh, hey, Kate, I fear I don't have a tornado shelter. And I live in an area where there's tornado prone. Man, I better get a shelter. That would make me feel a lot better. You ever drive around with somebody who doesn't have car insurance? Oh, shit, put it on, dude. Try to get you riding dirty. You know, they're all white knuckling it. You know what I mean? Oh, my God, their heart jumps. You know, they don't have car insurance, right? You ever drive around with somebody who's got full coverage? Oh, there's a cop. It's all right, man. I ain't tripping, man. I mean, he pulled me over, man. But I got everything, you know. It's called you're in good hands. You ease your fears. So all you people who mock people who are conspiracy theorists, they probably got more preps than you could even think about. They feared this and they feared that and they feared this and they feared that and they feared this, that, and they got all those fears eased. And they live and sleep like, oh man, I'm sure glad I got years of food put away. Bunkers aren't real. They exist only online to showcase that we're somebody. I disagree with you, Matthew. That's disgustingly filthy. I have a shelter, not a bunker out here, a 50-foot, and I don't showcase it to show my worth. I show it to show that we need to archive the books and be a wise virgin. You're blasphemous. That's blasphemy. Not everybody builds a shelter, and I didn't say build a bunker. Don't say bunker in my room or you'll be thrown out again. That triggers the NSA. You don't go building bunkers. You're not trying to survive the apocalypse. That's to lift the veil, remove the cover. That's Armageddon you're thinking about, foolish people. You're trying to be wise. And if you have all right. Bye, Matthew. You do the works of your father, the devil. So either way, think about what I'm telling you, brothers, sisters, people who have, like, oh, we ran out of toilet paper. Oh my God, I'm going to have to wipe with my hand. Well, hey, honey, why don't you get some toilet paper and you don't need to worry about it? Oh crap, I thought we were out of toilet paper. We've got some, huh? Oh man, I thought we're almost, I better go get some. Oh, there you go, brothers, sisters. TP for your bunghole. Are you going to be fighting people for the last roll of TP? Matthew, the gentleman I just threw out of here, he's going to be the one fight. You're going to be down there fighting him for the last toilet paper. So only those that fear the Lord will have their names written in the book of life. Phase. Only those that fear the Lord will have theirs written in that book of remembrance, correct? Not the book of life, the book of remembrance. Only those that fear the Lord. You don't know what fear is. Most of you guys have no idea because you guys are stuck on lollipop. Stuck on, oh, well, God's going to save me. I don't need to do nothing about it. I'm going to get raptured out of here, and I need to because I'm going to get raptured with the church. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kinetic. Only those that fear the Lord. It's a pathway, brothers and sisters, the beginning of wisdom and the knowledge of the holy understanding. Fear is a good thing. Don't live in fear. So fear makes you get up off your butt and ease your fear. Like, holy crap, I thought, oh my gosh, I thought that I didn't have an extra roll of toilet paper in this bathroom, and I thought that I was going to have to get up with poop on my butt. I'm glad I turned around and I put another roll behind me there because that was close. I hate getting up and have to get toilet paper when there's poop on my butt. That fear. Whew. Oh, hold on. You know what? I better go check and see if I got some extra toilet paper back there and make sure. So there we go. That's fear, guys. That's fear. That's a good thing. That fear makes you motivated. And if you think about, again, the conspiracy theorists, because they want to call you, you're crazy, you're a nut, you're always what if, you think it's the end of the, that conspiracy theorist has told themselves, what if, how many times? Because they said, what if I have to run into a bunch of idiots that don't do anything but go on YouTube and talk about drugs, being gay, and things that don't have anything, and I have to fear that they're going to be the ones trying to kill me and my child just to get a piece of toilet paper or get a piece of food because they've never missed a meal in their life. They've been coddled as an American, probably most of them, and sit and play video games all day, can go on the internet, and have never even gone a whole day without missing a meal. They go on and sow division and YouTube and TikToks and on. That's going to be the threat, guys. That's what I fear. I don't fear the government. They're just a corporation. I don't fear cops. They're just a bunch of jackboot thugs, armed heavily, all going around extorting and harassing the general public. They're too many. I fear people who don't have anything and that are on TikTok and YouTube and internet and play Call of Duty all day and don't put up any extra food. That they don't got nothing. They don't got nothing. And that would be the fear that I had, that those people are going to go out and hurt other people. And instead of thinking with their head, because they can play the video games and they know left, right, up, down, or when they know how to navigate and they have all their clan and all day, but they don't know they're from a hole in the ground and how to survive. And they're going to keep becoming, instead in about 5 to 6 hours, they're going to go from hungry to angry. They're going to go quicker than the average person because they're hopped up. In about 7 to 8 hours, they're going to be angry and hangry after about it. They're not going to be thinking with their head anymore. They're only going to be, their head will be almost like it's cut off, guys. They'll be thinking with their stomach. They've never had their, they've never felt that before in their life. They've never fasted. They're hopped up on Frappuccinos and Red Bulls and Monster Energy drinks and Oreos and Ding Dongs and Ho-Hos and Chocodiles and Chocodile. Yeah, all sugared out, and they've never missed, and they're going to be the ones banging down your door, and you should see them in here. You should see them in here. And a lot of them, honestly, they'll be like, Trump 2024. they're so caught. They can be grown people. They don't even have to be this younger generation that comes in and, are you gay? You know, the talk of, you know, it's just they're programmed and they got nothing, no survival skills, no skill set. And they'll be coming to take you and your food and your family, and they will plow and mow through you because they will be thinking with their gut. They'll be thinking with their gut. Do you understand? With their stomach and not their head anymore. And people who don't use their head, brothers and sisters, are a whole different animal to deal with. So I don't fear anything like that, but I do fear for the people because I'm away from society. I have food. I don't, you know, I have means to this, but I fear people who don't do anything about this. And like, let's say we have that first wall of water come in, you know what I'm saying? And it doesn't come all the way to the Rockies, that they lock us down. And then all the supply gets, and then they start leashing all these people that are hungry, you know, because they came here with nothing, you guys. Most of these people came here with nothing, right? And they don't have anything. So they're going to have to go, you know, you see how fast that could spin out of control? Most of these people that remember didn't even know diaper bags, no nothing. They came with the clothes on their back. And there's, you know, 20, 30, 50 million of them, you know. Now, right? But these are going to be the people, guys, that come bang on your door and try to take from you what you've worked so hard to provide for your family. So I don't think it'll be the government. I don't think it'll be, you know, police officers. I think it'll be your neighbor next door that's been playing video games all day and, you know, and doesn't do anything about anything, you know, and just sits around and basically just, you know, lives off a check, gets by and doesn't do anything. And they're going to be a person that is, again, when they think it with their stomach and they never eat, they're going to be savages, guys. They're going to be absolute savage to deal with, and they will not care about unaliving you. So, you know, good luck to all these people who come in this chat and all they can think about is, you know, things that aren't, or things that aren't going to prepare them for the days that are already here. Things are getting more expensive. Food's not getting cheaper. You know, gas is moving around a little bit, but gas is still expensive. Cost of living is still extremely high. So, so that's what I would have. If I had any fear, that's what I would fear. Don't live in fear, but I would fear the people who don't have, you know what I'm saying? Because they're going to be hard to deal with. They're going to be hard to deal with. And they're not going to be thinking straight, guys. And see, so what do I plan on doing? Oh, I got Vanessa here. She's on the wall. She's on the wall because we built the wall. Hey, Vanessa, this one looks like he's diabetic. Throw him a jar of peanut butter and a spoon. Hold on. We might be able to calm him down. He might not want to come unalive us. He just looks like he's having he's in diabetic shock. Let's just not shoot him and leave a pile. You want to go pick him up, Vanessa? Deal with his body? Let's see if we can actually, maybe if we unalive him, he might actually know how to do something. We might be able to bring him into this community. Let's start him on rice. You know, get him some peanut butter, get him calmed down. Let's see, maybe we can calm him down with, I don't plan on unaliving people, guys. I plan on helping people when this goes down. So I'm not saying that everybody's going to come in front of you, but when people get as far as I am out, they're probably going to be pretty worn down. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to be. So, see the same thing. All you guys do is talk about the same thing. Mary, you've been programmed. You're an android. You either talk about drugs, being gay, or I forget what your other one is. You guys all just say the same thing. These are the people you need to worry about right here. This guy right here. That's the person you need to worry about, guys. Just point it out every time. I'm going to say that's the person you should worry about. And you should totally understand. I won't even say what they said. I'm just going to point them out every single time. You know, I'll try to always do that. Not, I don't, whatever, but be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness, yet expose them. So I'll expose to you where your enemy's at. Your enemy's not your brother and sister, like I said, that's probably prepared and has something put up for a rainy day and want to help other people and, you know, not fight with people. So anyways, please be wise and have some extra oil. You know what I'm saying? For those people that aren't prepared, guys, have some oil for yourself. But Yep, our government is the enemy. I agree with that. The government's the enemy, not most of the people in this country. Thank you. Beautiful. Cool. Outstanding. Yep. Remember the agape. Agape your neighbor like you agape your enemy. Agape your neighbor like you agape yourself. So oil is more than knowledge. Oil's a lot more than knowledge. That's just one thing that oil is. There are many ways to put up oil. So the most thing is obviously the knowledge. That's the aletheia, the Ruach HaKodesh. There's your enemy right there, guys. That's your enemy. Anybody who pledged their allegiance to a system, that's your enemy. Satan runs the world, so read God's word. Hooked on phonics worked for me. Trump ain't saving nobody. That's right. You got to save yourself, guys. Stop voting for these poly, meaning many, tick, meaning bloodsucker, politicians, meaning many bloodsuckers. They're not going to save you. The only person who could save you is yourself, and you were already saved from the foundation of the world. If you're his chosen, you were already saved. So look at that. 666, the number of man, not the beast. Oops, got that one wrong. 66 people in the room with 6 thumbs up. Yep, Christ the only way. The only way to the Father is through the Son. What am I going to use my oil for? Like I said, to feed foolish virgins, Josh. People with diabetes that are coming to try to unalive me, and I could just throw them a jar of peanut butter. That's going to be used my oil for. Which one? Phase? I'm not sure. Somebody sent me money on PayPal and it got rejected. I don't know what happened, so I'm not sure. I got a couple PayPals, but so you can see it's hard to start taking the speed up. Oil is many things. Yeah, I've had some issues. I've had some issues. I told you they can't even get my money back from CashApp. So I don't, I had a couple, like I said, I had a gentleman who sent me some money not to have to take that. I was going to take the Honda to the pawn shop, so I didn't have to sell it. I could try to get it paid back without selling my silver. Because remember, I was going to sell my silver, and I'm like, no, I don't want to sell the silver because I want this to try to trade for gravel. I want to trade this bar of silver right here for gravel. I'm hoping that one of these 2 or 3 of these guys that have gravel in this town that run gravel don't have any silver when this goes down. Okay, I'm not sure, Face, because like I said, I don't normally make a deal of thank you so much. I bless you. Because I did receive a couple, like I said, but I'm not sure. There was one that didn't come through. So I'm not sure. I've never seen it done the way before. So thank you again for everybody that's helped me out, guys. I had my wallet. I dropped my wallet and somebody picked up my wallet and spent all my money out of my Cash App card and all my money out of my credit union. And a couple people stepped up. I normally don't call people out because I know most people don't want, they know, with tithing, we're supposed to do that in secret, and many people don't. But I don't mind making a mention because I like when people help the body. We need to help each other. And we're supposed to feed the people that are giving us the meat, and not the watered down, milky doctrine. And I try to give you guys the meat. I know sometimes it's a little harder, and then this watery doctrine that most people, yeah, I was a bummer, to get robbed, but it's okay. I'm going to make it through this month. And I'm hopefully be able to get some people out here and get some people to come live cost free. You know what I'm saying? I've offered for people to come out and give them a place to live, a roof over their head, feed them, clothe them, make sure they have water, a wood stove. I'm willing to give thousands of dollars, worth of my time, my efforts, all, for no cost to somebody. So maybe that's why the Lord stepped up and helped, made sure he filled in the gap this month. So I'm hopefully gonna make it. So hopefully spring will come here because it's a nice day today, and I'll be able to sell because I have a couple landscape items that I bought, and we just had snow on the ground out here, so it's finally clearing up. But I'll be able to sell some of these things that I bought over the winter last, and a couple line trimmers and a plate compactor. I bought them from a lady for a couple $100 a piece. They're worth about $400 or $500 after being fixed. So I'll probably have to spend a little more time on them because they sit a little bit longer, but got them running top notch, and I'll sell those come springtime. So hopefully, it won't be an issue for me this month. And I never planned on having all my money taken. It is what it is. I thought for sure when I filed the police reports that I would get my money back. The guy got caught. They charged him with credit card fraud, so, but anyways, there's lots of work out here. People come out here and live out here and just live on Social Security and live like kings out here. I just don't have income. So I have to make all my own income. I got to get some wood going on this fire, guys. I can't let this burn out again. Darn it. All right, I gotta keep the fire going. So I got the wood stove going out here in the cabin. All right, guys, appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I love that I don't have to be alone, and that I have somebody that's been able to, multiple people have been able to help me get through this tough time here for me these last couple months with my hurting myself, injuring myself with that beam, working on the cabin. Yeah, it's good. Yep. The living out here is, it's because we live in the country, things are going to be more expensive, but there's ways to live out here very cheap. I pay, you're sickening, disgusting, filthy, dirty people, man. I can't stand this world. Why in the hell is it that all they do is talking about being gay and transgender? What is wrong with this world? It's gone mad. Come, Father, take this filth from this world. Filthy, disgusting. Bel was a transgender god. Satan is transgender. Bel, Satan, the horn god with breast. So, gee, I wonder why they relate to that so much. Well, I had to drop some ashes out of the wood stove. Give me a minute here. Try to get my wood stove going again here. They're island boys, because they're island boys. They're EpiPen Island boys. All right, I gotta get this fire going again. I let too much beating my gums over here with you guys. But I'll get it going again here. We got some coals in there. Some coals. It was a nice day out here at the cabin. Out here at the high desert, out here at the Rusty Cowboy. I didn't do any building inside the Rusty Dragon today, but that's all right. Like I said, I'm going to get back at it on Monday. And try to get that thing done. Who knows how much longer this, nobody knows the day or the hour. So I always prepare like it's, prepare for the worst, hope for the best, right? So don't live in fear, but yeah, yep, I get super lonely. Yeah, yeah, like I said, I'm telling you, I don't know what's going on with my account. I can't get CashApp to. They have the copies of the police reports and everything, um, six copies they've gotten, but they can't seem to get it straightened out. I really want to get off this internet thing like this, guys, because I really feel like, not the internet, but selling anything, buying and selling anything on the internet. That's why I really like to get people out here. And there's a lot of different things that could be sold out here that I can build on this property. Like I said, for example, to get a wood, a sawmill, and build little cabins. People are wanting to little cabins right now, little bug out cabins, or whatever you want to call them. Little she sheds. Those are super popular right now. Ladies want a little spot. Guys want a little man room. Things like that. Little bus stops and dog houses and all kinds of little tiny homes and stuff like that. Just smaller packages, and the woods are right up behind us here. I can 15-20 minutes you could be cutting wood. Juniper. I wanted to do a juniper. We're out here in the high desert, and we have juniper, which is super. It's amazing. And that's was what I wanted to do as my signature. Like everybody has to have their thing that they do. I was thinking I could do lots of things. That's just one of the things I thought I could do, is offer like a juniper trim package. Like all the window trim is juniper. Other things, but things like that. What I'm saying, give it a little flair. But that's just one thing. We could rent out the cabins. Somebody can make enough money, guys, out here just renting out these Skyview moonshine cabins that I'm doing. The cabins that I'm building right now were cabins that were supposed to be for the people who moved out here with me on this homestead. But now that nobody moved out here, I'm just building them out as rental. We just made the number one, it's the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. I told you guys this place is special. 2.5 million acres in Lake County has been deemed the largest dark sky sanctuary in the whole world. This is the filthy disgust, guys, right there. See what I'm saying? They have to do it. I don't know why they do it. You just see it. It's just they're disgusting, filthy people. They're triggered. So anyways, that's what I fear. I don't want to be around none of that. I won't be around none of that in the country. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody like that coming out here. And I'm not saying that, there's all kinds of people out here, but they ain't messing with nobody. People out here just want to be left alone too, guys. This is a great place to be left alone. Yep, I had 5 people here at Hip Camp the last time. 5 people out here for October 14th during Hip Camp, during the eclipse, the second eclipse. They loved it. They had a blast out here. There was 3 couples that were younger couples in their late 20s, and a couple, they brought some friends. They all kind of went in together. It was crazy. The other people knew the other people somehow, but there was 5 people who came out here, and they just absolutely loved it. Yeah, we support that. There's supposed to be a solar eclipse in April. Really? Nobody covers that better anywhere in the world than me, Morgan. Honestly, nobody's covered it in the detail that I've covered it. But all glory to the Father, and all glory to Christ Jesus for giving me the knowledge to spread on that subject. So yes, we had 5 people out because I do hip camp, but you could come out here right now, guys. Like this Rusty Dragon cabin that I'm building out right now should rent out for about $100 to $125 a night out here in the cabin. It'll have 2 hammocks outside the cabin and a telescope. And now that this made the largest dark sky sanctuary in the whole world, the largest dark sky sanctuary in the whole world is right here where I live. I live right in it. And no light pollution, out of the light belt. What a great advertising for my moonshine cabins that I have out here. So I have the Rusty Butterfly. The exterior of that building is completed. I need to finish the roof. Just a couple little things, the skylights in there. I'm working on the Rusty Dragon right now. You guys have been seeing the build out on the channel over the winter. I've been building that. That was supposed to be your cabin, not mine. And I'm in the Rusty Cowboy right now. This is the large 40-foot cabin that I built out, a couple of years ago and been living in until I can build my house, underground house that I have dug out back there. So these 3 buildings should be ready by April, May at the latest, hopefully by spring, and they should rent out for $100 to $150 a night. I have people already that want to rent them out once that I was have them come available. So that's a way to make income out here, guys. You know what I'm saying? If you had I have a 5-acre parcel out here that I pay $150 on a month. It goes through my bank. That's the money that got taken out of my bank was the money for the land payments, the credit union. And if you put a shed on that, right? Put a little shed on that. You could buy a little bully barn. I recommend doing a tractor trailer because that's how I build out my cabins. Now, I have 3 of them, that are going to build out that way. I built 2, one out of a travel trailer, like a 5th-wheel travel trailer. You can't tell it's a travel trailer. You wouldn't be able to tell with what I've done with it. It don't look anything like a travel trailer, but it still does on the inside because I haven't built the inside, but you wouldn't be able to tell from the outside that it's a travel trailer. So again, these should rent out. Yeah, I will. Once I get them all finished being built, they'll go up online. I don't think I'll have any problems renting them out at all, guys, at all. There's no rentals out where I live either. No rentals where I live, guys. No rentals. There's nowhere to rent out here. No houses, no duplexes, no tiny homes. There's nothing to rent in this valley that I live in. There's people just flooding out here now, constantly in a trickle. Not too fast, but they love it out here. Coming out in this valley, it's cheap. Building a little cabin on that 5-acre parcel, owning the gravel, the cabin, the land, the power pole, all of it. And they used to live in a big house in town, and now they love it out here. They used to live on a little 1/4-acre parcel, a big old house. Now they live on a 5-acre, 10, 20-acre parcel and a nice little quaint cabin, easy to heat, easy to cool. But I know where there's a tractor trailer right now that I could get you into for probably $2,000 that I could have pulled to this property or another property right now. That's 28 by 8 with 9.5-foot ceilings. You couldn't buy one of those 10 by 10 little she sheds for that price. So, if you had, that's your land payment, $150 a month. You could collect soda cans out here, you know what I'm saying? And make that kind of money out here. But rent it out, build the cabin take that 28-foot semi-trailer, build it into a cabin like the one I have here. You could do it all modern. You could do it all modern. You don't have to do it like I do it. My property looks like you went back and, to a John Wayne movie set or something, Bonanza. I build old, old. Everything's old. But you could do it all modern. You could turn that tractor trailer, get a bunch of windows, go to a restore and turn it all windows. Like, make it like a glass house or whatever way you'd want to do it. You do it your way. I do what I do. But you could probably rent that out for 125, 150 a night. One night is going to pay your land payment out here if you rented it out. One night. Somebody renting it out for one night. You could legally rent something out by going by their rules. I do what I want out here, but you could 10 nights a month. If you had somebody in your county, in your cabin, it's not a residence from Dubai. Nice. That's a beautiful place. I'm not into the cities, but that's a crazy city, man. I'll tell you what, Dubai. Wow. There is so much going on in that city. Holy smokes, what I think of Dubai, the things that are being built, the infrastructure that has and will and continue, and whoa. But anyways, thanks for coming in. But again, guys, my point is it's feasible for somebody to come out here, and even you wouldn't even have to come out here at this point. You could say, oh, hey, Tracy, I like what you're doing. I saw it. I want to hire you. I want to hire you to build me a cabin. Here's the property. I seen it's right down from your, build me a cabin and I'll give you a commission or something. I know I could rent that out. I got, I'll sell my house right now and fund that and still build a cabin and still have money in my account. I could sit out there, a lot of people, and just sit under the stars and love it. Man, this place is amazing. Holy crap. The whole starlight, the whole skyline turns into a sunset out here. I've never seen that before. Holy smokes, it's a full 360 sunset. Whoa. But like I said, somebody could come out here and rent out just the cabins. That's just one idea, guys. And when I get my set up, I would encourage you to do so. I've talked to a couple of people in this town and tried to encourage them. Hey, do this, guys. This is a good way to earn some extra income for you. $100 a night, you rent it out 10 times a month. That's $1,000, and I'm sure I never plan on renting them out to the people who live in this community, guys. I don't believe that anybody, I think people would, but I think that 90% of the people are going to be coming from other places. They're going to be going out to the dunes out here, and they ride out here in the dunes. We have the largest set of the Northern Hemisphere's largest set of inland sand dunes right here in Christmas Valley, Oregon. And so we get a massive amount of people who come into this area now on a larger scale, in a trickle since the COVID. It hasn't stopped. And a lot of them have $500,000 outfits between the fifth wheel, the two side-by-sides, the whatever, all that stuff. It's insane amount of money that comes out here. I don't see why any reason that some of those people go, hey, honey, let's go stop and check out those moonshine cabins over there off of, in Silver Lake. They're just a couple miles off the highway, 3 or 4 miles off the highway. Let's go check one out, stay there for the night instead of staying out at the dunes, and they park their travel trailers in here and stay in the cabin. I don't think I would rent them out to the locals. I don't plan on trying to make them a residence. Why would I could probably rent them out $500, $600, $700 a month or something to somebody out here? Why? They tear up my units, live there, bring all their animals in there. And I'm not that I haven't rented to people, but they're going to tear up my stuff for $500 at $150 a night. I only have to rent it out 3 times and I'm short $50. I rent it out 4 times. I got $100 in my pocket. Right. And I'm not going to have to deal with some tenant. Make sense? So, that's one way I think a person could generate a fair living. And that's what I'm working on doing out here, so I can get myself off of the internet, buying and selling and trading. And, and I've been forced to do this, guys, because nobody will come out here and homestead with me. So this is what God has forced me to do, because I don't have any other option. I don't get Social Security. I don't get disability. I'm a veteran. I don't get none of that. I don't make any income. And I have to buy and sell and trade and fix things up. I've bred working dogs out here, animals, pigs, goats, moon shining on the bottom versus the sides. Yeah, it doesn't match, does it, Vicky? What's going on there? How come the moonshine doesn't match where the sun is shining? Thank you for pointing that out. Oh, there it is. the opposite though, right? On the top, I remember the first time I seen that day moon do that, where the sun was down here and the moon was shining to the top. But yeah, I got a day moon. So, but doesn't that sound awesome, guys? Who would yeah, it's its own thank you. It's its own light source. Thank you for Face for saying that, because most people don't understand that. It took a long time to watch the moon for the first time that I saw, because forever and ever it lined up with the sun. But I remember the first time I'm like, wait a minute. That's not lit up. That's lit up on the wrong side. Say, wait a minute. Something. Hey, now. They'll have you believe that we landed on a light. How do you land on a light? Okay, guys. So, anyways, I'm living the dream, guys. I'm living the dream out here. I get lonely sometimes. It sucks. I hate being alone. But it's what God wants for me. So I just have to fend through this. Difficult is the path that leads to eternal life, right? We must go through tribulation. That's what the Apostle Paul says. We must go through much thlipsis to be with the Father. So we have to go through the tough times. So I feel blessed, that God, didn't let anybody come out here that could have caused me a bunch of problems. And maybe I would have had to shut down the homestead. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to have a bunch of legal problems or something like that, right? And now I don't have to deal with it. And hopefully he'll provide the right people for me. If not, I'm planning on not. I plan on nobody showing up out here. You know what I'm saying? I plan on nobody showing up. And that way, if they do, then it's from God at this point. It's not, I don't want to force anybody to come out here. And I really don't want anybody to come out here in a panic because they saw that water overlay map, went, oh my God, if that speaks out to them. I've offered people out here, come out here until after that event happens. We can sign paperwork, if your house is still there, your house is still there, if it's not, and then stay here, you'd have a place probably built by then, so the Lord is guiding me. He's making me do what I'm doing. I want to sometimes just disappear and from the world, but I keep trying to push, through this tough time and the loneliness and the isolation. But it's a blessing that I have you guys, and I still have a platform up and a voice on this platform, so I don't have to sit here and burden my dogs and be on argue with God all day. Darn it, why am I alone? why come on, you gave David 150 wives and 150 concubines. I can't even get one person on the other end of a board. I can't get one person on the end of the board. Help me, please. What did I, there's people out here that are totally successful doing the same things. These things that I keep telling people that I can't be successful. There are people who are doing this. I know this can be done. I know what I'm doing is the right thing. You know what I'm saying? I know this is the right thing. Community is the right thing. I'm not wrong for wanting to build a community. We need a community to survive. People can only survive short term. You won't survive long term. You need a community to survive long term and then to thrive. Remember, I need somebody to have my back, for a minute, somebody to hold the board if I need to. Just like this, I just need you to hold it there. So it keeps falling down. I have to keep picking the wind, keeps blowing it down. If I had just one person to hold it, would just change my whole life sometimes, guys. Just that's all I need. Just hold it right there like that. Falls down, the wind blows, break. I'm busting my hip, guys, because the 400-pound beam fell down and I held on to it like an idiot, and I was madder than piss at God, because I tried to have my son come out. He couldn't make it. And then I tried to have other people come out, and nobody did. And so I got mad at God, and I'm fine with him now, but it was between me and God. It's things like that. I finally start feeling a little better, and the water tank falls on me on the same hip, because I didn't have anybody because I'm so a minimalist. Instead of draining the water out with the 8 inches in it, I tried to get it off by myself, and it pinned me down. And, as soon as I got better, bam, I was down, pinned on the ground again. And, oh, thank you, God, after climbing out from underneath the, what I'm saying, the ICBM tank, I don't know how much that was, but it was a lot of weight, pinned myself down on that, and I'm like, you're just never going to send anybody, huh? And I do this big, huge things. I can't just go get a little cabin and not try to build a homestead. And, why do I need to try to build 5 cabins out here? Because I wanted to try to have 4 or 5 people out here with me, so I didn't have to do all the lifting myself, so people could actually cut each other's costs down. You know what I'm saying? So the cost was minimal. If the land payment's $500 and 2 people can go in on it, that's $250 a piece. You start dividing it down or whatever. I'm not asking for money. I'm just saying it just divides the load. It's okay. There are people who are successfully doing it, guys. So it's God. God doesn't want me to do it. If God didn't want me to hurt myself, and being in the intense pain that I've been in, I've been in more pain in the last 2-3 months than I've been in the last almost 20 years. I've really hurt myself extremely, and I'm feeling better now, but I really injured myself pretty bad. But it's not what God didn't want, and I thanked him for it. I'm like, God, you want me to be in all this pain when it's taken me 30 minutes to put my boots on? I'm like, God, if you didn't want me to be in this pain, you wouldn't. Somebody would have been on the other end of that board. So I'm okay. It's between me and God, and I feel confident that in time, if he will provide the people that he wants here, it's not about me. I'm really starting to see the bigger picture this morning. I was really starting to see, sad. Yeah. So yeah, it was my sciatica and my hip this time, like I said, because I've had my hips hurt before, but I busted my hip. I know I did. And I called my son. He's like, you're just going to go to the doctor and they're going to try to give you pills, and you're going to refuse the pills, and you're going to waste your time like you always do. You won't have surgery. Last time, remember, Dad, I was in there. They're like, if you don't stop doing this, you're going to break your back again, and you're never going to be able to walk. You got about 6 months, and you're going to be laid up. And that was 12 years ago. So I remember my son freaking out, oh my God, Dad, he said you're not gonna be able to walk, and and I ended up having to leave the state because my son got so worried that I wasn't gonna be able to walk, and I was gonna have surgery, and it was, and he wasn't gonna be able to play football with me. And his dad, he really was tough on him, and I ended up even leaving the state because he was so, and I didn't they scheduled me for back surgery. I'm like, nope. Not letting you cut on me. I'm a single dad. I got no way to take care of my kid. You guys won't give me the Social Security that I paid into the system. Now, I'm not trying to get a check. I don't get any child support. I've been raising him now for 5 years without any child support. I don't get any money from his mom. I have 0 income. I can't just lay down. I work for myself, and I have to keep working. I had a landscape company at the time I owned. And I had to shut that landscape company down, actually. And yeah, so always something with me, always a difficult path. It's never easy. And a lot of the times it's just alone, just by myself. So, but if he wants the people, he will provide for me, I'm sure, this time. And yeah, no, there's times I had to draw. Like I said, I was really worried. I had to call my son because I was having a hard time getting out of my lofted bed. That I lived up in a lofted bed, and I'm like, son, I can't hardly get up there, and I think I'm gonna get stuck, and I'm not gonna be able to reach over and call my phone, and the cats and the dogs are gonna eat me, and you're gonna come out here, and I'm not gonna be here. I'm just gonna be bones because I just don't talk to anybody, and that's what I told him. I was like, I'm kind of upset with God, and if you don't see me produce a video in every 3 days, I want you to call me because I'm not doing good at all. I told him I was really bad back then. So, But I feel better now. My hip is probably, instead of 11 pain that I was in, I'm about 7 or 8, and I could live with 7, 8. I already told everybody I could live with 7, 8 pain. I lived with 7, 8 pain since I broke my back when I was in the military. I broke my back in a car accident. I recently think I've injured my hip out here and broke my hip. So I've been able to break things and not have surgery and push and power through them. But the sciatica is what was killing me. The sciatica was so bad. It never been. Yeah, I had tender spots that I've never had. Just things. Why would I care about? Who cares about pretendants? They're mass murderers and drug dealers. Lewis, presidents are mass murderers. Presidents are mass murderers. Think about it. They're mass murderers. They're mass murderers that you vote for. Either this mass murder or that mass murder, because they lead all the militaries and get to murder people for, because they're the president, right? Makes sense? So all of them are mass murderers, and all of them don't care about the people. None of them, not in any of our lifetimes. There's nobody on this earth that's seen a president that's cared about the people. So they don't care about you. They care about lining all their buddies' pockets and making sure that all their donors donate to all their, campaign funds and all this, so they can just keep getting all their tax exempt offshore, foundations, so they can launder all their, they're all millionaires in Congress now, so yeah, they just take all our money and launder it, give it to other countries. Have you ever seen any other country that taxes the living snot out of their citizens and sends it to America? Is there another? Oh, hey, the fire lit up there. Have you ever seen another nation that taxes the piss out of their citizens and sends checks to America? So all right, let me throw another wood on here, and I'll what time is it? It might be puppy time, guys. Yeah, text 6 times before it gets to your account. Oh yeah, it's puppy time. Oh, look at the little pitadurros hanging out with the dad. They're all sitting here with the dad. You guys can't see him, but this is my little sweet pea. This is Juniper, speaking of Juniper. This is Juniper girl. She's the one that I love. She's the only girl that I have. Imagine being the only girl on this farm. Are you the only girl? You're the only girl, huh? Oh, that's the sweet pea that I love. My sweet pea. She's my sweet pea. So I call her Sweet Pea. Isn't she a sweetie? She's such a sweetheart. She's just not going to be very big. She's not a forever kitty, but she's not very big. Her brother's bigger than her. Her brother is. Are you in here, Donald McNugget? Donald's my Agent Orange kitty. Palestine and Israel are both atrocities. They're both committing atrocities. I rebuke Israel. I rebuke Palestine. Wasn't expecting that, huh? I know she's the only girl out here. All boys. She's the only, so I treat her like a queen. I tell her all the time, you're the only girl that I have. She's a sweetheart. She sleeps with me at night. She comes up and she's so sweet. She jumps up on the ladder, because to get up on the ladder, and she'll come over near me, and she gets right in my face. She's never ever once licked me. She's never taken her tongue out and licked me, but she gets right in my face, and then I'll grab her and I'll give her a kiss and give her, oh, you're such a good girl. And she goes and makes one more lap around my head and then goes down by my feet and lays down. She got a little routine. So she's really a sweet kitty. when she's not outside, because sometimes she stays outside. They can go outside too, but when she's inside, she sleeps with me. The other kitties sleep on the nice. Yeah. She's a good girl. She's a really sweet kitty. She's got a good demeanor, and without my animals out here, guys, I would go crazy. You know, I need them. I wouldn't be here if I didn't have my animals. So my animals are keeping me here. They're literally, my son thinks I'm nuts. He's like, Dad, if you didn't have animals, you'd be all over the world right now. So, hey, you guys want to help me go all over the world? You guys want to help me so I can take a vacation? I've been working on this homestead for 6 years straight without a break. 6 years I've been working on this homestead. 6 years ago, my own blood came and took everything from me, everything I've ever worked for. So I started all over from scratch again with no income, with nothing but a tent, and started all over again. And look at what I have out here now. 5 cabins at 150 foot storm shelter, or 50-foot storm shelter. Well, 50 feet with the house, cabin all hold up. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Want to come out here and watch this homestead? Somebody with some worth and somebody that's actually got some integrity, a backbone. Maybe let me go take a vacation for a couple months. I'll come back. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I like. Again, I like to have some people here so I can go on the road for a little bit and take a vacation, come back. You're here to troll people? Uh-oh. Go to sleep's normally trolling people, but not now. All right, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of trolls on YouTube for sure. Definitely a lot of hook, line, and sinker out on here for sure. Let me feed these animals. I can shut this stream down unless you guys just want to hang out. Thanks for coming in and joining me. Listen to my rant. I hope you guys are inspired to do something about again, homesteading is, I've been successful at doing it by myself. I just haven't been successful at doing it with anybody to make it easier for me, you know, and easier on anybody else. Again, I'm trying to build a zero cost living lifestyle where I don't have any cost, zero cost. All my costs are nothing. I don't have any cost. As a matter of fact, I just start making money every month because I have abundance, you know. If it's just a little bit, maybe a little extra money on some rabbits we had that were too, you know, an extra sawmill package that, you know, just little things, you know, that I could not even need money, but still actually function with some kind of money. But meaning you don't need all the money that most people need. So I'm getting there personally, guys. Like a source of water. I have a well drilling kit. I can drill my own well. I got my own heat sources. I got 4 or 5 wood stoves. You know, I'm independent. I live off the grid. I personally don't need anything other than my land payments at this time. The car insurance to keep insurance. So if I smash into you, I don't even keep insurance for myself. I keep insurance if I smash into you. So other than that, just the basics, you know, like I said, I'm not a person that needs a bunch of money. I'm not sure why people think they need all this extra lifestyle, but maybe you do. Maybe that's, you need the ivory towers, you need all the glamour, the Broadway, the big city lights. But I'm a minimalist. Like, I'm serious. I could come live in your guys' closet. Get out of the closet, but I could come live in like a quarter of your, you know, closet and not even take up any space. I'll do your dishes for you. I won't be in your way. You will never have to pick up a thing after me. You know, I don't go to somebody's house and, you know, be a burden. I'm going to try to be a blessing. I'm not going to, you know, so I kind of live like a minimalist, you know, so to speak. So, you know what I'm saying? That's if I'm in somebody else's house. So, you know, the way I live is completely different. I don't need a lot. So I don't know what it is that people need, you know. If I have right now having the internet and be able to speak to my body on here has been the biggest blessing to me, because the materium just seems to be getting in the way at this point. It's more of a burden, you know, because when you don't have anybody to share your blessings with, You know what I mean? It's hard to like, I want to help people, man. Why did you give me all this land and all this abundance and not be able to share it with anybody? So that's my struggle. Okay. My struggle is I can't share. So um, I know we all have our struggles, and that's a horrible thing because some people would love to have what I have. And I remind myself that stop being such a sissy, Tracy. People would die to have you what you got. Yeah, but they want to be alone. They're fine with being alone. They're fine with not having. I want a community. I just can't be that person, guys, that can just live alone. You know what I'm saying? Um, no, I can make hot water. I have a hot water heater. Demand installed a Camp Chef hot water heater inside the stand-up shower. Behind this wall right here is a stand-up slate shower with an on-demand Camp Lux hot water on-demand heater. Only used it twice since it's been installed for 3 years. I heat up buckets of water on the stove and take a 5-gallon bucket and pour water over my head. Wash myself and pour water over my head because I don't want to waste all that water. But sure, I got on demand. I got a on demand hot water heater for you. I got 3 on demand hot water heaters out here. I do. I got 3. See, I got one for you, and I got a wood stove for you, and I got a charger controller for your solar panels. I got a solar panel. The first person out here gets a turbine. I have another turbine too. That the little fix the end of it, the little cap came, but got a turbine so that you can make all your own power. See, you're already making power. There goes your electric bill. Wood stove, there goes your heat bill. Gone. Don't worry, I don't want rent from you. I ain't asking no rent. You can help, whatever, do a work trade or something, You don't have no cost out here like that. You know what I'm saying? We don't need costs, guys. I've got most of the costs taken care of. I actually moved out here, like I said, 10 years ago, and 5-6 years ago, my own blood came and took everything from me after 15 years of trying to collect and put all together to do what I'm doing today. So cool. All right, Diana, thank you for coming in. Hey, look, guys, as Diana is my witness, Diana, will you stand for just one more second? You know what I'm saying? Diana, how long have you seen me do this? Diana, how long have you seen me throw myself like this on the internet and to ever ask a dime from anybody? Diana's been following me since one of the first followers on TikTok for a year at least, right, Diana? I've been putting the same message out. Have I ever asked a dime for anybody? The same message I've been putting out, right? She followed me. Diana Lynn, one of my first followers over there on the TikTok platform that picked up that I seem to connect with. And I've even friends with them on Facebook, and I'm not friends with nobody on Facebook, but I'm sure Diana will be a testament that, you guys, this is genuine. I'm not trying to just do this I've been trying so hard for a long time to get people to come join me. So I'm not just saying this, but anyways, you can go back and look at my videos, look at my live streams. You'll see, this isn't something that, I'm not trying to, I think I pushed myself a little too hard. So now I need to let it happen organically. Like I said, I did at one point in time over there on TikTok. I'm like, hey guys, I got to slow down. I think I can invite anybody come out here, and that could be a problem. Somebody could come out here and cause something nefarious for everybody else. That's not what I want to happen. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. So God will provide the people. That's what I'm saying, guys. I need people. I need bodies. I want people who want to, don't want to pay a bunch of extra, that don't want to worry about a smart meter. That they don't want to be smart metered, and they don't want to be policed and governed and ruled and taxed and all those things. They want to be ungovernable, right? And untaxable. Remember, be untaxable, guys. Be untaxable. That's awesome. You want to pay land taxes? My taxes were $93 on this property for this 20 acres. How much did you pay last year? If you split it with me, you would have paid $45 in taxes. I paid, twice that much. So whatever. That math was off, my bad. But anyways, there we go. When communities come together, guys, you cut down your costs. Okay, you get your costs down to pretty much zero. So let me feed my animals. And we can pause the stream if you want, or I can come back on here. That's up to you. I'll see what you guys want. You guys just want to hang out and talk amongst yourself, maybe about how close are you to the city to get supplies? I'm 12 miles, Charles, from the little town that's got a hardware store, a parts store, 2 places to get hardware, feed store, 2 grocery stores, little town, you know, but Tractor Supply, you know, it's 12 miles away, you know, and I'm about 100 miles from a Walmart. You know, I got to live away from the big city, but in a country town far enough away from, I feel like I don't think too many people will get out here. When things break down, I think they're going to shut the gates on the cities and nobody's going to get to the country like they think. So personally, that's the way I think it'll go down. I'll just have to worry about the people within this community. But most people who live in the country, they've got supplies. They live in the country. They don't have the convenience of the city. You know, go to the Dutch Brothers, go to the McDonald's. They need to go and stock up because we live out here in the country. Most people have a good supply of food out here. You know, in the country, you stock up more than you do. If it's a lifestyle. So, all right. Somebody said FaZe wants to go ahead and just pause it. Okay. Yeah, I can garden out here. It's all here, guys. This place is, I mean, it's got its issues just like everybody else and any place else, but this place is absolutely a gem. Like I said, it just made the largest in the world, the largest 2.5 million acre dark sky sanctuary in the world, in the whole wide world. The whole wide world. I'm gonna send it out to the whole wide world. Look at that slide. This thing takes a big chunk. Look at that big piece of wood. Man, this is a good wood. I got this Arrow wood stove, guys. This thing takes a big monster piece of wood. You fat biggie. Heck yeah. All right. I almost feel like I want to make another cup of coffee. We gotta feed the mules. I know, that'll feed the mules. Bye. All the kittens are inside. All the kitties are inside. And the puppets. All right, that'll be. I know you guys are hungry, huh? Hungry boys, hungry kids. Hungry kids. Hungry kids. Oh, hey. I got a little more coffee in there. I didn't know that. Hey. Hey, get out of the kitchen, kittens. Stay here, Tiger. You stay in the kitchen. All right, we made some puppy gravy and some kitty gravy. Oh, kitty gravy. Puppy gravy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, that's my kids. All right, for the biggest doggy, biggest guy that I ever did have. It's the biggest guy. Oh, for the kittens? Oh, good kittens. Oh, that's my good kids. You guys were good kittens today. That's for the boy, for the pets, for the other boy. All right, yeah. Warm some of this coffee up here. That's gonna warm that up. Is that good dinner for the kids? Is that good dinner for the puppets? You guys are good boys today. You guys were good boys today. Good boys. Good kid and girl. You guys were good kids. Good kids at the farm. Here's your good kids. Laying in the sunshine. I seen you laying in the sunshine, puppy. I seen you up on the hay bales earlier today. You were laying on the hay bales, huh? Yes, you were. Doggy was soaking up the sun. Doggy was in the sunshine. I know. Him loves the sun, huh? Him loves the sun. All right, I'm heating up some coffee. One over there. Nice. Yeah, become your own power company. Become empowered. Let's let you look at the power while we're heating up coffee. That should be you. Now, I got a stupid simple system, guys. People have thousands and thousands. Mine is like just simple, very, but it works. I mean, my batteries are so full right now. Oh, yeah. My batteries, they don't. Yep. Filled to the max. Batteries are full. I don't use very much power, though. On the whole white world.
Like sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives.
It's a regular soap opera up in here, huh? Does anybody still watch those things, soap operas? Is that even a thing anymore? I don't know. I threw my television out a long time ago. Soap opera. These are the days of our lives. We're saying how old we are now, huh? Yeah. As the world turns, we got all the sands in the hourglass. So are the days of our lives. Yeah, you don't need a dude. You need a real man. Need a man with some calluses on his hands, right? A man that could build you a cabin in a storm shelter. Yeah, I could build small engines. This guy. Can't remember where I got this from. Yeah, those are calluses. Every one of those is a callus. I work hard, but I try to take care of myself. Calluses on the left hand too, not just the right hand, but the left hand. Gotta use both hands. Gotta use both hands out here. This ain't a one-handed job. What are you doing? What are you talking about? Leave him alone. Whoa, what happened there? We're all blue. What is that? You see that? What happened to my color? What's going on here? Oh my goodness. CashApp just sent me a thing that says, what is that? Some kind of filter or something? What's going on there? You guys see that? What's up with that? Why does that look all blue? Are you feeling blue? Let's see. Hold on. This is that a filter? Oh, I think I turned the filter on. Uh-oh, now how do I turn it off? Okay. There we go. My bad. I don't know what happened. I don't know what this, I didn't turn that on. I don't know how it did. It did. It was a filter. I was like, hey, that's some kind of filter. No, you don't get no filtered me. You got to deal with the real me. I don't do filters. You get the real me or nothing. I ain't trying to be animated or filtered, policed or governed, taxed. Mandated. You can't mandate with me. I don't go on dates with men. So you can't mandate me. I don't follow codes or ordinances either. Come on, Pats. Don't start out the door. Good boy. I don't need police, okay? So don't try to police me. Yeah, you don't need to police me. I can police myself. How about you police yourself and I'll police myself? Heck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I don't go on dates with men, so I'm not following your mandate. All right. Fire's going. Right? You go on dates with men? I don't go on dates with men, so I'm following your mandate. Sorry, I'm not a corporation. Or codes. I don't follow codes. I'm not worried about the FBI, Charles. The FBI is a low man. That's the Federal Bureau of Imbeciles, and they have no authority over me. They're just a corporation. I'm a man. I'm born of this corrupt dust of the land. And I will go back to this corrupt dust of this land and soil. Came from the soil, and I'll go back to the soil. They don't have any authority. The FBI has no authority over me. They're just a alphabet soup agency. If you let them have authority over you, they will. God will judge you by the law you go by, but they don't. That's not law to me. Remember, I don't go on dates with men. I don't follow mandates. I don't follow codes or ordinances or alphabet soup agencies. Nobody said the N-word. Stop it. Don't sit there and spread lies. You're a liar. You do the works of your father, the devil. Sit there and come in there and spread lies. Maybe nobody better said that in the chat. Don't do racism in here. Take your racism somewhere else. I don't do races. I don't do races. One race, the human race. I don't see color. I see race, human race, not races. God didn't create races. God created one race, the human race. Stop acting like an animal. Act with some humanity. Oh, yeah. The human race. All this nonsense, borders and walls and towers, ivory towers. We know what God thinks about building towers and walls and borders, don't we? What are you guys doing? You guys are silly. In and out, in and out. Oh, shut that door all the way. Shut that door all the way. Don't let the cold in. Don't let the cold in. Already got some hot coffee. Hot coffee. Yeah, they're going to build a third temple. Remember, the third temple is not a physical temple. They'll build a physical temple, but that's not the third temple. Apostasy. Well, but God's temple will not be physical. We're under a spiritual doctrine, brothers and sisters, a spiritual testament. You fall for the flesh, you fall for the physical, you failed the will, the new living will and test of your faith, the testament. Thanks for coming in, guys. That's right. Your body is a temple. That's what he told us. The Most High does not dwell in temples made by hands. Christ in you, brothers and sisters. Christ in you. We have an outer man and an inner man. It is Christ in you. It's the flesh that wants to sin. Christ cannot sin. He is blameless. Cut it off. Cut off the flesh. Spiritually, brothers and sisters, circumcise it. Cut it off. Deny self. What an amazing time to be alive. What an amazing time to be a witness to these days. So you believe in the Old Testament? I believe that he made a new living will, and it's a lost and forgotten. It's old. No, it's new. And it's forgotten. It's called the New Testament. So he didn't come to abolish the law. He fulfilled the law. There are still laws that we have to go by in the Old Testament, right? Or it's not, he didn't abolish the law. He fulfilled the law. And he made amendments to that testament, the old, and made a new, living, in blood, bride price he paid. He was the testor of that will, correct? At the testor, he made those amendments, paid that price, the bride price that he paid in blood for those that he will call out in that book at the wedding feast of the lambs. The bride price, in blood, the flesh he paid so that we do not have to fall under the flesh. He told us, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood. Wrestle not against flesh, brothers and sisters. Wrestle not against self. That's your biggest enemy in this world. You on the other end of the screen, me, self. I'm my biggest enemy. You're your biggest enemy. Idolatry is what he calls it in his book. Latrio, porneia in the Greek. Latrio is to serve, idol, to see, to serve what you see. Good, bad, right, wrong. Got the devil. Everyone has a choice. What choice do you choose? You either choose self, which is called self-will, or agape, walk and follow in the commandments of God. 2 John 6, God's will. I'm not asking you if you phileo me, Peter. Do you love me? Do you agape me? Hallelujah. Who do you love? Right? He doesn't care if you have affections for the things of this world. You like Ford. You like Chevy. You like Android. You like iPhone. Do you love me? Do you love me, Peter? That's what he was asking. Do you agape me? 2 John 6. Are you walking and following in my commandments? Once again, who do you love? What a blessing. What a blessing. All glory to the Father. Thank you guys for coming in. Appreciate it. I call this live stream, you reap what you sow. It's very important, guys. I hope you're sowing good seeds out there, and you're sowing them on good, fertile ground. You know, you can throw those seeds down, but if you throw them on rocky ground, you know what I'm saying? You can't expect good yield, correct? You know, I hope that you've found fertile ground, and that your place that you are is, and you're sowing the right seeds. Because remember this, the enemy, again, you reap what you sow. Remember when the nation went to sleep, the enemy, did you go to sleep? The enemy comes sow seeds amongst you, right? When you were sleeping, remember what his word says. right? So the seeds that are sown among us, those are our brothers and sisters too, so to speak, right? Wheats and tares. So please be careful. You know, there is enemy is sowing seeds amongst us right now. Those that are sleeping, right? That's why he tells you don't go to sleep, right? Don't go to sleep. He wants to find you awake. He tells you don't go to, he doesn't mean get some rest and go to bed. People are, this guy's always on. Do you ever sleep? Yeah, I sleep 3 or 4 hours. I'm good. 2, 3 hours, 4 hours. I don't need to sleep 8 hours. That's right. The devil's been kicking your butt for years, Charles, because the devil's not down here trying to mess with people who are going to hell. The devil's wise. He's not a fool. Remember, you must be wise as a serpent. The devil is down here with getting on the people who are trying to, you know, blotting out. There'll be a blotting out of the handwriting of ordinances. There'll be a blotting out of those who add or take away from that book. Careful, brothers and sisters. It's not a for sure thing. God creates goats and vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world, and he creates vessels of mercy. Those who that have their names called out in that book of life, but also warns you there'll be a blotting out of the names that are in that book of, yep, careful, brothers and sisters. Don't get complacent. Be wise. Make sure you have your lamps trimmed back. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Don't go too hard in the paint there. Like a marathon, pace yourself. You know, the end is nigh, but pace yourself. Look around. Yeah, we got to let the wheat and the chaff grow together. It's tough. I know. It's hard to watch. But remember, he gave us that insurance, that assurance. He does that to me often. No, Satan can destroy. He can create. Satan, God creates all things, but allows the devil to come down here and have his will. This world was given unto Satan. Even though God creates all things, yes. Satan just doesn't destroy. Satan gets to perform all the same miracles and wonders. You are sadly mistaken, Stephen. Sadly, sadly mistaken. Perform all the same miracles and wonders is not right. So it's a mirror. Yes, a Giannis. As is above, so is below. So, but he does a good job at planting that seed of doubt, which creates that destruction of self. No, Stephen, you think you're being a little too philosophical, and your word is an apostasy to the word of God. So I try to stop with your philosophy in here and take it back to the word. The devil is obviously can perform all the same miracles and wonders as Christ. I think you need to go back and read the word of God again. You're forwarding his word. You're perverting it. Twisting it. That's the Hebrew word for to. He said, you're forwarding it. You're forwarding my word. And don't forget, it ain't some little leotarded devil with pokey horns, the little kitty devil and a pointing tail. There's a third of the angelos messengers down here with Satan, the adversary, the apostasy, the opposition to God. Not just one daemonion, distributor of lies, but a third that were cast and fell from grace. Wasn't just Barack Obama, I saw lightning fall from heaven. It was a third, remember? Careful, and they're wise. They're not down here messing with people who are already going to hell. The devil's wise, not foolish. He tells us you must be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. Yeah, he knows the book better than 99.999999999% of Christians. Oh, yes, he does. Oh, yes, he does. Oh, yes, they do. Let's keep it real. God creates vessels of mercy too, brothers and sisters. Remember, those that'll have their names called out in that book of life. And that's what the devil is here to do, to try to get that blotting out. That blotting out. It's the devil down here working on his elect. Devil ain't trying to go mess with people who are already going to hell. Remember, he's wise. He don't waste time. His devil time says he knows his time is short. I could be down here trying to mess with people already hell bent, right? Be wise, brothers and sisters. Be wise. Have your loins girded. Be heading in his direction. He wants you to find, he's your compass. He's your treasure in this world. Be in it, but be not of it. The devil's always going to be there to try to give you that temptation. Be the first one to answer. Yeah. Step in front of that prayer, if you will. Give you the easy answer. God makes you earn everything if you think about it. Difficult is the path that leads to eternal life. Narrow, straight is the gate. Wide and easy is the path. Broad is the way that leads to hell. He don't make nothing easy. The devil likes to step in front of prayer, brothers and sisters. I didn't learn this till about 10 years ago. I learned this about a decade ago. That if you get an easy answer in prayer, that's the devil answering your prayer. he Most High never going to give you anything without suffering. We must go through much tribulation, the Apostle Paul said, to be with the Father. He said through his apostle Matthew, who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves, take up their cross daily. Does that sound like easy? Nah, yeah, see, everything is difficult. God makes us earn it. The devil wants to make it easy for us. Correct? He steps right in front of your prayer. Yes, he does. Yes, he steps right in front of that prayer, doesn't he, when you're asking for prayers? Because God already knows what you want. Why do you even pray? Why are you even praying to God? He wrote all things. He creates all things. He already knows why you're even praying. So the devil loves to step in front of prayer. Repetitive prayer, long prayers. Yes, he does. That's not how God's prayer works either, does it? Thy kingdom, thy will be done. If you were to pray like this: Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. In heaven, give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive us our debtors, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory, now and forever. Hallelujah. Shalom. Amen. You don't like long, repetitive prayers. And pray not like the heathen. So you better believe the devil's in there to step right in between that prayer, you and God. If you answer, go ahead and ask him for the wrong thing. Let's see. I'm sure God will allow him to do it, right? I remember my son came to me. He's like, Dad, the devil made a deal with God. We live in Satan's world. That he's like, he lets him do this, Dad. See, you figured it out, huh? He's pretty young when he figured that out, guys. Devil gets to run this playground down here. There'll be a blotting out in that book, just as he blotted out the handwriting of ordinances, once written on tables of stone, now sprinkled with that blood of the Lamb on the fleshy tables of our hearts. Don't fall for the flesh, brothers and sisters. That's a good way to get your name blotted out of that book of life, the Lamb's book, the one who paid that, the sacrificial lamb. Careful. Wants to find your post, right? Your head dress, your address, right? Who's your house marked with the blood of the lamb, right? Your headdress, your address, your post, like Passover, and he will pass over. Not crackers and grape juice, brothers and sisters, but they ate the Passover lamb. Pretty interesting. Seems like it's nothing new under the sun here. Like we're in the same time, except for we don't literally, it's not literal blood, it's spiritual blood that our head, our post, our house is supposed to be marked, our address, our headdress, the post on our headdress, right? Marked with the blood of the lamb. Sealed, right? Washed, clean, spotless, white garment with that blood when he returns. Spiritual blood, brothers and sisters. Don't fall for the flesh. That's our weakness. It always has been. God knows it. That's why he keeps flooding this earth, obviously, bringing the fire over and over. It's that Canaanite. Remember the Apostle Paul? I have that outer man. Okay, just doesn't want to stop sinning. That's why he tells us to circumcise the flesh, cut it off. Christ in you, let it grow. Let him grow inside you and become less and less and less and less a self. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up your cross daily, and follow after me. What a beautiful time, guys. What a beautiful time. I feel such a similar resonance in this age, in this time, again, of the things that I've spoken with you about, these celestial markers. And here we are again. This 10-24-24 celestial alignment. We're coming right back into that time of Christ when the temple is destroyed. And Nebuchadnezzar surrounded the nation of Israel and then destroyed that nation, plowed every building into rubble, and then sowed salt into the land. Here we are again in that same celestial alignment. We're a couple hundred days away from it again. We've already seen the Star of Bethlehem, already seen the Shiloh sign, saw the Revelation sign, 12 sign, the Revelation 13 sign, the tetrad blood moons. Don't fall these fake eclipses, but a foreshadowing of what's to come, to be a witness of this age, in this day, in this. I don't know. They don't like you. They don't want you to know that, eh? 2,600 years ago. Here we are, back to the future. 88, right? 88. You got to go 88 miles an hour to go back to the future. Yep. Put it in your gematria calendar. Donald John Trump equals 828. 88. That's right. Mr. 88 himself, Mr. Duality, Mr. 777. It's all going by the numbers. So I hope you're ready for these times. We're going to have some very interesting times ahead, guys. I believe the Lord has his plans for all of us. You reap what you sow. You reap what you sow. So think about all the parables that we have in Scripture. Think about all the Scripture that was written about sowing seeds and how many different times that it speaks about, you know, these are agricultural signs that I tell you about, you know, the parable of the fig tree, grafted into the vine. All these things are biblical and agricultural signs, not just celestial markers and celestial signs, but he gives us so many markers and so many signs other than just his word, spiritual and biblical. We should see it in the heavens. We should see it in the earth. There'll be stars in the sun and the moon, right? There'll be signs in that stars, right? There will be signs all around us. If you're paying attention, to be quite obvious where we live right now. You will not be fooled, like it does today in his book, that the elect will not be fooled. And they will know the time, because they will be, as the Apostle Paul said, they will see the day approaching. So, and it's because he leaves these celestial markers and these biblical markers and these agricultural markers for us, so that we could be wise and not foolish. So it'll be found burning bright when he returns, and we are headed in the right direction and not back buying oil when everybody else, is going to the wedding feast. You're going to find yourself going to the store to buy, fighting people for toilet paper, right? So be wise. Put up extra oil. Try to put up that extra knowledge while you can right now. You could truly use this time to double check, triple check all the tools I think about. I was really thinking about that earlier today, about how many tools that I use on the internet to study with, some of these lexicons and stuff that I've been able to get access to, some of the missing concordances and that I don't have, that I have been able to obtain, that I study from. Those could all go away overnight. This tech system, this beast panopticon electric grid system that we live in is, I believe, is going to change very soon. And I don't think it's going to disappear. They need that to go into the future. I'm not predicting the end of the world. I think we have quite some time before that happens, years away from the end of the world, but not a day or the hour. I don't like picking dates, but we have some very interesting, long, days ahead. And I believe that's why he says in his word that if he did not shorten the days, that no flesh would survive. So we live in some pretty interesting days as we live. And I have spoken of this before on this platform and on the TikTok platform. I hope you understand that you live in the days where Christ spoke about thousands of years ago. And each one of these days is that day. We are in that day right now. We are in Revelation. We are in the age of Aquarius. We've come out of the age of deception. We've left the age of Pisces. We're now in the age of Aquarius. The firmament declares his handiwork. The heavens declared. We have already left the age of Pisces. And Oligos, just a fraction of the world, even understands or even knows that we're in this age of the lifting of the veil, the removal of the lies that have been put over this nation and over the whole world by the Catholic Church, by all the adding of their holidays and their pagan traditions to the calendar, their perversion of the calendar, turning it from a 360-day calendar to match their pagan calendar with their lunar calendar, to make what is known as the Gregorian. A perversion of the calendar is what it is. Perverted it forwarded it so bad, twisted it so they had to add a leap year just to try to keep it all in line so they could celebrate their perverted and satanic pagan traditions of men to match this. And this is the time that people lived in. And again, if he put celestial markers up there for times and for seasons, I would hope that people have already caught on by now that we are, they've already forwarded and perverted the calendar and time, and have people living in a time where they don't even understand the days and the age they live in. That's because 99% of the world, like I said, still thinks we live, or not even aware, or doesn't even care what age they live in. But very few people understand that we do live in this age of Aquarius, in the age of Revelation, the age of Apocalypse. That is the removal of the cover. There are people, very few though, who understand that the Catholic Church perverted and changed the calendar. And it was the addition to these Roman pagan holidays, this perversion of this church today is a blending of Christianity and paganism. And it's not hidden anymore. And there are many, not many as a whole, but there are many coming to these truths, because we live in this age now where the devil can't hide these truths anymore. It's all being exposed. The truth has always been standing there for all along. It's just been covered up for 2,000 plus years of deception. Because remember, there was no Halloween, or there was no Christmas, or there was no Valentine. Well, there were pagan festivals similar to those, but they were not in Scripture. These were all added and celebrated by the Catholic Church, and the perversion of the calendar, and the perversion of the actual word, and the blending with the 300 men that made, what we know as the modern day translation. 150 Catholics, 150 Christians, the Edict of Toleration sat down, and the canonization. There's a lot of history behind what we here know today, but most of it has been perverted and twisted and changed and translated. So he doesn't make it easy, I believe, for his elect to find these things. He asks you to seek them. He asks you to ask and you shall receive, seek and you shall find. And he will show you these things, but he's not going to put them in plain sight where most people see them. That's why he puts them in parables and idioms, so that those with eyes to see can see them, and the whole world misses it. So it isn't very many people who've come to these truths right now, brothers, sisters, but there has been quite an awakening since we've come into this new age. If you look around, the devil can't hide this truth any longer. And that's the age that's so blessed that we live in now. If you understand that we've left the age of deception, and we're in the age of revelation, and we're in the age of the apocalypse. And that is the age where the cover that was put over by the churches, all these churches that have perverted the true gospel, the true aletheia, the truth that was not holidays and traditions of men, and all this marrying truth to a lie, and the deception that's in everything now. Everything is perverted. The whole world has been turned upside down on its head. And he tells us that if we were to be able to see those things, we must be as esteemed as the potter's clay. We must turn their works upside down. So we don't live in a heaven on earth. We don't live in heaven on earth. We live in Satan's world. This world was given unto him. And we need to make sure we're wearing that armor, and we don't fall for these distributors of lies, and especially we don't distribute lies to ourselves, and become idolaters, and not follow the Shem, the name, the authority, the agape, his love, his law, as he commands in 2 John and 6. And it's easy to fall for the flesh, and he warns us about that. So please armor up, because right now we don't live in a world where it's easy, but you do live in an age of revelation, and you do live in the age of apocalypse. And I have been trying to send that warning out now for some time, that you don't live in the 1800s, 1600s, where it would take you on foot a whole day to hear a man teach or speak of some of these words that I'm speaking now. And half a day on horseback, and we have it all at our fingertips right now. And again, so I would encourage you to get as much information as you can now, while we still have this electric panopticon system, this, that is enslaved, the masses, because there's still some, not freedom, but there's still things out there at your fingertips that you can get access to, before they go away. And it's so beautiful, because I know that because of the cycle of the sun, that we're not going to continue. We can continue to have this system that we have working currently. It is actually set up to fail, and it is currently failing right now. In America, they're printing $1 trillion every 100 days. That's unsustainable. It is collapsing already, but most people don't understand that. They don't realize we're in the age of Aquarius. We came into that age when we saw the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, just as Jupiter and Venus conjuncted each other to bring us from Aries, the age of fire, into the age of water, Pisces, when we saw the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, we left that age of deception, Pisces, into the age of the water bearer, the sign in the air, the sign of our Redeemer in the heavens, pouring out his living water on Fomalhaut the fish. That living water. Remember, he spoke of with the woman of the well. If you drink of this water, the living water, right, you will never thirst again. It's here, brothers and sisters. We're going to reap what we sow. The whole world will. With the taking down of this system, anew will come. And that's just the way it has to be. And he warns us not to go back and be a part of this system and to don't look back at this. We were actually be in the world, but be not of it. So we're supposed to separate ourselves from this world. We're supposed to be hated by the world. Remember, not loved by this world. So I hope you're doing what you need to do right now, because I believe we will reap what we sow here soon. And as things are going to get difficult, I also have to stand on his word that you reap what you sow. It's not going to be bad for everybody. Probably for most people, it will. It's just part of the cycle, like in nature, that the weak link always, mom will eat it. Mom will, knows it's not going to live, hurt the way. This is a cycle too. There's things that we can't stop here. Solar cycles, God, and that's what's been really hitting home to me, is that I've been really not the doom and gloom of this, because I try not to. I want to tell everybody to be wise, but it's really hitting me that I think we're very close to this jubilee, so to speak. I'm 50 years old, so I'm in my jubilee year, and I really wanted to make this my best year that I was alive. 7-year Shemitah cycles is, scoot over, buddy. And the 58th year is a jubilee. That's why it said in the Lord's Prayer, forgive us our debts as we forgive us our debtors. And they've changed that. They've forwarded that. They've perverted that. Notice I didn't say forgive us our trespasses as those forgive us, who trespassed against us. It said forgive us our debts as we forgive us our debtors, because on the 50th year, after seven Shemitah cycles, was the Jubilee year, the 50th year, where all debt was erased and canceled out, because God doesn't like this capitalism and these taxes and all this stuff. It's not of God. This nation, this isn't how God had intended us to. There was a seventh year, the land was supposed to lie fallow. We were supposed to give that to the poor. That's being done. Nothing like it was like God intended on this earth to be done. So I'm trying to remind myself that God still rules over this earth, even though it's given unto Satan, and that God will prevail. His judgments, stop it. His judgments are already here. And I believe his judgments are coming upon this nation of America. And I believe they're signaling it. That's why I've showed you this Alice symbol of the forecoming of the judgments, the sign of Jonah, right? 3 days in the belly of the whale, and he rose out of the ocean. All these things I've been telling you. The second sign, the spewing out onto the land, and the warning, the foreshadowing, the coming of the breaking down of the destruction of Nineveh. Right? 40 days, with the warning he was sending out. So I believe that there will be judgments, but out of those judgments will, like the phoenix, like they signal, the phoenix will rise out of the ashes. That's what Usher was signaling, right? At a stupid bowl halftime show, right? The ushering in of the new system, the phoenix, his bro, stars, it's all, they virtue signal all this right in front of the whole world, right in front of the stupid bowl. Remember, all that, people don't have eyes to see. They don't see that. They see the halftime show. But remember, the devil's down here signaling too, guys. Full circle, what I was telling you. He knows this book better than 99.99999% of Christians. So please remember that the devil will get his, and so will God's people. He will. What did he say? bind that, right? Separate that. There will be a time. No, we got to let that grow together. The enemy came and sowed seeds. Nope, we got to let it grow together. It'll take out the whole. So I think we're there. I look around and it seems like it's all, I don't see much wheat. I see a lot of tares, but I have to remind myself that God will bind those tares and burn them. That's his job, not mine. The separation, he'll do that with the word. And he said his promise, he will bring the fire this time. Remember, stop doing the hokey pokey, turn yourself around, the promise of the rainbow. That's what it's all about. I'll bring the fire. Lot, get your wife. The promise of the rainbow. I'll never flood this earth completely again. I'm going to bring the fire. So he'll do it again. That was his promise. Yep, God creates vessels of wrath fitted for destruction. God does all things. God says, I create all things good. I create evil. I create everything that ever was, everything ever written, everything not written, everything that ever will be. I am the Alpha and I am the Omega. I do all these things after my own counsel and for my own pleasure. God creates and does all things. Absolutely. Hallelujah. We don't question what he does. He does these things after his own counsel and for his own authority. Give all glory to God, the Most High. And then thank you for sending his only begotten Son, the Lamb. Aries, right? David declared him the Lamb of God. Aries the Ram, just like David, born of Bethlehem. Not Jesus of Nazareth, but Jesus of Bethlehem. So I hope you're being wise, brothers and sisters, and I hope you're doing, because I believe that God will see what's on our hearts, what the whole world doesn't see. He sees our intentions and will be judged on our thoughts, remember. If you covet another man's wife, that is adultery. So nice. Never going to get it. Never going to get it. Thank you, Father, for this platform and these hearing ears and these seeing eyes. I know I'm not the only one that understands this beautiful time that we live in here, where all your signs are being revealed and your glory is everywhere, even in this world that you gave unto Satan. It's obvious that you're everywhere. You've created things, and there are people that there are others I know that see these things right now, and I'm not the only one that knows that this system has to go for the new system, the new heaven and the new earth, for it to come. So we will see destruction, but we're not there yet. We're not there to the Armageddon portion of Scripture. Wars and rumors of wars, absolutely. Earthquakes, diverse places, pestilence, famine. We'll see all those things, but that's not the end. Remember, he tells us those are the sign of sorrows. It's going to continue to get stronger and stronger, brothers, sisters. Please anticipate that. It's in his word. So we need to stand fast and have that lion's den, Daniel kind of faith, where nothing, there's no weapon formed against you will prosper, right? Put on that whole armor of God, and whatever happens, happens. Don't live in fear. It's going to have a little bit of fear. Then, oh, hey, man, I think I need to put on armor because I don't think I can do this by myself. Oh, man, I'm glad I put on that armor. I feel better now. A little bit of fear goes a long way. So don't live in fear. He tells us not anxious. We're going to reap what we sow here real soon. And I think it's going to be weather that really helps a lot of this along. I think weather is CO2. It's not HARP. It's not CERN. No need to go and controlling the SUN. So that will be the big deciding factor for most people. And I think that's going to be a lot of the reset, guys. A lot of the things that reset, you reap what you sow. You reset. You're going to get what you put in. You're going to redeem. I'm going to come back and pick up my purchased possession. You're going to get what you paid for. That's redemption. So he said, look up, your redemption draweth nigh. So years away from the end of the world, probably definitely don't want to pick a year, even a year at this point, probably years away. But definitely I see the destruction of this current system that we're under. And I think that's what these evil people are foreshadowing. That's what they've been foreshadowing now for 7 years on the ground here in America. Sun going the wrong way, eclipses going the wrong way. And then to top it off here on April 8th, you're going to be able to see that devil comet, that daemonion, the distributor of lies and fortunes, lies, with that eclipse on April 8th, which I believe will foreshadow destruction as it's going across 4 Ninevehs. It went across, and 7 Palestines, as it went across 7 Jerusalems or 7 Salems in 2017. So 7 years from 17 to 24 is 7 years, and that's the number of completion. To be 7 is to be completed. So 7 years, not only did it draw an X, because it's going to make the X mark on April 8th, but it also made the Aleph symbol, because don't forget, it went across Texas again, and it went through Oregon now twice, making an X, twice through Texas, X, and then the X it's going to make through the second X being the va, 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 the X, 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 the signaling of the leashing of the beast system. And that's what I've been putting out in my study. So go check out my lives. It's what I've been doing, all my illustration. I believe this is one of the reasons that the Father has kept me here and reminded me that I'm here to serve him and not me, because I don't want to be here. I don't like this world. I don't like getting up and every day and knowing that, the destruction of this system is already happening. And I look around and I live in a country where the people think we're the good guy when the whole world knows we're the bad guy, and history will say so. But I have to stay here and stand fast and endure to the end to be redeemed, to be picked up. I can't be one of those veterans that says, oh, hey, I'm checking out of here early because it's too much. My PTSD is too much. You follow me. My PTSD is bad. I got PTSD bad, bad, bad. But I deal with it by talking about it and not holding it in, so I don't take something and put something inside of me to get out of here. I hold it, right? No, I let it out and I see what I see, and the world can think whatever they think of me. But what I know, what I see is this beast system that has been putting its boot in the neck of 1,003 military bases in 180 countries is collapsing. And a lot of people are going to want to hold on to it. But it was blessed for a minute. And I do believe that we had a chance as a nation to speak up and to stand up against, hey, wait a minute, that guy he's not sleepy, he's creepy. He's creepy. But as the world, as he said, don't go to sleep, the enemy will come sow seeds, right? When we were sleeping, well, we're here now. And, Mr. Stand Down will return. And I know he will. It's written in the numbers. They do this by the numbers. 45 will come back, whether I like it or not, as 47. And I'm telling you right now, you're going to think so. He's going to do some good things like he did last time, but he's going to put the smack down on the nation. Yeah, he gave you the smack the nation, remember last time? And how many times did you get the update and get boosted? Never forget who brought you that hollow needle in warp speed. Yeah, you thought you were getting a wall, but you ended up getting a jab, didn't you? You thought, he was going to put Billary and lock her up, put her in prison, and they locked you down, right? Hillary sent 3 bodies away from him as an inaugural dinner. He never locked her up. You got locked up. You thought he was going to build a wall because all these people were coming in. He locked you in. So don't think he said he would send the National Guard to your door to give you that jab, if so need be. Oh yeah, by executive order. Don't you forget when he comes back, all that's coming back. All that's what I've been shown real. You're going to reap what you sow, you people who follow and revel after this man. You can't serve two masters. You can't serve Mammon and God. So I see it now. He's really been hitting me hard with this. I'll be getting flooded. I haven't been on here in the morning time because I've been praying and missing meals, trying to fast in the first part of the day. And, I don't want to say, I need to get to where I'm skipping a lot of meals again and get my body hardened again like that, to where I can go days and days without eating. It don't even affect me. I don't get lightheaded. I don't get nothing, It's important that we be ready for these times and harden ourselves, brothers and sisters, spiritually, emotionally, mentally, spiritually above all. But there's a reason why he wants us to harden our bodies, for what is coming. So, but I believe we'll reap what we sow. Yeah, we're screwed when he comes back. He will come back. He's coming back. It's written in the stars. He's coming back. There's no way. I don't want it, but it's written that way. I don't like the guy. I don't like none of them. But I always get way ahead of things most of the time, and I don't care what the world thinks about me. He is going to lock you up. He's going to bring some kind of X disease out of the sky. You're going to get the X disease that they've been talking about, some alien disease that they're going to call alien. They've already got a name for it, X. Don't act like they don't put out white papers. A lot of this stuff is, I'm not the only one who sees this. And that will be their big deception, and they'll have a 2.0. And they'll lock you down. There'll be a whole bunch of other stuff. This will give them a reason to do a whole bunch of other things. Oh, we need aliens. We need robots to fight the aliens. All their tech, they'll get to roll it all out. It would go real fast. It's going to go so fast. It's going to come so fast. This tech's going to just flood the market. No, he signed over and gave power to the federal emergency. Yes, thank you. That's right. When he declared that national emergency in all 50 states. That's right. He handed over. Yep. Executive Order 11004, YouTube. Lock you up, put you into work location. Whole communities, YouTube. Whole communities. Executive Order 11004. I warned you on this platform as Truth Viral during the Obama administration, right after Mr. 44 put out those 923 executive orders, more executive orders than all the presidents combined. That's right. One in particular that I was quite alarmed about. You might want to check out one of the best videos I've ever put out on the internet. Seriously, go to my channel. If you like this at all, go see me 10 years ago, whatever it was on this. I don't know, I've got multiple channels. That wasn't my first channel. Go look up Truth Viral, TruthViral. The channel's locked. I can't get in and I can't change anything. The view count doesn't do anything, but it's still up. Kind of like my TikTok channel over there on TikTok. I don't even see how it's still up. Go look at me talk about the executive orders put out, the 923 executive orders put out during the Obama administration. And look at all the things that they can do. And I was warning back then they could use these in the very next administration, because everybody thinks things are so far off, because sometimes I speak way ahead of future tense. I'd rather be 10 years too early than 10 seconds too late. You want me to go out there and run out there when the tsunami's coming in, it's the whole wave's coming back. I can't save my own butt. I can't save your butt. We're both done. I go when I see the water pull back. Hey, silly guys, get out of the water. You can pull your lawn chair. Hey, honey, look, and go chase the water. This guy's crazy. Whatever. I call it the tsunami theory. I'm always way ahead of most things, and I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So it's the oldest Truth Viral. There's probably 5 or 6 Truth Viral channels. Look at the oldest one. That's me. Hi, I'm TV. I'm the host of Truth Viral Television, where the truth goes viral. That's the old me. Whatever. I was silly back then. Veteran with the flag in the background. Dumb. Idiot. Apologize. come out of her, my people. So go check that video out, though. But I talk about executive order, one of the 923. I don't go over all 923 of the video, but I go over which ones I believe that you should probably pay attention, because I believe that they'll be implemented when Mr. Trump, Mr. Techie Tech, Mr. Warp Speed, Mr. Operation Roll Up the Sleever, Gene Therapy, right? Protein Spike Mimicker. It's going to come back, and he's going to put this nation back on lockdown. And get ready. It's coming. I know it. I feel it in my heart. And I'm going to say it early this time. And just like I did last time when they locked down Jai one, after seeing the event 201 and finding out the lockdown China with 11 people, I told everybody in this town, this is it, guys. You better get ready. Oh, you crazy dude. I said, this is the one. You don't lock down that many people with 11 people dead. This is, I just went and saw this executive or this event 201. You got all this World Health Organization. You've got the John Hopkins, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, all these, they're putting out this event. They say if there's this thing that released in, the world and what they do, and they got the news, it's all this big round table discussion. This happened just a couple months ago, guys. They're telling us, they always tell us what they're going to do. They even got a name it for this thing. They gave out little stuffed animals during this event 201. It's called the Corona. They gave out little Coronas. You guys, this is what they're going to do. Oh, you're so crazy, Tracy. You're so nutty. You're always coming up with the silliest stuff. Blah, 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 blah. Boom. Mr. Trump, Washington, got the COVID in America. His 50 executive orders. He's going to implement all this stuff, guys. Because I wasn't wrong. You got a soft martial law is what you got. Medical martial law, soft, national emergency. The martial law is done at a state level, guys. That's exactly how they did the COVID. Well, they declared a national emergency, but it was your government that was putting out the codes and the ordinances. And I don't go on dates with men, but putting out all the mandates, right? That all you guys were following the mandates. But with your face diapers on. At least Sharia law, it's the ladies that cover your face. I come in America, I wake up, it's Sharia law in America. The dudes are covering their face. Father, what's going on here? That was one of my memes, guys. Anyways, but it's going to happen again. I'm going to meme the living, out of you guys again. So I will be the meme master again. I'm going to be the meme master. I got kicked off the internet. I made some crazy memes. I made some of the best memes. I made a meme that I didn't even realize what happened. I said, how much flu could a flu shot stop if a flu shot could stop flu? Boom! We only had 4 cases of flu the next year. Not a prediction, just by chance, but probably one of the best memes that I made during the whole scam, where you're stand on the X, put your face diaper on. Yeah, he did. Thank you, Stephen. Don't forget that. And it'll probably happen this time. I believe it's going to happen this time. But everybody's going, no, he's so awesome. He's so awesome. You know what? One thing, guys, I do want to think that Trump's going to bring back, though, because remember, he's going to do some good things like Trump did last time. They mix a little bit of good with a lot of bad, or a lot of bad with a little bit of good. But, a sin is a sin to the Father. So that's why I encourage you to look into to Trump, because yes, he does some good things right on the front, but I told you he's back there making deals with the devil back there with these guys in the back room, so he's selling you one thing and doing something on the other side, right? Yeah, hey, I'm going to lock her up. I'm going to audit the Fed, but then he goes and blows that bubble up for 3.5 years. So anyways, I'm not trying to change history. I know that God puts these things in geometric, and they do as well. So I can already see. Remember, I already told you that Donald Trump is standing down so that he can be the 47th president. This is going by what it says in Scripture. I encourage you, as I already told you, look into the King and Joseph in Scripture, and you'll find, oh, wait, these clowns are doing this just by what it says in Scripture. Holy crud. Yeah, so he can come back as the 47th. These guys did it back in history. Joe Biden locked up Donald Trump's family back in history, guys. This is all going by what they're, and then why it says they're so multifaceted. The average person couldn't keep up with this. The average TikToker, shorter, whatever, this world today, techie tech people, 30 seconds, 90 seconds, you're looking at the back of the wall. You can see right through them. They got the attention span of a life, like a lifespan of a fly, but whatever it is, what it is, people get, 30 seconds, Facebook, YouTube, X, Pornhub, whatever your sites that you're frequenting all the time. Yep. That was that song, huh? You know which song I was doing, huh? Yeah. They got you mesmerized with their Taylor Swift, don't they? And their stupid bowl halftime shows. Stand on the X, shut your business down, flatten the curve, curbside service. Put on your face diaper. Remember they were arresting people and putting hands on people over that crap, guys, in some places. Going hands on with people over that. So never forget, Mr. Warp Speed, roll up your sleever. It was never about the masquerade or the face diaper or the ritualistic shame muzzle that you participated in their satanic occult ritual. It was always about the bow to the altar of Jabba. And they're going to X you again. I mean, X, put the other, you're going to get an update. A virus is more like a computer program. Are you ready for your update? Are you ready to be updated and boosted? Warp Speed, did you get your roll up your sleever? How'd that work out for you and all your remember how cruel and disgusting these filthy people are? They said, no, when your mom's dying, you can't go see her die in her last moments of death. Your child is dying. No, you can't go to the funeral. Never forget what they did. And you think it was bad last time, you ain't seen nothing. Yeah, remember, they wouldn't even let people go see their people in their moments of death. People have forgotten a lot of things that happened. I ain't forgotten none of it. People say, I bring it up and feel, God, I forgot that they did that. I know you forget everything. I gave such a hard time about all of it. I'm going to be right up these cops here in this town, these sheriffs. I'm be back on the internet memeing people, and people are going to be telling me again, you're going to get locked up and thrown in jail, Tracy. Yeah, right. Whatever. I made it through the last one. I'm going to make it through the X 2.0 because X marks the spot. Bah, bah, bah. Unleash the beast. It's coming. The beast system. Yeah, please don't forget none of it, guys. Don't forget none of the stuff that they did. I'm never going to forget. Think about that. If your mom or dad was dying, you didn't get to see them. I'm not into public schools, but there was like a whole generation that didn't get to graduate that year, guys. They took graduation from you know what I'm saying? From a whole graduating class that year. And I don't like public schools, but I'm just saying so much was taken that people have forgotten. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Remember, go get the jab and we'll give you a Krispy Kreme donut. Right? All the different incentives that they gave to people to try to get the roll up your sleever. Right? It's crazy how much people have forgotten, about that. And so I'm telling you, that was a soft version of what they're about ready to do. Exactly. Thank you, Enormous. They are, because you can't stop something like that. Thank you. That's beautiful. And you guys, what's so crazy is, what was worse than the Jabadooski itself is the fact that suicide went up. Spousal abuse went up. All these other things that were affected that nobody talks about. Right? The isolation for people that, the children that got the living snot beat out of them because their parents weren't used to taking care of them. And that was their babysitter. That was their only time away from their kids. Remember, there are people like that. There's parents like that. Yes, domestic violence went up. All that stuff, guys. There was a lot of effects that nobody ever talks about, and they turn it into some, overdose. Yeah. So thanks for remembering, guys. I don't want to be doom and gloom about it, but I just want to remember that it happened, and I don't think they'll have any problems doing it again. And I really think we're on the cusp of it now again. Mental illness went up, suicide, drug usage, all of it, guys. There was way more problems, obviously. Bless you guys. And notice there was way more problems than the whole. And the jab did a lot too. It took away people that had existing conditions. You know what I mean? It did a job that it was supposed to do. Get rid of all those people on Social Security. Get rid of all those, all that weight that they had. 401ks, retirements, and we know that what it did more than anything, guys, is it destroyed the middle class of America. It really did. It took down more small businesses, people that employers that employed 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 10, a dozen, not 300, 500, 1,000 people, the big box chains. They stayed open. Remember, the small businesses, people had to shutter their businesses, man. That's why I hate cops so much. I used to be one, and they should have stood with the American public. That's why I have such a problem in the town that I live in, because I tried to get the cops to stand with the businesses out here. Not the deputies, the elected sheriff. You know what I'm saying? And told to try to explain to the deputy sheriff, the elected, hey, you have more authority than OSHA. You have more authority than Donald Trump. You have more authority than this federal government. They're not even doing this thing at, in a sense, this is done at a state level. So yeah, he declared this national emergency, but they're putting these mandates, court orders. This is for a corporation. Shut these people down out here. Tell them no. Let's be the only county in the whole nation. We'll stand out. Maybe it'll catch like fire. They didn't want to hear nothing I had to say. They didn't want to hear it. I tried. Others, there was a few other people that got involved with me out here. We held protests, like I said, across from the police station, guys. I tried everything we could do to get this town to stand apart and say, hey, we're going to do this differently out here. And we did for a while. It worked until I, got involved, and they put the smack down on us out here. And a lot of people were pissed at me for doing it. But whatever, I don't look back, because we were kind of doing good out here, because we had low numbers and all that. But as soon as me and a couple other people out here started pushing really hard, and again, I believe I pushed harder than anybody else, because I was the one when cops wouldn't come out and stand with the businesses, put their police vehicles in front of the church and in front of and keep the church going and keep the businesses open. And we're not flattening the curve out here. We're going to keep business open as usual. We're going to tell OSHA to leave. We're not going to even let you come in here to fill out any fines or anything. You're not coming in here. You understand? We're doing this differently here in this town. And I thought, whatever, pipe dream, right? But I thought if I made the elected sheriff, and reminded them that you have more authority. Don't you remember the Bundy stuff where they ran off the federal government? You can do the same thing right now. History is being made today, every single day. Let's write ourselves in history. That's what I said to the OSHA guy. When the police wouldn't step in, guys, and they wouldn't, I had to make a meme. They didn't do it. The protests right in front of their, police department didn't work. Then the OSHA finally came out. I stood there, and told OSHA, you're a tyrant. Get out of here. We don't want you here. If you take one plate from this small community, you're hurting this business. We're a little tiny town. Leave. You already guys came out here last time. It's not like the first time you came out here. When you're flattening the curve, like this small business right here behind me. This lady owns this business. It's a small town. 2 to 3 million small businesses, just like this one here behind me, shuttered their doors and never opened them again. No, you're not going in there. No, you're not. I can physically stop you, but you're not going in that business. We will not allow you to come in here and run roughshod. I don't care who you think you are. Get in your car. You too, ma'am. You're a tyrant. You came here with him. I told him history's being made today. You need to decide on what side of history that you're being written on. I said, you're going to go to a bunch of these other businesses in this county, and they're going to lick your boot. And gravel to you because you're OSHA. Well, guess what? We're in this little tiny town. People like myself, I'm a United States Army veteran. You know what I did at that time, guys? Kathy had a flag. This is me and OSHA. Since the cops wouldn't stand in, I was the law. and Kathy had her Trump flag and her American flag. I dropped down on one knee, got close to that office, the OSHA guy, and I dropped down on one knee in front of him, and I said, you know what? I said, my family has not talked to me because they don't understand how I'm an Army veteran. I support Colin Kaepernick for taking a knee. And everybody's like, whoa, because everybody backed up when I did my thing, right? Everybody out there like, oh, let Tracy do its thing. You know, I'm down on one knee. I got people behind me, guys. There was people who came out. They knew I was going to be there. You know, I told, you know, and I got down on one knee and I said, you know what? I support Colin Kaepernick for taking a knee. I don't agree with what he's doing, the platform he's using. I remind veterans, you know, that served and we defended this country. We don't defend people. If you know, I don't, again, the NFL's a tax exempt corporation. And again, I don't agree with it. But if Colin Kaepernick wants to take a knee, that's his right. If you make me, and I stood up, okay? I stood up. Now I'm on my knee, and I get up and I said, if you make me salute the flag, and I put my hand over my heart, right, like this. I said, if you make me salute the flag, what comes next? And I stuck my hand on his face just like that, with my hand this far from his nose. Like, so remember, us as Americans, we didn't only defend this country and lose lives so people could take a knee or stand up. You can't make people. This is what this country, remember, not only do we fight for freedom, but we fought for people to have freedom of choice. You can't make a man take a knee. You can't make a man stand up or take a knee. That's his right. I don't agree with what he's done, but that's his right. That's why we kill and unalive women and children, you know, in other countries. So Colin Kaepernick can take a knee, whether you like it or not. And it was, oh, you know. So then I told him, you know, again, I'm not going to physically force you. But again, remember, history is being made today. You can decide on what side of history you want to be written on. And the guy's like, well, I know what side of history on it. I have a job to do. I'm like, you're a kook, man. Cool. Yeah, I didn't stand up. JC, did you stand up to your elected sheriff and to OSHA? No, you call me a kook, but you didn't do anything. You're the silent majority, and you'll reap what you sow. You guys know how many people in America, how many men stood up to their elected sheriff, brothers and sisters? How many people stood up to OSHA in America? You know how many people told me I was going to get thrown in prison because it was a national emergency when I put out my meme, breaking news, small town sheriff in cooperation with business runs off OSHA. And it was just a lie. It was just a meme. I told you, it was a meme master that had to drive 3 hours away, an hour and a half to the southern portion of the county, an hour and a half back. Decide they weren't standing. The business is all pissed off at me. Oh, the sheriff's pissed off at that meme you put online, Tracy. They're going to pull you off the internet. You know, this is a national emergency. You're going to get locked up and thrown in jail. They can just come unalive you. You've been talking about that National Defense Authorization Act. They can do whatever they want. You better stop. This isn't the one, Tracy. You better pick another battle. I'm never going to stop. I'm not going to comply. I will not participate in your ritualistic shame muzzle masquerade, or will I ever bow to the altar of Jabba. So I gave them stink and I gave them hell. I gave this town hell. People looked at me like I was the virus and treated me like I was the virus. Oh, yes, they did. Oh, yes. I live in a little country town where everybody was going to unalive me when I first came here because I sat on the Chamber of Commerce and I told them the little town was going to go. No, we're going to keep this town to ourselves. There's been 5 they've come out here just like you saying that. Yeah, look at it now. Largest Dollar General in the state of Oregon, now in Christmas Valley. So I just pay attention to cycles, brothers and sisters. And I stood up because I stood up for people and I stood up for your rights. Your rights. And if you doubt any of this, then go see my TikTok channel. When the cops come out, I call them on the crap that they didn't do. And that's why I think all cops are failures and there's not one good cop in America today because they stood down during the virus. and they let our businesses get roughshod and run on and shut down. So every police officer in America is a clown and a failure, and I rebuke them. They enforce capital letter law and put people in jail for victimless crime, and failed the American public. So they all need to go find another job. They're tyrants, absolute tyrants, and failed. Our founding fathers warned us about a standing army, AR-15s, Kevlar helmets. They look militarized, just like I served in, during Storm Desert Shield. That's the militarized of the police. I was an MP and warned of it back then. These guys could be, you're not following my order, just like being federal. People come on the military installation. I served before 9/11, and if you were a civilian and you came on a post, you fell under federal law. And if you're in the military, you have to do, because you fall under what is called the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and you have to do what you're told because you fall under federal law. Somebody comes on a federal installation, they go by federal law. So there's certain things as a civilian, but you still fall under that federal law, not under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. But again, I warned about the militarizing of the police. You better follow my order. Like they could tell somebody like they were property, and now look at them. I couldn't even search a female officer, a female. I had to call in a backup female officer. I'm that old where I could get sued, you know what I'm saying, for touching a female. I had to actually, things have changed. They've been militarized. They're just bend over. Let me see your, rump shaker. I don't know. They do whatever they want. They love to go hands-on with you, whether you're a man or a woman. They don't care anymore, and that's disgusting, and that's not the law enforcement that I beast system that I serve myself. But it sure was a lot different then, and they didn't stand up when they could have stand up. They could have stood up, and they could have put all those Bearcats and MRAPs and all those armored vehicles that came over in the desert that gave those SWAT teams that should be a 9-man pull on in front of the business, like the farmhouse out here that I stood up in front of. Hey, sorry, don't mind that armored vehicle and the deputy sheriff. He not elected, but don't mind the deputy sheriff. We're just having business as usual out here. We're not flattening the curve. We're not going to do that this time. We decided we're just going to do business as usual. You know what I'm saying? Why didn't they do that? They had the authority. They could have all stood together, even though just the elected sheriff could have stood with the deputies, the city, the state troopers, and all that, and could have told the governors, get out of here, leave. We're not doing this. We're not shuttering these small businesses. We've done some research. We actually figured out a virus is not a living organism. You guys are trying to pull the wool over our eyes. You understand? We're done. Get out, leave. And they could have done that. And the federal government and OSHA would have been nothing. That whole thing would have ended. But instead, the cops went home and collected paychecks. You could have done almost run somebody over in America. They wouldn't bother you for almost 3 years. Expired tags. They didn't care what it was. Just like, we're just going to collect our paycheck. Whatever. Just do whatever you want. Yeah. Tyrants. I hate cops. They're filthy, disgusting people, and enforce capital letter law. Instead, they failed the American public, and I love calling them to their face. Every single time I see a cop, I call them to their face and tell them what tyrants they are, and tell them that they're failures, and to take their clown suits off and turn in their badges, because they are failures, and I don't respect people who do not do their job. So you want to see me in action, go watch my TikTok platform. I don't want to bring that over here because it got my channel taken down, but it's still up there. You can see me, put these cops in check, and see how I do. And I don't just talk smack. I call them out every time I see them and remind them of how much of a failure they are. And I always remind them too that if it ever comes back again, like I said, that I'll be right up your butt the next time. Those last 2 deputies, I said, when I tried to get the elected sheriff out to my house, because he won't come out to my house since the virus. He has that much of not of a spine. But I try to get him to come out with some other things that I'm discovering out here about his police officers, them pulling me over, harassing me, all these other things, that he won't even come to my house, but he sends 2. I did. And then I remind them, oh, well, we didn't serve during the virus, so you can't get mad at us. Yeah, but you're still condoning all these people that did, and you should be right up their butt. Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do this? Because if they do it again, I'm going to be right up your, you know what? You can go see me, tell them that because if it happens again, I guarantee you I will be right at the police department. All right, now what are you doing this time, boys? Because the last time they pulled me over in this town and I had contact with the law, out here because they kept pulling me and harassing me. I told that sheriff that's on the video, if you can go see when I'm calling for the sergeant out here. Oh, hi, Tracy. I said, you know what? I stood up for this town when you wouldn't, Tom. I stood up when you wouldn't. You're making me out and harassing me, making me look like I'm a bad guy in this town, pulling me over again and trampling on my rights. Leave me alone. Stop harassing me. You know who I am. You've seen leave me alone. I don't need plates on the vehicle. You know I know my rights. I already called you out when you guys were at my house. That's why I drive around this vehicle without plates. So you guys, so you'll leave me alone. So the other people see in this town that you don't need to be messed with if you know your rights. But remember, I stood up, Tom, in this town when you didn't. I'm the law in this town. Remember that. And everybody, there was about 8 people said, oh, that's my last contact with the town. Law in this town. The sheriff told them that I am the law in this town, because before the COVID ever happened, I called that same sheriff out to my house to talk to him to make sure I could have, because I had to deal with somebody coming tearing up my driveway, that he recorded that before the COVID, I knew the COVID was coming. It's all recorded. And I said, hey, are you got your cam thing on, make sure I said, now, Tom, I want to tell you, there's something that's coming. I know that's going to, you guys all want the highest ranking person. You're the sergeant out here. They're going to call you. You're the law. 911, it goes to you, Tom. There's something coming down the pipe. And I just want to let you know ahead of time, make sure you're recording this, that when this event comes, I've already warned everybody about this event, that when this event comes, Tom, you're recording that, right? Because I want to make sure you guys have this for later. I want to document this. Remember, I'm a prior police officer, Tom. I know how to document evidence. Okay, it's beeping, right, Tom? I told everybody in this town that you're going to tuck your tail between your legs, and you ain't going to do nothing, Tom. You ain't going to protect nobody. It ain't even going to be work dialing 911. You're going to stand down, Tom. You're going to stand down, and I told everybody in this town you ain't going to help anybody. What do you think of that, Tom? Oh, Tracy, come on. No, why you got to be so... Look what happened, guys. Tom stood down during the bug, and now they still have that. They have every recording that I always give them a hard time on. Think about if I did a Freedom of Information Act and they pulled every one of those recorders, and they look, because like I said, I know the other guy here had to search this, right? He recently moved to town, and they've been bothering him. He's a paralegal. He's been to college, and he's got the cops, the local, because the last time I saw this elected deputy, the new deputy that came into town, I never seen him. I was in the store and he walked in, and he was the new guy, right? I know they'd hired a couple more people, but I gave him the hard time why he was doing his hot dog thing. He wasn't looking at me, but I was talking about him. Oh, these cops in this town, they're a bunch of failures. They stand down. They didn't do anything during the COVID. They're a bunch of, jackboot thugs. They don't care about this community. All they do is about harass people, just going off. I mean, just laying in this guy, just ripping him a new one. And he wouldn't even turn around. He wouldn't even turn around and talk to me. Hey, hold on, dude. I just got here. I'm a hero. I want to, let me talk. You can't get the sheriff. I'll make an appointment. Didn't say a word. Didn't turn around, say nothing, because they're all a bunch of tyrants and they don't care about the public. They're just a bunch of jackboot thugs that feed this system and enforce a bunch of capital letter law. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, it's to me, guys, it goes further than that, because again, I see that they will do the same thing again out here in this town to these people. And when it happens again, they're going to remember me, because I will be right up there. You know what? I'm not going to stand down. And I already told them that. Don't you dare think for a second that if this happens and you do this community again, then I'm not going to be up your butt. So I like I said, I think about all these times, that they pull me over and stuff and harass me, or You know, they don't do road officer here. People come here anymore. My circulation. This is one of the few places left that you can come out here, and fortunately, we don't have. Actually, they just are doing and exposing on the sides. You know, some other things that I'm exposing for. I don't mention everything I do on this platform that I've been going after them for, because I found corruption in their police department in multiple ways, and I don't do my business in my backyard, guys. If I got to live with these tyrants, I'm going to keep letting them do this. And if I can find that they've committed breaking the law, I'm going to try to sit up during the code, and that's why I stand. People laugh and gawk me. If you see, you know, I finally saw him in the Dollar General. I've been waiting. It's been a couple months, right? As soon as I saw him, I turned around and laughed at me when the cops pulled me over. You know, there was people watching, and you go by, and I got it in my video because I was recording it. You laughed and gawked me. Oh, I thought you were my neighbor. Oh, so you thought I was your neighbor? I am your neighbor. I live in this town. And you laugh when these cops are extorting. They go around bootlegger, and you work these people. I can't believe that I live in this town with you. You know, I've lived here near as long as you. You don't support this community. You gonna laugh? Are you on the side of these cops? Because you're a bootlicker. Stop laughing, man. This isn't funny. You're a bootlicker dude. Now, he laughed at me. I heard your voice, and all you can do is snicker. I don't harass people and harassing me. And you're gonna laugh when I get pulled over because I'm asserting my rights. You're a bootlicker, just so you know. You're a bootlicker. Oh, come on, man. Don't you think they're No, I'm telling you right now, you're a bootlicker. Yeah, I don't know how I live in this town with people like you. You know, I stood up, and every time I see you, I'm going to tell you to your face, you're a bootlicker. Okay? And I walked out the door. And then because her mom, she now runs the more part of the Dollar General. And so I went back in later because he was the only person there. I made sure there was nobody else. I wanted to embarrass him in front of everybody, really. I was kind of waiting for the perfect time. But nobody was there. It was the perfect time. The only person was the late, like I said. So I know her. So I went back later because I got some groceries. Then I stopped back by to get something else. And I went in and I told the lady, I said, I apologize. I kind of overdid it with the bootlicker thing. You know, I guess I was a little stern. And she's like, Tracy, you're fine. You know, I appreciate what you've done. I appreciate what you've done for this town. You didn't overdo it. That's fine. I know what you're doing. It's all right. You know, some of us appreciate, you know, what you do. And so thanks, you know, whatever. I said, I overdid it a little bit, you know. She's fine, you know. And I went and did my shopping. So I felt a little bad because, like I said, but you guys, I'm going to call the tea kettle black. You know, why would somebody who lives in this community gawk and laugh at me? He was his, like I said, it's in the video, ha ha, or whatever. And so, you know, we're supposed to support each other and not let these cops, they're supposed to be public servants and they're supposed to be serving the community. And so if we see, you know, one of our gang members, these thugs out there extorting people, like trying to impose their will on me, and one of the community members is going to laugh, I just don't like that. I don't like people who laugh at somebody when they're down, when they're being, you know, my son's mom did that to him a lot, and he didn't like that, you know, where, yeah, they serve this. That's what I'm saying. I told him, like in my videos, I said, you serve the state, you know, like the social pyramid, you know, individual, community, state. You know, I tell them on the video, you serve the state. No, we don't. We serve the county. They're idiots. They're idiots. They don't even know the social pyramid, you know, and I'm just messing with them because they're just uneducated guys. And that's fine. You know, do I feel bad about the cops enforcing capital letter law and they don't know? No, I don't. They're still thugs enforcing capital letter law. And that's not actual God's law. That's, you know, not natural law. That's an ordinance or a code or a mandate for your straw man. You understand? And so, you know, I'm not trying to prove anything, guys. I'm just trying to show you, if we stand up peacefully, all I ever used was my mouth. I never threatened anybody with violence. I never made any threats. I only used my mouth. I only used my voice. Remember Moses, he was told, bang on the rock. Don't use, I've done that. Trust me, guys. I've used the stick, you know, the staff, and I was shown. God showed me through that parable. Don't do that anymore, Tracy. You know how to use it, and go out and let it be known. See where my battle lies? I see that. I don't know why I just went out. They don't like this talk, guys. So 5 hours is a good stream, guys. I'm getting a little warm here. I'm going to take a break. I don't know what time it is. I might come back on a little bit. I really have nothing else to do. I'm going to work, guys. Oh, it's not that late. I'll come back on later or something. I can still leave plugged in. I don't want to keep anybody waiting. Only 16 of you in here. But I need to go open the front door. It's getting a little warm here. Please remember that we reap what we sow. Well, they're hammering this stream pretty good. They don't like this talk, apparently. But I'm trying to be Christ-like, brothers and sisters. I feel like this is what Christ would do. This is what he leads me to do. He said, conform to my image. Conform. Yeah, I lost my signal. I don't know what's happening in here. They apparently don't like the discussion. We need some space weather, guys. Oh man, I got to get up and get away from this wood stove. We're cranking out here, guys. Oh, that's why. I got this thing wide open. We got the puppets. Him's hanging out with the puppets. Him's hanging out with the dad. So we got the fire ripping there, blaring. Oh, that's hot. Oh, that's hot. Oh, the heat is on. So you guys would just want to go for a pause. What are you looking at? That's the other boy. Oh, him's my good boy. Him's hanging out with the dad. So you guys just want to take a pause? I need to take a break here. Get up. My back's got, like I said, I've been having some little bit of the sciatica, but not too bad. Yeah, he's a good boy. Him just sitting here with the dad. Yep, my bad. Him loves his dad. Him was a dad. Him was a dad. Yes, him does the dad. You rub your dad? Oh, panties, my good boy. Yeah, I'm surrounded by the puppins. Surrounded by the boys. I told you, a lot of the times they're right here. This guy's right here. He's sitting in front of the hot wood stove. Man, but he likes the wood stove. He's a big 125-pound puppy. He thinks he's a lap puppy. The live stream froze when he showed up. Uh-oh. Yeah, let's take a pause for the cause, guys. I'm going to get some more water. Open the front door. It's getting pretty hot. Like I say, we got all the mules in here. He wore again the poker. Yeah. Yeah, they don't like when you're over the, like I said, I don't like when you're over the truth. Look at this kitty right here. Just laying with the dad. Just hanging out at the farm. This is my outside kitty. He's out. He's inside right now. He's just chilling. He's a good boy. He's a lion. He's a lion kitten boy. I have no rodent problems out here at the farm, and we got a pretty good amount of rodents out here. We got the sage rats, we got field mice, we got regular rats, regular mice, rabbits. We got a lot of rodents out here, but no signs of rodents nowhere near this. This probably got about 5 acres fenced in, and this here, let me tell you, Yeah, no, I don't drink alcohol. I drink one beer. I can drink one beer. I never drink a second beer. Bill's 50 is messing with the people's channel, seriously. So, yeah, normally if I buy a second beer because I don't drink alcohol, I'll pour it out. Like I just buy one beer. You know, I'll buy a beer. I maybe drink one or two beers, 3 beers in a year. You know, I don't drink a lot. I never really probably drank more in the last 6 months than I have in the last 20, 20 plus years or something. But one is my limit, and two, normally I pour it out. I'm like, oh, well, I'll drink that next one and I'll have a little bit and I'll take a little, I'm out. I go to bed. I pass out. I'm a cheap date, so, and then the next day I wake up, I'm like, oh, man, why did I open that up? I knew I shouldn't open that up. So I'm a cheap date. I don't do alcohol, but it's, nothing wrong with somebody coming home and having a beer or two or something like that in moderation. Moderation, it's okay. All things in moderation. Even though I have every reason to give up because I can't get it. Well, good for you there. Me too. Metapalooza show. I want to quit so bad, man. I want to give up. I hate this world. I ain't got nobody to share all my blessings with. I got all these amazing things and nobody to share them with. So I want to give up too, man. I don't really care about the material stuff. It don't mean nothing if you ain't got nobody to share it with. So I'm with you, man. But we got to endure to the end, he tells us, to be saved. So. Oh, outstanding. I appreciate I appreciate it. We got to all come together here, guys, and iron sharpens iron. Iron sharpens iron. Okay. Oh, damn, you're still streaming. I should go to bed. You're a filmmaker. Cool. I wish I had more time to do stuff like that. I did graphic design and stuff. Went to college, media, and arts is my degree. And so, yeah, like a little, my channel content. I wish I had better programs and stuff. I have to do everything the hard way, but I like messing with that, that type of stuff. It's kind of like art to me, right? If you're a filmmaker, then it's art. It's art. Every cut, it all matters. In my head, I see this, right? So it's just art. So I love, it's just much cleaner now. Tracy, cool. All right, guys, let me take a 5 here. 5 or 10. We'll take a pause. Like I said, I don't need to do any more coffee here. Get some more water. What do they call that in America? Or in the American Army, they said, "Smoke them if you got them." Smoke them if you got them. Drink water. Time to drink water. Take a break. Go let the dog to go out to pee. Some of you guys been holding your pee. Don't do that. It's not good for your bladder. Go relieve yourself. We'll give you, if you have that habit of smoking, that chooching on the cigarettes there, we'll take a 7 or 10 minute pause for the pause. Maybe you're an American Spirit smoker, so you need about 14 minutes or something like that. But all right, guys, appreciate you coming in. We're just hanging out. This has been it's been awesome. This channel's growing up. It's growing quickly. A lot of return people coming back here, and I love seeing you guys coming back again, discussions with each other, and helping this channel to grow. All glory to God. Again, think about 1 month ago, this channel was at 300 subscribers. 300 subscribers a month ago, and it's sitting over almost 6,300 subscribers, on its way to 7,000 subscribers in a month. Pretty impressive, guys. You guys are awesome. Amazing. Thank you for all the shares and I'm looking at the analytics. So it is getting, there are some people who are actually sharing these videos. The likes definitely help. Those thumbs up help a lot for the algorithm. But I know what we'll do. We'll do a poll. We'll take a break. We'll do a poll break. Off the top of my head, with what is will America go back to a gold or bimetallic? I think that's how you spell bimetallic. Yeah, why not? That would be. It just wants to say Metallica. Why is it saying that? Oh well. Somebody will probably. You can't spelling police me on this. So we'll start the poll. Okay, the poll says, you'll get it here first. The poll says, because we all know that printing $1 trillion a day is definitely unsustainable. Hey, what happened there? I lost my poll. No. Oh my goodness. See, I have more problems with electronics than we'll make it America. Will America return? Here, we'll put some better verbiage on here. Will America return to a bimetallic or gold standard? Maybe we'll have a little financial talk when we're done. When we're done taking a break here, start the poll. Cool. All right, there we go. Boom, shakalaka. Let's see what these folks know about the old precious God's money. Is it God's money? You know, they drop monster boxes on people, right? They drop monster boxes. This is a 5-ounce bar. So 500 ounces equals a monster box. Monster box. They'll throw their gold and silver in the streets. That's right. They'll throw their gold and silver in the streets. Yeah, Bitcoin's good. I'm not a Bitcoin. I don't throw shade on Bitcoin. You can't stop Bitcoin. You can't stop Bitcoin. You can't stop it. There's more money moving into the Bitcoin space right now. All these ETFs before the halving, it is. But you better remember to take some profits. Okay? And go buy some gold and silver or some food and you made a yes or no poll for a multiple choice question. No, it's not a multiple choice. Just yes or no. Will you, yes or no? Buy metallic or a gold standard, yes or no? So, Dad never listened to me. Yep, I told you so. Yep, that's what my son did. Nope, no Bitcoin. Are you recording me? You know what I'm saying. So, you must have been watching an old show. My son came to me when I was going to buy silver. He's like, Dad, buy these 10 Bitcoin right here, or buy these coins. I know, Stephen, but people make money in the meantime. So until the electric just goes out, don't throw shade on Bitcoin. Stop doing that. Yes, it does. And they will have nothing but zeros and ones on a computer or a big, I got to remember this code. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. But in the meantime, people are making money on it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to make a dime off of it. But if somebody wants to make a dime off Bitcoin, they'll probably make a lot more than that right now. And they can go out and buy food, the house they always wanted, the car they always wanted, or something. And, the single mom that can throw a few bucks into the space and not have to, now she can take her child out to go be able to collect berries and teach agrarian ways. And then instead of working the rest of her life, you know what I'm saying? So I'm all for about people making money in the Bitcoin space. You know what I'm saying? But not me. I just don't want to make any money in the Bitcoin space. It's not for me. But if people can, yes, it's just a 0 and 1 on a computer. So if a 0 and a 1 on a computer can be worth, 69 for a coin, or 71, whatever it went at, now, you know what I'm saying? How could that not be worth $69,000? You know what I'm saying? If that's a 0 and a 1, and I know there's only 21 million, I know Bitcoin, I know it, you know what I'm saying? But if God's money, silver, can be worth, or if a 0 and a 1 on a computer could be worth, 71, a million, whatever, then how could that not be worth the same? So I'm not saying it will. I'm just, you know what I mean? So everybody does what they do. So, yeah, you can, whatever you think, guys. This is not investment advice. Some of these things are cycles, and you can't stop the cycles. Nothing sounds like silver. So, yeah. Cool. Hey, if you can make a fair living off of Bitcoin right now, just don't get too rich, brothers and sisters. Please don't get too rich off Bitcoin. There's going to be a lot of money made on Bitcoin in the next run up here. Don't get so rich that you can't pass through the eye of a needle. Okay? That's all I'm asking you. Does that make sense? Don't get so rich that you cannot pass through the eye of a needle. $1 million ain't crap in this day and age, guys. I live off pennies. Nothing. I live off no income. I don't get Social Security, disability, VA, nothing. I buy and sell and trade. But the average home in Bend, Oregon is $800,000. That's almost $1 million right there. $1 million ain't nothing. And the way they're printing money at $1 trillion every 100 days, you know what I'm saying? $1 million ain't gonna be nothing, and I'm not telling you, any advice. I'm just trying to explain to you guys, don't throw shade on people because they're trying to make money, and have a life-changing event. Maybe they don't want to become rich, filthy, but they just want a comfortable lifestyle, where they have time to go raise their kids and teach them how to hunt and fish and find berries and bugs. Don't eat the bugs, but have a lifestyle that they can never live. What's wrong with that? If they earn the money that they're putting into the space and it goes up, then cool. Good for them. I hope people can make some life-changing, not so rich they don't fit through the eye of a needle, so wealthy, right? But they can still stay on that narrow path. God can, let people, God gives everybody a different measure. Not everybody gets the same measure, brothers and sisters. So, you know what I'm saying? But please don't cast shade on Bitcoin right now, because a lot of people are eating Bitcoin. And yeah, it was last year. Oh, they're only criminals. It's going to zero, blah, 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 blah. And look at it now. Look at it now. You know what I'm saying? People are just, whatever. So I hope that if you can make if you have a little extra change and you decide to make, something that can give you some stability in your life so you can maybe have the things you need. Like, I wish I could make enough, I won't, but in the space to have gravel. It'd be so nice to have a driveway, not muddy. I'm 80 acres back in on this property. I'm going to actually, because I won't buy Bitcoin, I'm going to try to trade this 5-ounce bar of silver for gravel for my driveway. You know what I'm saying? For my driveway. Now, this is only like $150 with silver. You know what I'm saying? You know, $150 worth of silver now, but a load of gravel is $150. So that's only one load of gravel. Maybe I can trade this for 25 loads of gravel. Maybe it might go up a lot or whatever. I don't want to try to, you know, where I can just trade it, and maybe I get 50 loads of gravel and I can put gravel around all these buildings out here and all the way to the back of the property. You know, I don't want to trade it for money. I gave paper money for it. I bought it with fake money. I got real money. Why would I want to trade it back for fake money? That don't make any sense, right? Trade it for real money and then trade it back for fake money. Well, it's there if I need to. Almost had to the other day, remember? You know, my money got stolen on my credit cards and my, you know, and I didn't know how I was going to take care of it. Now it's liquid if I need it, but I probably just broke even. I don't want to break even. I want to trade it for gravel. So that's what I plan on doing. That's what I get. That's what I need. Maybe a sawmill. You know, probably not a sawmill, but I don't know. Maybe those would be a sawmill, right? Maybe that's a sawmill. I don't know. That's how I plan on using what I have. So I think Bitcoin is unstoppable until the sun takes it out or the grid goes down. If the grid goes down, I don't. And if the grid never goes down, I don't ever see. I don't do Bitcoin. I don't own any Bitcoin. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying, Joe, but not so rich that you can't pass through the eye of a needle. That's all I'm saying. Nothing wrong with having the things you need in your life. You could go out. You guys, I wish if I had enough money right now to pay off all my land, which is not that much, I would just go on the road and preach the gospel. I wouldn't even try to build this homestead anymore that I've been trying so hard to build. And knowing what's coming with the weather and all that, I wouldn't even care. You know what I'm saying? I would just go on the road and preach the gospel. If I could have a truck where I could take my animals with me, I would just go on the road. I wouldn't need any money. I don't want to do anything but preach the gospel. That's all I want to do. I don't want to do anything else. Teach and be a part of, you know, hang out with my body and try to buy more books from the Goodwill to archive in the library. Okay, that's what I'd want. So, but anyways, because the Materium thing isn't for me, but I understand that people have different needs in this lifetime, and mine are a little bit different, you know, than some people's. But I'm not ever trying to get rich. I don't need that kind of wealth. There's just nothing I need like that. So, but cost of living is very expensive right now. People have got themselves in a lot of debt and things like that. So it'd be nice to see people be able to maybe pay off their debt, that this government has been inflating all the debt and taxing the living snot out of most people. So maybe a lot of people would just break even a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Where can we donate to your cause, man? The USA. Bitcoin, I have a CashApp link in the description and a PayPal. I have a CashApp. It's Predestined for Light in the description and a PayPal. If anybody wants to make, I just try to give, guys. If I can't give my land, then I can give, you know, the knowledge that I have. So, like I said, I just appreciate that. And again, I don't want to think it's God's money. You know what I'm saying? That Bitcoin is God's money. But I think God put Bitcoin here for a reason, guys. I really do. I think, again, that if the grid never goes down, that Bitcoin will never go away. And I don't think the dollar will go away either completely. It'll be hyperinflated, but If the grid never goes down, I don't think Bitcoin will go away. I think it'll always be. I could be wrong, but I think as long as the grid is up, they can't take down Bitcoin. It's not something that's, even if it is a CIA front, you know, Tashi Nakamoto's and it's all made, it's still something that's, it's a separate deal. It is what it is. People have been hating on Bitcoin since it came out. It was less than a year ago. People were like, only criminals use Bitcoin. It's going to zero. And you're all about, you know, and it was all done. Remember? It was all done. You know what I'm saying? And look at it now, guys. Look at it now. Look how much money's moved into the space. And you guys, all these people who know the cycles know if they just put some money in Bitcoin right now and they hold it for 3 or 4 years, if it stays together, like I said, that, you know, it's going to do exactly about, you know, 20% gain. I pay attention to the cycles, not the politics, not the none of it. It's all has cycles, guys. And with the way it's led up to how much money is in the space right now, and they do these ETFs, it is going to go high. It's going to get it pretty high, guys, this time during this cycle. So nobody can stop it. Nobody can stop Bitcoin this time, guys. They can't. They can't. There's too much money in the space right now. The big money is, interesting. Bitcoin. Thank you so much. But there's too much money already moved into the space, guys. If you understand economics and you don't go, no, it's not, Stefan. No, it's not, because you're only buying a bit to a coin. I think it's Steven or Steven. My bad. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Stephen. Stefan. Yeah, Stefan. My bad. No, me too, Steph, me too. I don't own any Bitcoin, but remember, it's a bit. You're buying a piece of a whole. I've tried to teach people this. You're buying a piece of a whole. So when it goes up to $1 million, people will be pulling out, buying anything, you know, if it went to that space. You know what I'm saying? You're not buying the whole. We're past that stage. Yes, it's fractional. Thank you. Like silver, guys, for you silver bugs and gold bugs, you're buying a fraction of the whole. So you just buy whatever, and if it goes up, it goes up. You're not buying the whole. Nobody, one of us can afford a whole coin anymore. I don't want any Bitcoin, son. I just don't want to participate in the space. You came to me. Remember when I was going to go buy? My son right here, guys, is in the chat. Civic came to me. I had sold, I can't remember what I'd sold. I had a couple $1,000s, a few $1,000s, and he came to me and he said, Dad, don't go buy that silver. I know you told me if you don't hold it, you don't own it. He had silver at that time he had earned. And he said, Dad, there's this digital thing that's, you know, and this is the way it's headed. He's very smart. My son is here in the chat. And he said, Dad, take these and buy these 10 coins. These 10 coins, Dad, you can buy that $3,000. You could buy 10 of these coins. Please listen to me. You know, and he's come to me before, you know what I'm saying, and told me, and I didn't listen to him. And he said, Dad, buy these coins. And look what Bitcoin went up to. They were at $300 when my son told me that, guys. $300 of Bitcoin when he told me, Dad, buy these Bitcoin. So he came to me, this young man who's now 25 years old came to me when he was very young, because you noticed that was quite some time ago. He was younger, and told me to buy Bitcoin when they were 300 a piece. Buy 10 of them. And I didn't even buy one. I went and bought silver. And guess what? That silver, physical silver, got stolen from us. So if you don't hold it, you don't own it. Look at that for all you people who are in Bitcoin. Because somebody was able to locate my physical metal, I lost all of it, all of my metal, and he lost all his too. If that would have been a 0 and a 1 on a computer, I don't think people would have been able to get to my money. Do you understand? So it's a lesson learned, guys. I still don't, you know what I'm saying? If I would have put it in Bitcoin, they wouldn't have been able to get to my physical metal, and the grid didn't go down yet, did it? No, son. Back then, oh my God, the grid's going to go down. Conspiracy theorists, and any day, and the sun, and and look, we're still here. We're still here. The grid hasn't gone down. The sun hasn't taken it down yet. And if I would have had my money, and I'm still holding, physical, try to get back what was stolen from me, and I'm not there yet, but I would have the money then. So Bitcoin has some, look at that. Look at what Bitcoin could have done for me. You know what I'm saying? Even if I would have just had the same amount, nobody would have been able to get to it. So Bitcoin has some pretty cool benefits right there, eh? Huh? Until the grid goes down, nobody would have been able to take that from me. I'd still have my money today. You know what I mean? So, hey, Bitcoin, right? That could have saved my money. Instead, they got my physical metal, and it's gone, and I'll never get it back. So how about that for a cool story for Bitcoin, huh? The kid tells you to buy it. You don't buy it. You turn around, you buy silver. It gets taken. Pretty cool story, guys. And if you guys sell that, spread that, you guys, for you Bitcoin guys. Yep, all my silver got taken. Every single bit of my physical metal by my own blood. My own blood. My own blood took all and my son's. He had 5 pounds of silver, guys. He had earned 5 pounds of silver. And it's all gone. And I'll never get it back. I know my family my blood went and sold it right away. I don't know. My son has so it happened. It is what it is. Our silver was turned into a smart missile. That's what my son, we were talking about that the other day. He's like, it was his uncle that got it. You know what I'm saying? For sure. Yep, it was my own blood. It was my own blood. It wasn't even somebody else. You know what I'm saying? It was his family. It was his uncles that ended up doing, getting and taking everything from us. They took everything. $250,000 is where I stopped adding things up and gave up and said, I'm just, the silver was a part of that. That was, he had 5 pounds of silver himself. What I have, 10 pounds of silver dimes, something like that. I was a dime collector, guys. My whole deal was fractional silver. I collected more fractional than I did anything else. I was like the biggest dime. I just had a thing for silver dimes. So I think I had 15 pounds or something like that, of just silver dimes alone. So, but anyways, it's a lesson learned. Like I said, there we go. All we think we can have something physical, and so remember anything you feel like I care about finding trade the Bitcoin for a wife. Nice. I like that. I'll trade the Bitcoin for a wife. So, yeah, here we are. I'm trying to do what I can do, guys. I'm, struggling to get back to where I was. And in some ways I have more in some places than I had, and less in others. So, I'm glad that cool. No, I appreciate it, guys. Like I said, please, take a look around. Look at what El Salvador did, guys. They made Bitcoin actual legal in El Salvador. There's a lot of neat thing in the Bitcoin space. And remember, in these next days, weeks, months, and years, as this space goes up, that all ships, guys, go up with the rising. You know what I'm saying? All ships go up with the rising tide. So I think a lot of these spaces are going to go up. Dogecoin again, with Mr. Musk going to plug these things. So there'll be a lot of money to be made in this, next cycle. The only thing I think could take out Bitcoin would be the sun. You know, I don't think nothing can stop it. It's just too much money in the space right now, and a lot of money in gold too, guys. A lot of money moving into gold as well. So, yeah, money's not the root of all evil. Metapalooza. And I'm not. It's you just left one word out there that changes the whole meaning. It's the agape of money. The love of money is the root of all evil. Not money's not the root of all evil. We have to have some money, like you said. You want enough to be okay. So you could have money. God doesn't remember. That's not. It's if it is all you think about, and you get up in the morning and you can't think about anything else but that money. That's your commander. That's what you love. That's your agape. So you know what I'm saying? So you can have money. God, remember I told you, you can even have wealth. I don't think God wants everybody to be poor. Remember, he pours out a different measure on each one of us, and he doesn't give each one of us a measure. That's why we're not supposed to look at somebody who's got the nice truck and whatever. And if they are in their life, that's what God poured that measure out on them. You know what I'm saying? If they're doing righteous things, they drive the nice truck and I drive the piece of crap and don't even have a truck, you know, or whatever, because that's what God wants for that person. And he pours out a different measure on each one of us when he returns, right? He, according to what our, you know, the measure he gave us. So remember the parable of, hey, I gave you a coin and I gave him 2 and I gave him 3 and he buried his and he didn't use his and he gave him back. Give that to the rich man, remember? Because you didn't use what I gave you, right? So we don't all get the same measure, brothers and sisters. We just don't all get the same measure. It's just, don't. I do all these things after my own counsel and for my own pleasure. You know what I'm saying? Cool. So you guys got it. I think some of you guys understand. We have to have money. It's the love of money is the root of all evil. Money is not the root of all evil. Nope. But the agape, you know, if you can't divide it, your time, you know what I'm saying? If you can't divide your time and still think about the word of God, pay your bills, and you get so overwhelmed by your money, then that's what you love. Yep. Thank you. Yep. They pours out different talents. Thank you. So, yeah. You guys, we got to have, you know, we got to have some money until we can eventually get to where we don't need it. How about that? Wouldn't it be cool if we could all make enough money to where we can, like, personally, you know, what would I do if I became a multimillionaire? I put gravel on my driveway, around the properties. I'd probably finish up. It's all used, all stuff here anyways, used material. I'd probably buy a sawmill, a truck, because I don't have a 4-wheel drive truck. My truck, I bought a 4-wheel drive. It caught on fire the next day. And I would probably hook up this property to the, thanks for coming in. Much love, Stephen. I appreciate your comments. And I'd probably hook up a building out here to the grid, even though I don't want to live on the grid, and put a freeze dryer in there. That's it. I don't really have any other needs right now. And that's just to be able to continue to put food away. And I think the sawmill would be a good thing to have for the property. So I don't really have any other needs right now. I might take that tractor that I have, that old tractor, and put some money into that 860 tractor and rebuild that thing and make it nice. You know, it's a classic, neat tractor. It's a 1955. I only got to use it a couple of times is all I've ever used it, just temporarily. And I used it on somebody else's driveway up the, you know, the ladies, and not even mine, you know, so, cool. That's awesome. The e-bike is a cool thing to have, Metapalooza, for like grid down, you know what I mean? That's an awesome, thing to have. Yeah, I like that, the chainsaw mill, but I want a regular mill too. I understand, Kane, because those are nice. You know, those are nice. I've seen those people with a nice chainsaw, and they can cut some nice stuff. I'm trying to actually cut like, and you can do with those same thing, dimensional material for like cabins and stuff like that. I don't want to cut slabs for like tables and things like that. I want to cut the dimensional to build like cabins and cabin packages and sheds and things like that, chicken tractors. And that's more like what I was trying to do. Things that I can build out here on the property too, to add more, like for example, if I had a sawmill, I could, because I have a 5-acre parcel and a 20-acre parcel down the road. I'm on the 40, there's a 20 about 3 miles from here. And then the 5-acre parcel that I have that I've been paying on, and I'll get that thing paid off this year, I believe. Almost 5 years I paid on that. I could build a little cabin. You know what I'm saying? I could build a little cabin for those out of this sawmill and then rent them out. Those little cabin packages or something, you know what I'm saying? So just things like that, to continue. And then I could build a cabin and invite people to come here. Hey, I got a cabin, So yeah, I think a cabin would be good for the property because of what I do. I do cabins and want people to come here and all. It would just be a good, you guys agree? I'm not like trying to, I'm going to build this cabin package and now I'm going to get rich building cabins, I just could add to what's here, and maybe I could build one or two and sell them to, supplement, some income out here or something like that. So I don't think it's some kind of extraordinary. So a truck, and hook up a thing to the grid and a sawmill. I think that's all I would do with the money that I had. I don't know what else that I would really need right now. I already have everything here for the greenhouse. I already have the hole dug. I have the windows for it. I have all the greenhouse stuff is here. I have all the blocks here for my underground house. I might need to buy some more concrete because it could take a lot of concrete to build that underground house. I have a bunch down in the shed or in the underground. Hopefully I have more than I need down there right now to at least finish up the storm shelter. So, if I had a wife, I'd build. Cool, me too, Metapalooza. I'd build, I already got a wife for my cabin if I just had a wife, I had a lady friend out here for a little bit. I built her a cabin out here. I built her own cabin. That's one of the cabins that's out here that she left that I built. And that's actually the Rusty Butterfly. That was the cabin that I built for her. I had to give her own space, she didn't stay long. It was just temporarily, just like last time. Easy come, easy go. But it's all right. Cool. All right, let me go take this break that I said I've never had and take my breaks. We got to talk to me about Bitcoin or something. But yeah, if you want to see it, it's the Rusty Butterfly back there on the property. It's pretty neat. Actually, I think I might have a picture of it here. I can show you. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I don't know. It's a neat cabin. It's a beautiful cabin, though. I think it's very nice. No, I don't think it's going to be on that one. I'm talking about here. Okay, and I saw you on here before thinking about the live one. The first time, honestly, thought you were going too far, but really got me there. Cool, nice. Did you feed the dogs and cat? Yeah, all the dogs have been fed. Yeah, I fed the puppies. I fed the puppets. Let's see, camera. Is a Rusty Butterfly in here? Do we get a picture of the Rusty Butterfly? Hey, now. Oh, I don't think so. No. Oh man, no Rusty Butterfly. No, only the Rusty Cowboy in here. This is the building I'm in right now. This is the building that I'm shooting this live from, this building here. This is the Rusty Cowboy. And it's a 40-foot semi-trailer that I've converted with all old barn material and, you know, sheds and decks and all this and siding, mill ends from the mill. But it's a fully it's a full cabin. Here's the puppies' doggone saloon. The puppies got their own place out here that I built them. They've got their own. There's 3 dog houses inside the doggone saloon. It's got swinging doors, all that good stuff. But here's the back side of it. So again, everything out here is old. I repurpose everything. This is the inside of this building that you're looking at in here, of the build out before I'd even built the door for the bathroom. Look at that. There's no bathroom door at that point. All repurposed though. Real tall. That's like a, what's that? 15, 16-inch baseboard there. Big tall baseboards down the bottom. These are all real nice, tall, long. Did all this, cut all this cut by hand. All this was built off grid. Well, this is all repurposed, guys. Everything I build is repurposed out of, again, old material. I don't have anything new in this build. And so I try to be an example that people can build out of nothing. I built all this out of nothing 5 years ago. My family came and took everything. Not my family, my blood came and took everything off this property. I had to start all over from scratch. Here's the front of the cabin when we got snow. Snow out here. There's a doggone balloon. Side of the cabin's got some snow on it. There's the Rusty Cowboy right there. That's where it gets its name, from this Rusty Cowboy that sits up there. Oh yeah, lots of snow there. Look at that. Lots of snow. I think we had, that was last year. No, that wasn't this year. This is what this place looks like at night. This is what we're off the grid. Can't see your hand in front of your face out here. Totally off the grid. It's got a neat feeling out here at night. One off. There's not another place out here like it. I've been thinking, nobody else has nobody else has done it out here like I've done it out here. And like I said, I do it all with just repurposed materials, guys. I don't, there's the wind turbine that I built out. The wind turbine. I think it's 38 feet or something to the top of that. So that works really good. It's up high enough where the cabin doesn't get in anywhere near the cabin or nothing. Yeah, I thought I was looking to see if I had some more pictures of the Rusty butterfly, but I don't. Darn it, I thought I did. What a bummer. What do we got here? No, these are all older pictures. This is even before, this is an old phone that I was pulling some old info where I was doing my research off of. So I don't have any pictures in here. Yeah, these are some older pictures. There's no. Not gonna be any cabin pics in here. Not of the new cabin. No. How's this fire? Man, we're ready for some more wood already. That didn't take long. Didn't take long at all. Newfound. Oh wow. When they were digging out digging out the underground house. Wow, I didn't even know. I forgot I had that picture. I didn't even remember that I had look at this. This is an old. This is like when I first moved out. You know, couple years before. Heck yeah! Look at that. We're not even hardly very far back in. Right there. When I came out here, it all looked like this up here. Sagebrush. I mean, we got the mountains right there behind us, but look at that. Oh, there's not even a deck out there yet. I didn't even build the deck oh yes, there it is. That's all fenced in right there. This deck right here is where it's all fenced in right now, and then the where I just showed you the cabin sits behind here. This when we first came out. I told you can move out here, guys. People come out here and live just like this. And I first came out here in a tent, then moved into a travel trailer, got some, water, got a little tractor, just a little bit at a time. That didn't build anything with that. That's just like a drag tractor, but starting out just a little bit at a time. People live just like this out here. So I didn't move out here to begin with anything I have out here now. I just started with the tent, actually. I was in a tent. My son was in a motorhome. I moved him in the motorhome, and then I ended up in that travel trailer later. That's years, actually. Like I told you, it was a couple years after we moved out here. That wasn't the first. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's some old pictures in here. I forgot all this much out here. 2019. Some of this stuff, yeah. Oh, wow. Look at that, guys. When I first moved in. Oh, wow. I didn't even know I had that picture. This is, look, inside the semi-trailer, that was the first that I built. I built out the fireplace hearth. This is what's sitting right here. That's where the wood stove sits. This is the inside the semi-trailer, right? A tractor trailer. Look at this. It's not even completed. It doesn't even go all the way up the wall. Heck yeah. You can do it. A little bit at a time. That's how I do it. See that? I'm building the same thing, kind of a fireplace in the Rusty Dragon right now. Cool, look at that. There's the inside. Man, these are some old pictures. Look at this. This is the inside of this. That's the bathroom. This is this right here, guys. This is this right here. Bathroom sits behind here. Lofted bedroom back here. This is all the shower. When I was building it all, when I was putting it all in. Oh, that's pretty cool. I forgot I had some of these pictures here. Pretty cool, pretty cool. I've forgotten that I had all these. Here's the kitchen area. Here's the kitchen area. That's right here. All this beams and all this. Some of the beam work that I was doing is all old and repurposed. Wow, these are some pretty cool pictures, man. I didn't even know these were in here. How cool is that? Some old build pictures. There's the hole for the underground house. There's the hole for the underground house. That's actually the first time that I had it dug, is I had them come back out and dig it out another 10 feet and another 2 feet wide and 2 feet deeper than that. That's where the underground house sits, or where I'm going to build it. Hopefully I can get it done this spring. Yeah, I have a shelter out here. Yep. Yep. 50 foot shelter. Oh, nice. Look at that. There it is. Look at this. Look at that's the building that I'm in. That's the tractor trailer that I'm in. Look at that. That's the shelter. That's the tractor trailer that I built out here into this cabin. How cool. This is some old picture. Look, there's even some siding. I even got some siding up. There's even some siding up on it right there. Look, the first siding that I put on it. These are some pretty cool pictures, man. How cool is that? Because it's not always 70 and sunny. Here's from inside. From inside, standing inside, looking in that direction out, that direction from the, like I said, that's standing about 10 feet inside of it. Now there's a wall on that side now too, and it's all, like I said, been working on this for years. I'm a hard-working man. Oh, I dug the first one out by hand. And then I had the tractor come in and dig the second one, which cost me a fortune. Oh, cool. Yeah, these are old pictures years ago when I first After finally digging it all out, I got to put the culverts inside the shelter. Oh wow. These are some old pictures, man. This is cool. I haven't seen these in forever. I didn't even know I still had these in this. Very cool. I need to get these out of this phone and archive these or something. Red Dead Redemption character. Yeah, that's Red Dead Redemption character, but that's me last year. Well, that's me. So that's the same person. Yeah, that's me. Whether you like it or not. I can shave off a year or two. Oh, they didn't like that. They didn't like that. So there you go. I can shave off a year or two if I need to. Yeah, that's funny. Yep, that was last year. Yeah, I know. The stupid spell check. I hate it. And I was like, that stupid spell check. But I was like, I'm not going to restart the stupid stream. The silly old. I can't stand that. It just corrects everything automatically. You're the first person to say that, though. Nobody else caught it. You're the first spelling police. Nice. All right, let me get some more wood on the fire here. Some wood on the fire. You guys can check out the off the grid. Are you off the grid? Why are you on the grid? Why do you live on the grid? Why are you hooked up to a smart meter? How smart is that? You're trying to tell me you're hooked up to a smart meter and you're smart? I'm not saying you're not smart, but I don't know how smart that is to be hooked up to a smart meter. I'm gonna do a poll check here too. Let's check and see what the poll was here. Oh, ooh, there it is. Ooh, there it is. Where did I put that lighter at? I need to start the fire. Let's see. The poll says, say yes. There's the results. 56% said no and 44% said yes. Where did the ladder? Where is my ladder? Boom. There we go. We got some more fire. When it's time to leave it. Some people talk about wish we could escape society, but they can't afford to do anything. All right. All right, I gotta go water the bushes, guys. Gotta go water these bushes out here. Call my name. What are you doing? Oh, I was born. That didn't go very well. Let's see if we can find us a paper plates. Paper plates. Oh, there's a napkin. We're gonna reuse some TP. TP for my bunghole. Are you threatening me? You should be building your own house. Yeah, you should build your own cabin. Build your own cabin. I know where there's a semi-trailer right now. It's 28 feet long. That's good enough house to start with. 28 feet by 9 feet by 9.5 feet tall by 8 feet wide. $2,000. There's a start right there. $2,000. Yeah, you can't even buy one of those. You can't even buy one of them bully barns for that kind of money. I have 3 semi-trailers out here right now. I got a 53-foot tractor trailer too. That can be a double cabin. Imagine that. 53 feet. That's 13 more feet than this building right here, this cabin. That's a whole nother bedroom. Think about that. A whole nother bedroom. Whole nother bedroom. Here, I try to find that darn thing. Where'd it go? Oh, pardon me. When it's time to leave, I hope you understand. Lord, I was born a rebel. Where did that go? I don't know. There's that. You got a life straw? That's the first way to check out of the grid, guys, right there. Can't carry 1,000 gallons of water, but you can carry a life straw. Put that in your pocket. Put that in your pocket. hope you understand. Taking a break here. Let me get this wood stove going. Come on, stove, take off. Some of that wood on the end got a little bit damp. A little bit damp. It was on the end of the cover. Trying to make it work here. Come on, fire. Flue's all the way open. Is anybody else off the grid? Is anybody else off the grid? Everybody hooked up to a smart meter? Is everybody all smart metered out? You know they can toggle your heat up or down, right? We saw that in Europe. Like, oh, no. We don't care how cold it is. You can only turn it up to this temperature. Ooh. See? Smart meter. Kind of like concentration. Oh, never mind. I'm on the smart meters. Terrible. I'm so smart that I'm metered. See how smart that is? Smart meter. Are you being metered or are you making your own power? Are you your own power company? Are you become your own power? Become empowered. Become your own power company. Don't let anybody turn your power off. What are you going to do when the grid goes down? Do you have a backup plan for your smart meter? What happens when your smart meter goes down? What do you do then? Oh man, you're stuck, huh? Be drinking out of the back of your toilet. Better have a life straw. You can drink out of the back of your toilet with that if you needed to. If you had to, you could. Sure, you could. You'd be just fine. See, that's why you need a life straw. You could drink out of a puddle. If you had to, be just fine. Or you could not drink anything and die in 3 days. You can only go 3 days without water. Got to keep fluids in your body. Got to keep hydrated. You got to keep them hydrated. Oh. Come on, fire. Yeah, this wood's a little bit. I need to get another piece of wood in there or something. I don't know what's going on with that. Let's see if we can find another. Where do we get some more? We got a paper plate here. We got to use one. No use one. Use paper plates. On low battery on backup. Uh-oh. Yep, drink that toilet water, you silly gooses. Oh, hope you have a filter. Some of you guys got to drink your toilet water without your filter. You're hanging out no choice, huh? Ooh, imagine that. You can get them on sale right now. Yep, everything's on sale. Hey, did you guys get that message? Everything is on sale. On sale. Sale now. Call now. Call now. No, on sale now. On sale. Everything's on sale. Am I the only one that got the notification? Everything worldwide. Whole wide world. On sale now. Check it out. Did you guys get the email? Did you get the push notification? Hashtag everything's on sale. Call now. Call now. How many rolls of toilet paper they got at your store? How many people got to go to the store to get TP for their bunghole before there's no more toilet paper? Oh, it's the toilet paper debacle 2.0. Here we go again. Honey, grab the lawn chair. They're fighting over toilet paper again. Aren't you glad we went to the store and bought a bunch of toilet paper? Well, a little bit every time we went. Good stuff. TP for my bunghole. Hey, in a lot of countries, they don't have toilet paper. People in America are pretty darn spoiled. A lot of places, they don't have toilet paper. Toilet paper's not a thing. I know, I'm trying, Pants. There's that wood. Puppy's looking at me like, Dad, why is it taking so long to start the fire this time? The wood got a little wet. We're using some wet wood. I figured we'd pull that some wood. It'll be fine. We'll get it going. That'll get it going. Get it going. Get it going. It's taking off slowly but surely. Normally I don't have no, I know what it is. I need to clean that back. Got a little too much ash on the back side of that there. Time to clean the fireplace out. Gotta do the regular maintenance when you're off grid. Can't just go flip the light switches and turn on the thermostats. Gotta do a little bit of maintenance. Can't just live all convenient, you know. Go to the Starbucks. Go to the McDonald's. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. How could there be all those coals? Maybe all them coals and then not really that crazy. Take off. Take off. Take a hike. Oh, that's disgusting. McDonald's is terrible. That's filthy. Disgusting. That's not food. That's not food. That's not food. The bugs won't even eat it. The bugs won't eat it. That's you eating it and the bugs won't eat it. Ah, who's on the smart meters now? You guys been eating the McDonald's, taking the greatest Jabadooski, huh? Bowing to that altar of Jabba. That's not food, guys. We know that's not food. There's no way that's food. We're gonna make it take off this time. We got some. I like Hispanic food. Yeah, I eat microwave dinners every night. That's disgusting. Disgusting food. It's not even food anymore. They're gonna put bugs in your food. You're gonna eat the bugs. Eats the bugs. Eats the bugs, YouTube. Eats the bugs. You're gonna eat the bugs. That's what Klaus Schwab said. You're gonna eat the bugs, and you're gonna eat the food printed by the mile. Eats the bugs. Yep. You'll eat the bugs and you'll like it, remember? You'll have nothing and you'll like it. Because you didn't do anything about it. And you're going on the new system. What do we got here? U.S. Department of State, Bureau of... Yeah, we'll use that one. That'll work. That'll work. Heck yeah. Woo. You'll eat the bugs. No, I won't eat the bugs. Yes, you will. You'll eat the bugs. What are you doing, Pants? Watch, boys, I know. I know. We're just hanging out, buddy. Just hanging out. No, well. Everything's so funny. Everything's so funny. You're so funny. What are you doing, kitten boy? Huh, kitten boy? You're a good boy. You were good boys today. You guys were good boys. You guys are my good puppies. No, wow. Heck yeah, look at that. Ooh. Just taking off there. I love it when you do me right there. Oh, all right, we got to get rid of you. All you can do is just put in stupid. I think you're done. See, I need to put that in. Get rid of all this nonsense. People, all you do is reach out to people on social media. Boy, you had a lot more to life than money, huh? Time's what you want. You want to get your time back, guys. You need your time back. Quality of life. It's not all about money, right? It's about quality of life. You spend your whole life worrying about money, huh? Yeah, that's not a life. Your whole life slaving the system. Slave, you're a debt slave. Be a slave to your credit card debt. Get the big house like the Joneses, and yes, you must get more debt. Yes. Get a bigger house. Go more into debt. Buy bigger, fancier cars. And yes, keep up with the Joneses. Keep up with the Joneses. Yeah, no time to play around with foolish, silly stuff, huh? We've already entered the world's 6th extinction event, and people are still playing video games all day. That's pretty amazing. Think about that. We've entered the 6th extinction event 4 years ago. We're 4 years into the 6th extinction event, and people are still playing video games all day long. Not all women are crazy. Guys are crazy too. Oh, you can play video games, just not all day. There's more to life than video games. And are video games something you should be playing when we're in an extinction level event? I don't know. What's wrong with video games? Well, I don't know. There's an extinction event going on, and we could be doing something about it, but we're just going to sit around and play World of Warcraft all day, right? I got the most awesome video game system, but I don't have one water filter. That could be a problem. I've got the coolest PlayStation 19 million 500 or whatever they're on now, and but I don't have a first aid kit. I know how to level up, do this, have this squad or whatever, but I don't know how to perform CPR. I don't know first aid. I don't know how to do that. I know how to play video games all day, but I don't know how to perform CPR on somebody. I have no actual life skills. I got a Call of Duty squad or I got a I don't know, the World of Warcraft. I'm a first person shooter. You know, you know what my KD is on, you know what my KD is online? Let me tell you, man. Let me tell you what my KD is. All I care about is my KD, right? I don't know, guys. I don't know. I just tinkering with the fire here. Got my puppies out here. They're not doing CPR. It's good. Okay, bye. All right, I think I get the fire going, guys. I probably just had some wet wood here. A couple of these pieces on the bottom I tossed in there when they had snow on them. I think I'm still, come on now, take off. There's coals underneath them. Come on now. Dude, no flipping way. Are you cereal? Are you cereal? Look at that pants. It went out again. It went out again. It's that wet wood. We're going to get it going, though. Patience. Yeah, you get shadow banned by the tubes. By the old tube. All right, boom. I'm struggling with some wet wood here, trying to get it going. This is crazy. All day today with this darn wood. I need to go grab the wood that's under the tarp. Tomorrow. Mañana. Tomorrow. How's it lighting back there when it goes out? That's silly. Get chilly. I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do what we did last time and go grab a pizza box. Get some cardboard in there. Stop trying to play with the paper. Get the cardboard. Get the cardboard out. Thanks for coming in, Enormous. Just said take us some wet firewood here. We had some snow out here, so I think it might be time to sweep this chimney. I'm not sure. It doesn't. I don't seem to have issues. No. That's fine. That's what is that doing? Yep. All right. It's going in the back, going in the front, going in the back, to the back. All right. Oh yeah, that's that one. That's what I did last time. Make it all light from the back. Nice. Where's those other kittens? Are they outside? Where's Juniper? Where's Juniper girl? Where's my other kitten girl? Oh, I'm like, whoa, like, whoa. I think I might have to do a chimney sweep on this thing. It seems like it's. I don't know what it's doing. I wish we could play music on YouTube. YouTube sucks for that, though, man. Why can't I play music on YouTube? Because you get copyright. That's why. That's why I don't play music. We're just chilling here. Not. Yeah, normally I don't have no problem starting a fire, but I'm working with some wet wood, guys. I got snowed on here. And it's the one that's sitting at the bottom of the barrel here. It'll go here. Just throwing some cardboard on it now. Not without getting a copyright strike, you can't. A lot of the times, a lot of content creators get copyright strikes, get a way to get your channel flagged and shadow banned for copyright strikes. Boom. Come on, take off, stupid thing. No, you can't play music on your channel. You gotta be careful on YouTube. Gotta be careful on YouTube. It's Nazi Germany now. Oh, don't say that. See? Can't say that word. That's a word they don't like on YouTube. You got to say Yahtzee. Yahtzee. All right, she's taking off there. There she goes. Finally. Took a minute to get that stinking wood dry. Dry. There she's going now. All right, I got her going. Took me a country minute. All right, if that fireplace takes off, I'm going to sweep that chimney tomorrow. I'm going to take that cap off there. I think it's time to do a chimney sweep. Little preventive maintenance goes a long way. We don't have any snow anymore. The snow's all melted off. I mean, we still got snow in the hills and stuff, some of the higher areas. But this was some wood that was sitting out on the edge that I didn't have covered up. We had about 6 or 7 inches we got. And then we got a little bit more snow over the top of that. So, but yeah, she's taking off now. Good. I think I hear the kittens. I gotta check on the kitties. I hear the kittens. What are you doing, kitten? Well, that star is so green. Holy smokes. really just green. Man, the stars out there tonight are just whoa. Whoa. We're in the dark sky sanctuary, the world's largest 2.5 million acre dark sky sanctuary. Pretty crazy, pretty amazing. The stars are twinkling like no tomorrow. Martin Luther. Come on now, fire there, take off. Let's see, I want to see what the temperature is. You can see stars better. Let me get out and see. I live in the world's largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. It's 2.5 million acres out here. Not a larger one in the whole world. What are you doing? Oh, yeah. Well, I better get the temperature up here. It's coming out. The cabin temperature's coming down here a little bit. It's coming down here a little bit. Oops, set this back down here. So, yep. One of the most spectacular views that they've said anywhere on the earth. Right here, we're right here in the 2.5 million acres of out of the light belt in Lake County. Oregon, the oldest place in the northern hemisphere. Not an older place in the northern hemisphere than Oregon, where I'm at. Pants, leave him alone. Stop being a bully. Stop being a bully. You're acting like a Nephilim. You know that? That's what you're acting like. All right, go. Go, Tiggy. Yep. Don't want to be anywhere, no city. Nope. Big city lights. Tango, watch out. You're going to step on that and pull the whole stream down. Go. Go lay down. What time is it? Let me see. Oh, 11:30. Go lay down. It's puppy time, so go lay down. Go lay down. Oregon? No, Oregon's not near Ohio. No. No, we're over on the West Coast, over here, where it's not going to get all flooded out. All right, I think put another piece of wood on there. Another one. Let's put another piece on there. Another one here. Another one here. Well, the government knows something. That's what I've been pointing out. That for what got my TikTok channel shadow banned and my live stream taken down over there. Yeah, pointing out the overlay map. Not another internet channel talking about it. All glory to the Father. You go back and check out some of my live streams and you can see I've been talking about this 10-24-24 celestial gas giant alignment. That could probably be what makes it happen. tide. Yep. There's going to be something that shifts the tides. Exactly. Some kind of tidal shift coming. It's happened before. It's just a cycle. It's just part of the cycle is all it is. It's not a flood event where it floods the whole earth, but a tidal shift. You got it. Trying to get this thing ripping again here. Trying to get it ripping again. Add some more wood to it. I've got some lodgepole and some ponderosa pine. I'm out here in the high desert. I normally like to burn juniper, but I burnt all my juniper up already this year, so I traded for some firewood this year, and a gentleman had some lodgepole and ponderosa pine. Not a hardwood, but burns good, burns hot. This one's just a little bit wet because I had it sitting. We got snow out here, and actually got snowed on a couple times, but I don't. It's not no oak or no nothing like that. It's not madrone but I can stuff this wood, full and get a good. I live in an uninsulated big old a cabin that I built like an older cabin. This year I'm going to insulate it, but I can normally get it to burn overnight and have some coals in the morning to get it going again. If I don't have wood that's been snowed on it, normally this thing it doesn't. I only can light a fire in it and it takes off real quick. This Arrow stove that I have is a real good stove. I really like the stove a lot. I've had several stoves in my day, but this is a really good stove. I actually have another one in the 53 in the other tractor trailer over there. That's a smaller version of this one. I've never used those. I think those would be excellent to have as a backup, though. I always thought it'd be cool to have a bunch of those things. Yeah, I can tell this one's gets a little pitchy too, but normally I burn a lot of juniper. Juniper is my favorite because I'm out here in the high desert and I can get access to juniper. But pine's good. Lodgepole, I'll burn anything if it's good, clean, seasoned wood. I don't have a preference for any kind of wood. If it's good seasoned wood, I'll burn it. Nice. Oh, yeah, a little pitch coming out of that one. To the south of down here, they've got madrone. That burns really hot. Madrone is one of the best woods I got some last year. I burnt some madrone, and you can really get that stuff. Just a really hot burning wood. Yeah, and I love to burn juniper. It just has the most unique smell to it as well. Oh, something smells like the desert to me. I was born in the desert, so live in the desert. Maybe that's what it is. Something about the desert. Something about the desert. I wish that thing would just take off, but I know that wood's too wet. What are you doing? Why are you still up, puppy? You guys need to go lay down. It's after 10:30. Please go lay down. Thank you, kids. Go lay down. I know he won't let you back there. puppy dogs. Let's put that up there. All right. Try this one more time. We're gonna put the box there. I know it'll go off. I'll sit down and relax. Stop messing with this stupid fire. Then just put darn cardboard on to begin with. You just put the cardboard on to begin with. Would have done that. Would have messed with it. Just left it alone. Or left it alone. Try to add more wood to it. Huh? Add more wood. Watch it. Watch it. Don't believe me, just watch. All right. There it goes, right there. Right there, right there. Right there, right there. Hey, you don't live where I live there, Metapalooza. I live with there's no neighbors. I don't know. You live where there's no neighbors? Yeah. Love the cold weather. Some people, yeah. Neighbor's 18 miles away. Nice. Nice. Snow a couple weeks ago. Strong wind. Not, yeah. Negative 23. Oh, yeah. We had a nice day here today. I think it was probably in the high 40s is what it got here today, I think. Was one of those days where the sky wasn't covered in chemtrails, which is very rare these days, not to see the sky's all covered with waffle fries. There we go. Oh, I see what the problem was. Oh, that's what the problem was. The damper was, how did that get like that? How did that get like that? I don't know. Cool. All right. Well, I'm doing, like I said, just hanging out here, doing the off-grid thing. Throwing some wood here on the fire. Had some wet wood. Or we don't have any wet wood. But I kept this stuff was exposed outside. We got some moisture out here. Then we got some snow. A little more snow. Just take off over there. Don't believe me, just watch. So I think this, I'm gonna have to take and go back to my old what I do. Go back to doing a full-time make working on the cabin and doing the shelter a full-time job. That's how I've always made myself be able to make things work. I just force myself to work 8 hours a day, no matter what. And I've always been able to get by like that and get what I need to get done. And then I go back to do my study thing. And but I got to do that again. I think I got to get to, been putting a lot of time. Got some cotton candy. Got me some cotton candy Christians in here, boys. Got me some other Jesus. Difficult is the path that leads to eternal life. Narrow. Straight is the gate. Nice. Going in the back there, boys. In the back. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. That's William Long. I remember something about the eye of the needle. Yep. He said, it'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man through the gates of heaven. They asked Donald Trump that because he was a rich man. And he said, well, no worries. I'm making a line of microscopic camels and I'm sparing no expense. Blasphemy! Blasphemy! He's such a blasphemer. You can't get more blasphemous than to decorate your house with Satan and call yourself a Christian. Oh my gosh, the world is such a sleep at the wheel. Sleep at the wheel. We're just sleep at the wheel. And he'll get reelected as president, pretended. Then he'll still have his house decorated with Satan and people won't say anything about it. Ain't Mr. Agent Orange. Mr. Greatest Jabba Dabba Dooski. And he'll still run cover for old Creepy Joe. He'll still run cover for the creep. No, the creep will be out of the way, right? He stood down just like he's supposed to. They went right by what the scripture said. It's almost over. We don't have to worry about it too much longer. All that time. People had to figure it out. Those two families have been going after each other and doing that stuff for... Go research. We don't research anything anymore. They just believe whatever. Remember what Richard Nixon said? Americans don't believe anything until they see it on television. Right? So, Mr. Operation Warp Speed, roll up your sleever gene therapy and, greatest wall ever. Instead, you got the greatest Jabadooski ever. Right? Bow to the altar of Jabba. Get ready. He's going to lock you down again. He wants to take your Second Amendment right. Never forget that guy is Mr. Agent Orange said he's going to bring the National Guard to your door to deliver you by executive order. He'll give you that Jabadoo, right? He'll bring the National Guard. Remember, they're showing you in New York that they'll use guns right now in New York with all this, soft exposure. That's exactly what the last one was. It was getting you ready for the big show. Getting you ready for the big show. Oh yeah. With their big X marks the spot, huh? Foreshadowing of what's coming. How about you, Mr. Warp Speed brings you back, starts talking about gold and silver. How about Mr. Warp Speed? Anybody hear Mr. Warp Speed talking about gold or silver? I'll bet you when he gets back in office, he will. Oh, maybe it'll happen even before he gets into office, huh? Maybe I'll just be a little too early. I'd rather be 10 months too early than 10 seconds too late. This whole thing's on top from the fire now. That's silly. Silly. Get silly. Everybody's talking about Bitcoin, huh? Old Bitcoin. Blockchain. No, you don't. All you coin pumpers, right? Now make your money in your coin space. Gold and silver will always be God's money. The power will go out. You won't have nothing unless you buy some assets with your coin. So, yep. You'll never kill Bitcoin until you kill the internet. You can't kill these coins. They're well, a bunch of them are just a flop coins, but some of them, a couple of them, all of them, most of them are flop coins. But so too much money in the space already. Can't stop it. Too much big money. The big money always moves first. So, yep, ETFs, they'll hold it for 4 or 5 years. If they don't take the grid down, they'll get their 20% and they'll move out of the space. So, that's why I tell people you can't all ships rise, right, in a rising tide. So, make your money in the space right now. This is the time. I'm not telling you, I'm not giving you any economic advice here, but too much money moving into the space right now. We don't talk about the shape of the earth in here, Metapalooza. That's a good way to get yourself banned in this chat. No, I don't want to see you get banned in here, but don't talk about the shape of the earth in this chat, please, ever again. I'll remove you permanently. We don't talk about the shape of the earth. It's irrelevant. It's just deception. It causes division. There's a lot of other things we can talk about other than the shape of the earth. Just sows division. I think most people, yeah, really, absolutely, 100%. You'll be out of here permanently. I don't sit there and talk about the spinning ball. Yeah, don't talk about the shape of the earth. You said there was something about flat earth. Don't talk about the shape of the earth in this channel, please. No worries. It causes division. All I'm asking. There's lots of other things we can talk about, I just seen it, if you can have I believe we live on a planet, okay? How about that? I'm not in the spinning ball model or I'm a man of God. It says the earth cannot be moved from its foundation, but anyways, it causes so much problem, like fighting over, the name of Christ, fighting over Shiloh, fighting over I am, fighting over Jesus, fighting, it causes too much division. So I just don't allow it in here. Because I talk about the stars a lot, I talk about the sun and and people always want to make it about that. And then it sidetracks people from the lesson. Like if I teach a lesson and I'm talking about the stars and I'm putting up different, normally I stand up, I don't just sit on my butt and I teach a lesson or I go over a lot of information. And so I don't want to talk about when I'm trying to talk about and doing a decode, on celestial markers in the heavens. And I don't need the whole flat earth, ball earth going on. You can't corkscrew and spin me. How about that? You believe whatever you want. You can't corkscrew and spin me. And then we'll just leave it at that. So anyways, it just causes so much problem because a lot of the times that I talk about, Hey, thanks for coming in, Andy. Appreciate it. Yeah, well, they don't really hide much anymore. We don't live in that age. They did for a long time, but we're out of the age of Pisces. Is again on that, we're in the age of the apocalypse, the age of revelation, the age of Aquarius now. So, um, electromagnetic, right? Yeah, I know about that. That's a thing now, guys. Yeah. Remember, the Masons are low men on the totem pole, guys. Masons are just front men like Trump and Biden and Gates and all these people are just front men. There's people that you will never see and never hear their names and have way more money than Stinky Musk and all that. Um, this goes a lot deeper than most people even ever have the time to take it and uh, study, but that's all right. God doesn't reveal everything to everybody. Not all. He will reveal all those things in the end. You know. Um, I think you need to define the word demon, Metapalooza. The word demon or is daemonion, one who distributes fortunes, and demon was a compliment in history. Before everybody, this translation, this perverted and forwarded, people believe 666 is the number of beasts. They think, money's the root of all. They get it all incorrect. It's all incorrect. Um, a demon is one who distributes fortunes. A daemonion, diablo, the word was replaced in scripture with the word devil. It was a compliment in history. Before it was ever used in the translation, as they used to pray to their ancestors for fortunes. But everybody misinterprets everything because they want you to get you to believe in some fake nonsense, to get you to believe in aliens and all this. It's all been forwarded, perverted from, hundreds, thousands of years. Some of this stuff is, people, these whole kingdoms and, but the Masons are just a part of what's going on here. There's people behind closed doors again that the people will never see and hear their names and know their names. But yeah, it's very much an illusion. They play tricks, and play visual voodoo. That's right. The Most High wrote all things. It's the devil's playground, but the Masons. Oh yeah, it's an illusion. it's they've wrong is right and right is wrong right now. Everybody's an actor acting like everything's okay. Everybody's got putting on a front. you know, everybody's acting like, not everybody, but most everybody is acting like everything's just okay. And well, at least here in America. um, it's like they've been under a spell. They've been told lies. They watch too much television, and been channeled and schooled as a child and programmed, grew up watching television programs, and all this is all going by the script. There's nothing not doesn't go by the numbers or doesn't go by the stars. It's all being done by the stars. It's all being done by the number. So quite the illusion, but very well scripted, if you will. Came through the matrix, not into the matrix. Everything is perverted, forwarded, twisted. We live in a WHIRLED or a world or a WORLED. Remember, I said you can't corkscrew and spin me through time and space. I know that, you spelling police. We already know that. Oh, I'm pretty sure it's with you. So, okay, well, whatever. I didn't want to restart the stream. So, bye-bye. Go fact check this. The sky is purple. Do something about it. You can't. I have freedom of choice and freedom of speech. So you're the second person you'll be hidden from this channel because I can't stand Karens and Kens. Yeah, I don't 99 Metapalooza, 98% of Christians are pagans. They worship tree worship and Moloch and fire and Mithra and Grove, and so are Baptists and Mormons, and all religions are heathens and pagans, and they worship the other Jesus. That, you know, there's more than one Jesus in Scripture, and 98% of the 99% of the people that I know that calls themselves Christians, they worship the other Jesus that we were told by himself, you know, and warned about. There's many warnings about there's more than one. Do you know there's more than one Jesus in the Bible? But most people don't, because they're ignorant pagan Christians, and they worship and bring in that vain vanity, worthless tradition into their homes and into the churches all over the world. Doesn't even matter what their denominations are now. They're all vain and vanity. They worship the traditions of men. But the same things, they're even probably more perverted than forwarded than they were at the time of Christ. He called them out as the synagogues of Satan. So no, it's not a white Jesus, but sure, there's the image of Caesar Borgia, right? I mean, there's some, we don't live in that age, can't hide it anymore, but it doesn't matter. Don't talk about the color of his skin in here too. That's a good way to get yourself banned out of my chat too. It doesn't matter the color of Christ's skin. Go find out what color the tribe of Judah was, and then you can take it. It doesn't matter. Doesn't even matter. No, you don't spell his name with the Y with vowels. See, all these things of the world that people do, and you're fine. I'm just, you know, you don't spell Christ's name with a vowel. There's no, you know, there's no, Hebrew doesn't have A-E-I-O's or U's, you know. So thank you. The Holy Spirit has no race. One race, the human race, man and woman. Thank you. Finally, something good to bite on there. God creates man and woman. No. But that's how you'd spell his name in Hebrew. So anyways, yeah, some of the things that people fight are just the most, you know, there's a lot of other things. We're supposed to be sharpening iron with iron. You know what I'm saying? But people want to have bread and circus talk, and, you know, we're in an extinction event right now. 4 years in this extinction event, and people want to sit around and, you know, sow division instead of talking about things that, that's right. He was from the house of David, born of Bethlehem. David called him the Lamb of God, right? He was the lamb. Aries, the ram, in the celestial marker. Aries, the sign of Aries. And when he was born, when the morning star conjuncted with its king star, the Vesca Pisces, with the birth of the king, the wise men saw, correct? There weren't three wise men. They were the Magi. They gave three gifts, but yes, it was the birth of the king and the morning star, which conjuncted the union that birthed the king. These are things that are marked in the heavens, not by men. These celestial markers mark times. David declared him the Lamb of God, right? Aries, the ram. When we seen that celestial conjunction, that celestial marker, that marriage, that union, that birth, that porthole, correct? Born through the Pisces, through the matrix, into this, the birth of the king. This is the signs. This is the signs that the wise men were watching. And we left the age of fire. Aries, yes, the Lamb of God, sprang out of the tribe of Judah from the house of David, born of Bethlehem, as David was born of Bethlehem as well. Absolutely right. Correct. Heavens declared it. David declared it. And when we left that age of fire, we came into the age of what? Something smells a little fishy. Water, Pisces. The heavens declare the age. Not men. But anyways, David did declare him born of Bethlehem, and he was the lion, correct, from the tribe of Judah. Sprang out of Judah, Disney mocks him and calls him the Lion King. Remember, is the scepter. It wasn't just the first sign that the Magi saw, but it was him who was declared the head and high priest of the church. It wasn't just one sign, the Star of Bethlehem, that was seen in the celestial heavens by the wise men who were paying attention to the brightest star in the night sky. And also out the longest in the night sky, getting its name, the king, Melchizedek, in the scripture. Another celestial marker of Christ Jesus in the heavens. Pisces, the marker of Christ Jesus in the heavens. The Lamb, Aries, the ram, declared in the heavens. Another celestial sign of the Redeemer, also declared as the second sign as the wise men continued to watch Melchizedek. Jupiter moved opposition. It pointed to, that's right, the king, the head of the church. Shiloh, the Shiloh sign, the Lion King. Remember I said Disney mocks him, Leo, the lion from the tribe of Judah, who sprang out of Judah, right, from the house of David. The scepter sign that declared him the head of the church, the high priest, the lion from the tribe of Judah. The scepter shall not depart from Judah until Shiloh returns. Hallelujah. Correct? He's the head of the church. He's the high priest. We are the body, sons of God. But yes, he was from Bethlehem, and David did declare him the ram. And so did the heavens. And so did the heavens declare him the high priest of the church. But I don't know. I don't know too many people. They make it about religion. They don't understand the celestial markers. They just missed that same marker happened in 2015. Yeah, these wise men, they were paying attention to these celestial markers. They were paying attention to Jupiter and watching for these celestial signs in the heavens, in the stars, and in the sun, and in the moon. These signs that were left for times and for seasons, correct? That happened. That celestial conjunction happened again. A star upon a star, a marriage, a birth, a union between two stars. The king and the morning star. Remember, the star of Bethlehem. The star of David, born of Bethlehem. Correct? These were what the wise men saw, brothers and sisters. They were wise men. And these markers have been left. Again, in 2015, we saw that same celestial marker, a star upon a star. Didn't mean that it didn't happen. So please be wise and look up, because there would be signs in the heavens. He told us that for times and for seasons. He told us to look up because your redemption draweth nigh, the one who paid the bride price for his bride. The Lamb. Remember, at the wedding feast, the Lamb of God, Aries the ram, declared in the heavens. David declared him the Lamb of God. The high priest, that's right, the high priest, Shiloh. The scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns. So we've seen the celestial markers, brothers and sisters. Very few, oligos. Oligos is what he said. Little flock, teeny, puny number, little flock. So very few have paid attention to these celestial markers in the age that we're in. As I was saying earlier, oligos, even though we're in the age of Revelation, we're in the age of the apocalypse. That means to lift the veil, to remove the cover, to pull the lies off, and to remove the truth that's been standing there all along. Covered by lies. Doesn't need propped up with hammers and nails. It stands erect on its own. Not like a phallic, like these pagans who worship these traditions of men that's rampant around the world. They don't take up their cross. They're not condemned. They're loved by the world. And we know what happens if you know his world, what happens if you are loved by the world. If you deny him by the world, what happens? If you deny him in front of your friends, if you deny him in front of your family, the true Christ Jesus, the true Shiloh, I am, right? I am. Be comforted, I am. Before Abraham was, I am. I am the Hados, I am the Alethi, and I am the Horizo. I am the way, the truth, and the light. The one who paid that bride price. Right? In the flesh. So you didn't have to pay in the flesh, but you have to pay in the spirit, correct? Conform to my image. Follow after me. Who shall ever follow after me? Let them deny themselves, take up their cross. Who shall ever be my disciple, take up their cross? Are you taking up your cross? Daily, he tells us, correct? Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up their cross daily, and follow after me. So be on guard, brothers, sisters. Again, earlier in this stream, I was talking about the enemy sowing seeds. Reap what you sow. And when I hit the thing, the old spell check, I said, I don't care. Boom. Sowing seeds. Right? Is it SOW or is it SCW? Is it the SON or is it the SEN? Is it SON? Is it, you want to split hairs, huh? What are you focusing on right now? Are you sowing division amongst his people? He warns about causing one to stumble. Right? Use your time wisely. We're supposed to agape love. This is let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. You know what he's talking about, huh? Interesting there. The name of Isaac. Well, it's not for everybody. Olegas. Oh. That's right. Nothing in our solar system. The SON that's controlling the SUN. Hallelujah. You're the only one I think we're getting the sound cut out for. But brothers and sisters, I don't understand. I don't declare this message. I don't show you these things on my arms and stuff and declare these things because it's for my health. This is a beautiful time to be a witness to this celestial age. The passing, the marker that was left us from age of Aries, the ram, into Pisces, the fish, and now with conjunction of the time marker Saturn and Jupiter in 2020, we moved into this new age. And in 2015 to see the Star of Bethlehem again, and then the passing again to opposition to point at the head of the lion, the Shiloh sign, and then move into in 2017 in the belly of the Virgin and the Revelation 12 sign, and then the Revelation 13 sign back to back. This is insane. What an insane, just unbelievable. That's not the right word, but it's hard to believe that we are even so blessed to be a witness to this age and this time. The passing, we're here for the passing of an age. If you'd been 100 years or earlier, or 100 years, a lifetime, you'd have missed this. What an incredible time. This only happens once every 2,000 plus some years, guys. We are a very blessed people to see this passing of this age. And trust you me, if you understand what I'm saying, 99% of the world doesn't even know what happened. Yeah. Remember when this celestial marker marking time, the ones the pagans prayed to, right? This marker conjuncted back in 2020 with Jupiter, the great conjunction. We left that age of Pisces and we came into this age of Revelation, to this age of the apocalypse. this age of Aquarius. All of the stars, including Pluto, have moved into Aquarius. We're not in that age anymore. We've come into the age of the 12,000 year extinction cycle. Now, apocalypse means to lift the veil, Isaac, to remove the cover, not Armageddon. Oh my God! Ah! That's what the whole world thinks apocalypse means. It means to lift the veil for the 2,000 plus years of deception that's been put over this church by lies and traditions of men, vanity, vain, Halloween, All Hallows Eve, Samhain, Christmas. That's not it. That's not scriptural. That's not biblical. New Year's celebrated in the middle of the winter. Lupercalia, Valentine's Day. These are traditions of men. That's Jezebel. Idolism, idol worship, self-worship, making up their own laws, their own Shem, their own authority, their own agape. No, apocalypse is not the end of the world. Stop saying that. I rebuke you for saying this unclean truths. One more time with your lies and you'll be silenced. We'll have you up against the wall. It means to lift the veil, to remove the cover. That's apocalypse, to remove the lies. Revelation, to reveal. Apocalypse, to remove the lift. Hello, this is it. The apocalypse. Whoa, we're already here. We already made it. You're still stuck back there and something smells fishy and Pisces with the world who thinks that apocalypse means Armageddon. You got your timeline all mixed up, silly rabbit. Tricks are for kids. With your silly Gregorian leap calendar too. Lunar worship. Pagan. Perversion, forwarded, twisted is what Christ would have said. Yeah, imaginary sky daddy, huh? Christ doesn't exist and there's no heaven in the sky, guys. That's why that's what you get that sky daddy comment for. Because people know that they figured it out. Most Christians think they're going to heaven somewhere in the sky. That's not where heaven exists. That's not where grandma's at. That's not biblical either. That's why they mock you, world. My people will perish for lack of knowledge. Hey, why don't you, Isaac? Boy, you got lots of questions. Boy, you sound like, I don't mean to, I'm not condemning you, but you sound like one of these people must be one of them lollipop Christians, as I call them. They don't ask no questions. It's sweet. They like that sweet, easy Jesus, that sweet doctrine. They put that sucker in your mouth and don't ask any questions, lollipop Christian, right? I'm just saying. You're not using you. Okay, then you're not, but I don't know what, that's fine. I'm not condemning you. That's what I'm saying. Thank you for staying in here, not having soft skin, Isaac, and not running off. Cool. All right, we're on the same sheet then. I'm not condemning you, okay, Isaac? Thank you. I'm just teaching. Cool. But most people don't ask any questions, and that's what I mean by a lollipop Christian, guys. They were warned about another Jesus by the Apostle Paul and another gospel. Christ even himself said, many will come in my name. And Jesus, they will say, I am Christ, Jesus Christ, and they will be deceived. So we were warned, and that is the rampant Jesus that runs rampant throughout churches, no matter the denomination. Because he doesn't dwell in houses made by hands. That's why I had my hands tattooed this, so I could say it hundreds of times. Thousands of times. The Most High does not dwell in temples or houses made by what? Hands. He said, where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my name, or 101, there I will be in their midst. That's right. A wolf's in sheep's clothing. Many will come in my name. They'll look just like Christ. The devil that most people believe, guys, that's sowed seeds, again, amongst Think about what I've been saying about this passage that I keep trying to convey to you, that the enemy is here, that the wheats and the tares are together. We have to grow together. Can you identify the difference? The Antichrist comes mirroring, performing all the same. Is that real? Real, or is that fake? Is that is that a copy? He's a copycat. He's not some, tights and red spandex, and that's how he comes back. And that's what we see in our churches. He doesn't act like the devil. He acts like Christ. So nobody wants to read the word, and they don't realize that, oh, wait a minute, judgments. The dead will rise from the ashes of the dust. So that means that they're not in heaven, meaning in some sky and waiting for some judgment in this. You have to pass through the books of judgments, whether people believe. Believe is not John 3:16. I believe, and saved, and you'll be saved, because that believe is a verb. It's not a thought in your head. It's an action word. So it isn't what you think. And everybody, I believe. Well, I bet you do. You probably think you got saved too, huh? You accepted Christ? Blasphemy. Blasphemy. That is not what the word says. But people want to forward it and pervert the word and twist it and give it whatever translation they like. That's what Babylon was founded on. The whore that rode the beast. He called her a whore in his book because he said she cheated on his law. That was a marriage, a contract between the bride and the bridegroom. Israel, that he divorced because they made up their own laws. Faith is a noun. Faith is a noun. You got to put legs on faith. But belief now, that's a verb. And people think they believe something, so it's not what you think. But people like to twist and make this other Jesus and this other gospel, that this Christmas Jesus, this pagan Jesus, I call him the Nimrod Jesus, on December 25th. Christ wasn't born on December 25th, and he told us not to celebrate birth dates. We're supposed to celebrate death, and people mourn death. They do the complete opposite of what they should be doing. And whatever, I ain't trying to change anybody. I'm just telling you what the word says. Don't shoot the messenger. But many people are fooled by, remember the Apostle Paul said, they will come preaching another gospel that I did not preach, and speaking another Jesus. So you've been warned, but most people don't. They go to the church and they think they're worshiping Jesus, and they sit down one day a week and they believe John 3:16. And remember, he said, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up your cross daily, and follow after me. So that's the other Jesus that we were warned about. Remember, he will come in my name, a wolf's in sheep's clothing. Somebody said it earlier. Looking just like Christ. It'll have a church. It'll have salvation. It'll have, all the imagery, but it won't be the everyday Jesus, the 7-day, carry your cross. You can't set it down, deny yourself, follow after me, be condemned by the world, be hated. Don't celebrate the traditions of men. No, we're not going to birthday parties. That's not in scripture. This isn't biblical. Grandma's not up in the sky. Christ is in you. Christ is, this earth was given unto Satan. The heavens, the ruling class, are the ruling class. The earth is the rule, but they just believe in this nonsense religion. But that's okay. I ain't trying to turn any goats into sheep. He made it pretty clear. All I have to do is agape my neighbor like I agape my enemy. Judge a man righteously, but do not condemn them. These lollipop Christians, they say, oh, you're not supposed to judge anybody. You're not supposed to judge anybody. Blasphemy. That's blasphemy. That's an opposition. And God would, in his eyes, that would be called the adversary, and you'd be Satan, according to definition. But nobody wants to define anything anymore either. They want to just speak in translation, you know. The book is full of idioms. I can encourage you to go ask any priest, pastor, deacon, or reverend, chaplain, if, you know, Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt. They'll tell you, yep. But she wasn't, that was an idiom. There was no salt involved with Lot's wife. You know, they don't study the cultures. They don't study the customs. They study this, or they believe in a religion. Yeah, agape is love. 2 John and 6, to walk and follow in the commandments of God. Agape. Remember, I'm not asking you, Peter, if you phileo me, if you have an affection, you know, you have an affection. Do you agape me? Do you love me? Are you walking and following my commandments? He commands, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up your cross daily, and follow after me. So are you taking up your cross? Ask yourself, because I said you can't set it down. You can't set it down. And what is a cross then? Are you carrying a cross? Well, he was condemned, crucified to a cross. Are you carrying it? Are you picking it up? I don't know anybody that teaches daily cross. Well, I do. Brother Jim does. The gospel does. He does through his apostle Matthew. That's in his book, right? So if he said, who shall ever be my disciple? Are you his disciple? Take up your cross. Follow after me. Are you taking up your cross? These are commandments. Maybe I get this because I'm a veteran and a prior tyrant military police, as well as a police. I understand, is it law? These are commandments. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. Most people take it as a religion. It's a contract between his bride and the bridegroom that he divorced. A bill of marriage. There'll be a new wedding feast. He will call out his bride in that book, the Lamb's Book of Life. Nobody teaches this gospel anymore, brothers and sisters, and this is a lost gospel that has been around for over 2,000 years. It's called the New Testament, but it's lost. It's not old, it's new, but it's lost because people forget he said, let vengeance be mine. We're supposed to go out and be hated by the world. We're not supposed to be loved. We're not supposed to follow the traditions of men. And it's all spiritual now. So you don't literally drag a cross. He didn't carry a cross. I rebuke that nonsense of the world. Christ didn't carry no cross. Ask your priest or pastor that. Did Christ carry a cross? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Now let me get your money. Put it in the basket. Come sit down. Nice to see you. Hey, we're all going to get raptured. Ha ha. Good to see you again. Ha ha ha. Put somebody in the basket. Sheep's clothing. Yeah. Nonsense. They're not teaching you how to get your cross. They're not telling you need to be loved by this world. They're right. Yeah, that's what they're telling you. Oh, everybody loves you. God loves everybody. Yeah, God loves everybody. Rapture, rapture, rapture. Blasphemy. So he's rampant through their traditions of men, their celebrations, their Yule festival, their feast of the Yule, the eating of their orgy sex Roman 7-day 17th to the 24th pagan Roman orgy festival that's called Christmas today. But it's the Feast of the Yule rebranded with another name. Many will come in my name, saying they are Christ Mass. Pagans, Christians, most of them pagans, because they celebrate this Christmas Jesus, which is pagan. You don't have to look it up. Christmas, it'll tell you it's pagan. You got Google. You got DuckDuckGo. You get like take that long. But they still do it. Oh, God knows what's in my heart. I'm doing it for the kids. Whatever. It's rebranded. It's the same festival. It was an orgy where they took up the peasant and made him a king for 7 days. It's not, you can't find this information. It's not, it's not hiding anymore. Remember, we live in the apocalypse now. We're not in Pisces anymore. That's what this deception was. This is what was put over the churches, these holidays, as I call them, these traditions of men, this Jezebel, this vanity that was celebrated back then. When Ahab married Jezebel, she celebrated these same traditions of men. The Yule festival, the Samhain, the All Hallows Eve, all this is same festivals, just rebranded by the Catholic Church. So God didn't tolerate it then, and he divorced his bride for celebrating all these traditions of men. Remember the 7-day orgy, where the king, their king, remember, that came from the peasants? They ate him. Remember, after 7 days, he got to lay with all the men and be with all the sheep and drink all the meat and the wine and lay with the women. And it was just a big, man on man, man on beast, beast on women. It was an orgy. But people don't, that is Christmas that you're celebrating. You think God's going to be real pleased with you? You're celebrating an orgy festival and calling it his birthday? And then after that 7-day festival, after that king got to live like, or peasant got to live like a king, they'd barbecue him, they'd eat him. They'd eat him. Cannibalism, sacrifice, leading up to the birth of their sex king. Well, the king of the Saturnalia, right? To the birth date of Mithra, the sun god. Their sun god. Mithra or Apollyon, the one, Lupercalia, the one Apollyon with the wolf. Same, Lupercalia is Christmas. Christmas is Samhain. Samhain is Easter. It's all the same Yule festival on the fire wheel. All that paganism trying to get back to the spring because they thought the sun was dying off. So they prayed to the Saturn to slow the sun from going away. They thought that the gods of the underworld were pouring the crops down in the vine and they were dying, and they prayed to these little g god deities, Tammuz, the son of Satan, the daggone fish god, like the Pope wears with that daggone fish hat. Paganism. It doesn't matter if you don't know your history. Christmas is the Feast of the Yule, which is the 7-day Roman orgy leading up to the birth of their sun god Mithra, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. Apollyon, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease in warp speed. Remember? Calls himself a Christian. Even Donald Trump's a pagan. Well, he calls himself a Christian. Well, no, he's not, because remember, he doesn't believe in Christ. He's the king of Israel, remember? They can't hide it from me. I know his silly little game. I see what he's doing. Signaling the coming. Oh, he's the Antichrist. He's not the 7th king, you silly rabbits. Tricks over kids. Remember that Tammuz? He loved. That was rabbits, tricks over kids. Tammuz loved rabbits. Remember the fertility? His mom, the fertility goddess. Rabbits, they like rabbits. Yeah, him and his mom like rabbits, remember? when Satan died, she married her son Tammuz, and they like rabbits. Remember? Yeah, that spring goddess, Ishtar, the star goddess, the mooner, lunar moon goddess, the goddess of fertility. When Satan died, the one that was born on December 25th, she married her son. That's where you get your EpiPen Island, Remember Trump? I'm an island boy. I'm an EpiPen Island boy. Yeah, me and Joe. We're island boys. Yes, we're island boys. Yeah, they are. Both of them. EpiPen Island boys. You like that? Yes, they are. Remember that pen with Miss Billary, where this all leads. Oxidized EpiPens turn into what? Sick. But they know what they're doing. They ain't playing around. They'll do you if you don't. Yep. Whole cities now. Rain fire from the heavens. Like Barack Obama, like fell from the heavens like lightning from the heavens. Did he come out of the sky? Is that where Satan fell, out of the sky? Or did he fall from grace from the ruling class to this earth? The heavens are the ruling class and the earth is the ruled. If you think you're going somewhere in the sky, good luck with that. If you think grandma's somewhere up in the sky, good luck with that. Where does it say that in the scripture? Anyone? Oh, I know Psalms 19. The heavens declare, his handiwork, but the line that goes out across. But where is grandma in the sky? All this nonsense, brothers and sisters, is religion, politics, television. You've been programmed, led to believe all these. This is not, he don't dwell in houses made by hands. He dwells within you. Heaven on earth. Christ is right here within us right now. You could be ruled by these principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. That is who's ruling this earth. That's the heavens at this time. Is that who rules you? Or is he your master? You cannot serve two Yep. Can't serve two masters, can you? Oh, remember that one? Not Mammon and God. All these people who put their faith in science and warp speed instead of putting it in man, or it's God, right? There were way worse times and plagues and things at the time of Christ. They told all these people, go inside. He told us to go out and lay hands on the sick, not put a face diaper on them and make them stand on the Mr. Warp Speed. Never forget what this guy did to this country. Never forget who he's signaling. Mr. 88, the coming of their Antichrist. The seventh king will be revealed as the eighth king. Don't think that Mr. Trump doesn't know exactly who that is. That's who his house is decorated with. Hello? The one that's locked up in the pit? They have a king. The orgy sex king, remember? The one they eat? Their festival? December 25th? I don't see how people don't see this, but I know I'm not the only one. What do you mean by that, Frank? I don't believe in races. I don't do races in here, Frank. We don't do races. God didn't create any races, and African American is a kind of a derogatory term. So God created one race, the human race. One race. Man and woman. One source, one race, one God. Right? Sent his only begotten son, Ruach HaKodesh, man and woman. I don't see color. I don't see race. So I don't do that. That was kind of a stupid question. Are you sure you're a pureblood Metapalooza? They kind of they probably got us all under the coals. We can eat all this nano, so they could have got any one of us spraying us with who, you know what I mean? I think we all could have been, we don't watch what we eat, but I hear you. You didn't take the Jabadooski or get the update or the booster. Why didn't you get the update or the booster? Why didn't you get the roll up your sleever? You don't like playing Pokemon? What's wrong with you? You don't like getting the sticker? You don't want to get the gene therapy? You don't like spike proteins? What's wrong with you, man? You should stand on the X. Put on your face diaper. Push your buggy down that cart that certain way. The bug won't get you if you go that way. It's filthy, filthy, filthy. Look up Google and see if a virus is a living organism. Right now, what does it say to you? Gene therapy, Operation Warp Speed. Remember? You knew I was a snake before you let me in. You got the roll up your sleever, didn't you? How about your inject? Let me see your injection site. Do you guys figure out that Christians are just like most people in this world are just a bunch of actors? Just a bunch of actors acting like something, God will see what's in your heart. God knows what's in all our hearts. So all these people who are doing these crazy things that we see around us right now, to include these pretendants and whatever, politicians, and even your friends and family, even yourself. He knows what's in our hearts. He sees our intentions. He sees what the world doesn't see. So got a pretty sneaking suspicion. Hey, Corey, what's your deal here? What are you talking about? I hear one of the moderators talking about you. I ain't seen anything you say. Speak to me for a second there, Corey. What are you talking about? Why you got one of my moderators up in a what's your deal? Because he could have already left you out of here, but he's not. Oh, never mind. Sorry, Corey didn't get a chance. He's with the dad, yep. Good ears. Oh, that's good. Good ears there, lady in red. I got them laying, Josie, they're laying all around. Animals are just everywhere. So good stuff, guys. Good stuff. What time we got? 12:50. All right, better not too much. Old guy. That puppy's a dozen years old, guys. He's still acts like he's just a puppy. All right. What? He saw me talk about the other dog, so he had to get it. He knew I was just talking about him, so he had to get up in here and come say something. Do you think end times are coming? We're already end of the age. We're already in a new age. So, no, we're not at the end of what it says in Scripture. We've got years to go before the world comes to an end. When he puts 1 foot on the land and 1 foot on the sea, it says time is no more. You'll be changed in the twinkling of it. No, we got a ways to go. We're not to that yet. Nope. She can speak in tongues. No, there's no such thing as speaking in tongues, Metapalooza. That's not a thing. That's blasphemy. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues. She couldn't speak in tongues. She was an actor, like I just told you. Everybody's acting. No such thing as speaking in tongues. No such thing as accepting Christ. You can't accept Christ. There's no such thing as being saved. You can't be saved. Oh, I got saved. There's no such thing as being saved. Yeah. It's in the definition by itself. It's in the study. If you study history, you realize that's not a thing. Maybe you should define the words and not go by all these traditions of men and listen to what men tell you, and go study your history and study your biblical history and study the definition. Like that term rapture, never written in scripture, not even real. A whole bunch of hocus pocus, nothing to it. Oh, the prophets could speak in tongues. The prophets could, but that was all nailed to the tree, and that's not what the word dialectus. Yeah, faking it. All those people are faking it. They're actors. Oh, you're healed, blown back on their. You ever notice it's just the first rows? Why could the people in row 3 or 4? It's all an act. They're all a bunch of actors. The definition is dialectus. Dialectus. The term, a foreign dialect. If you study the word of God and you study the history and not just what man says, and study the culture and the customs, and go back and study the maps, and go back and not just this kind of a linear study that people do. You know, there's things in these things that go in cycles, and you know, you go back in history. The more you want to know about the past or the future, you got to go back further in the, you know, you might want to do that just instead of yeah, no problem. That's wrong. I'm just going off what you said. So it's the term dialect or dialectus, and giving you the definition. So here, let me give you the teaching simply. If you came from, let me make this a little easier with a map. This is why people should teach with maps, and this is why you should study like this and not just believe what people tell you. It's very important that you study maps as well. Well, let's read a better from this. Hold on, let me see. Because with this map, I'll be able to teach you a lot easier, so your brain will understand what I'm saying here. And that's why you need to have lots of study tools to be able to. Let me pull this other one. There's better maps in this. I recommend that you go to the Goodwills, you go to your garage sales as weather breaks. If you're somewhere in the U.S. or something like this one will work. This one's fine, I guess. I can use. I had some better ones here, but let's see. Okay. So let me get this right. When people say they can speak in tongues, language of the Holy Spirit, a gift. I can't do that. That wasn't real. Nope, that's not real. It's all hocus pocus, and it's nothing. It's as real as Lucifer. The word Lucifer is only written in one time in Scripture, just once, and people got to make up a whole bunch of nonsense about that one word too, which is not even in Scripture. The word Lucifer was never written in Scripture. It was added later, but people have made up this whole bunch of nonsense. One time it's written. So nobody studies anything. So I wish I had a little bit better map, but this will be fine. So up here, obviously, this is the nation of Israel. Over here, Israel, this is where they went down into the wilderness, down lower. I wish I had a better map here, but this is where they all came from, around the Mediterranean Sea. And if you were coming to the nation of Israel, you came from all these other nations. When it talked about the beast out of the sea, It was talking about the nations that surrounded the nations that surrounded the Mediterranean Sea. That's what the Bible is about. The 12 families, the 12 tribes. People get that all. I don't know. It's religion, what people do. But anyways, so again, if you came from here, you didn't speak this language over here. You spoke in a different tongue. The term is dialectus or dialect. They spoke in a foreign dialect. You know it is language, the word language, right? Or babble or dialectus or glossa. There's a glossa if it's foreign. That's why there's a glossary in the book. It's a foreign dialect. You look at a glossa. That's the word is tongues is dialectus. They spoke in a different. Now the prophets could speak. The prophets at the time of Christ, but Christ nailed prophecy to the stake, to the tree, blotted that out in the book of Colossians. Okay? They could speak. They could speak in any language to the person and they could understand it. Do you know anybody that you could speak in your language and people can understand that today? In any language that they were at? You speak English, but that was a thing, but that's not a thing anymore. People could used to lay hands on people and heal people. That was all nailed to the stake. People don't lay hands on people. We wouldn't need hospitals anymore. People could heal people. Look at some of the biggest faith healers in history. That one, they opened up a hospital, died, right? What, it was heart attacks? What was his name? If he could have somebody's buddy, hey, you're healed, right? No such thing as faith healing, no such thing as tongues. So if you came from around the other nations and you came to the nation of Israel to wherever they were having in the churches and the temples, what they wanted you to do was to get an interpreter that spoke in your tongue, in your language, in your dialectus, so that you didn't interrupt the church, because there were people coming from all around the nations of Israel to come in to be grafted in. Remember, you had to offer 2 turtle doves at the altar, be circumcised of the flesh, dipped in water, right? These were the traditions to celebrate the feast days, the Feast of End Gatherings. If they came from another part of this around the nation, they didn't speak the language, the dialectus, the tongue from over here. So the word, it's in the definition, dialectus. They spoke in a different dialect. So if you came from another nation, there were 2 or 3 of you from that nation around, they wanted you to take an interpreter so you wouldn't interrupt who was in the pulpit with a bunch of, what does he say? What is he saying? What is it? They wanted you to bring him over there and interpreted it in their dialect, in their tongue. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues. That gibberish is nonsense and it's an apostasy. There's nothing to it. That's man-made nonsense. I told you what it is. It's in the definition. They spoke foreign dialect. It's in the definition. The word tongues means dialects. Nobody will define anything. Get a lexicon. That's a dictionary. Study the words in their definition in the original word, and it'll start revealing a lot of things. Study culture, study maps, study idioms. These things will start to reveal themselves. You ain't gonna learn them in no houses made by hand and no churches. That's why I told you don't dwell in houses made by hands. He ain't in none of these churches today. I ain't found him in none of these churches today. So, no, your girlfriend or whatever you're talking about wasn't speaking in tongues. An actor and an apostasy. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues. So the gift of tongues was a thing, and I told you when I just explained to you with the map what it was. If you came from another part of the, around the Mediterranean Sea, You didn't speak in the same language, in the same tongue, in the same glossa. It's alien to you, if you will. They're illegal aliens because they come from a different, it's different, foreign, glossa, dialect. It's not, oh, he said that the Holy Spirit is all upon you and the nations will be healed. So, yeah, I can't make it any more clear for you. She was lying to you. Come on, man. You keep asking the same question. It's a lie. And anybody who says tongues and faith healing and accepting Christ, it's all a lie. It's all a lie. They're making it up. Remember, I said they're actors. They're acting. They're acting. So is everybody that goes to church and says that they believe in Christ, because belief is not a thought in your head. It's a verb. It's an action word. So, yeah, apologize. I don't want to sit there and have you, the truth. There's people all over the world who believe this stuff. Glory to the Father. All glory. It's in the definition. It's in the definition. I just don't want people to keep believing these lies. This is what Christ did. He casted out unclean truths. Not demons, unclean truths. Remember? Yeah, it's a real cowboy hat. It's been pooped on, stepped on. It's real. Remember? It's a work hat. I wear it when I work. I wear it when I. The hat's a distraction. Sometimes I prefer just going to wear my beanie and put the beanie on. You guys get so distracted by my hat. So, I hope that was a blessing to you guys. And I know that's hard for you, but that is the definition. That is the truth. That is, well, don't be mad. That's God did that. It's don't be mad at her. So is everybody else who believes that. Remember, believe, right? So it's not hard to be deceived. You know what I'm saying? Think about all these people that are going to church right now every Sunday or every other Sunday, and they think because they go to church on Sunday, that that they believe. Look, no, Metapalooza, I believe in Jesus. No, see, I believe in Jesus. Hold on, I'll show you. 20 years ago, I was saved. 20 years, there's no such thing as being saved. There's no such thing as being saved. 20 years ago, I was saved. My pastor saved me. And hold on, I believe. See, I bought some belief. I bought it on a shelf up there. See, I believe. Hold on, it's dusty because it's been a while since I've been in church, right? See, I believe. It's right there. There's my proof. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. Take up your cross daily and follow after me. It's not something you buy and put on a shelf and you believe. Belief is a verb, not a thought in your head. Kind of ruins that whole John 3:16, huh? Not that that's not true, but believe, people think they believe, if you just accept Christ and you believe, that's blasphemy. God said, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, they are such idolaters, carnal in the flesh. We love our flesh, that not one of them would. Not one of them would. So there's no such thing as accepting Christ. You can't be saved. The word is sozo. Remember? You must endure to the end. Oh, if you believe, you'll be saved. That's the word sozo. And he tells us we must endure to the end to be saved. See? I believe. I put it on a shelf 20 years ago. See? Why do I need to go to church? I believe. God knows what's in my heart. It's all nonsense, guys. It's just foolishness. That's not where Christ doesn't. He makes it very clear that we must take up our cross daily. We can't set it down. If you're going to be his disciple, you're going to have to be able to learn these things. No, I'm not a Christian. Yeah, well, a lot of people are deceived. Do you think you were saved? Do you think a priest and a think about how many lying priests and pastors, deacons and reverends, not the people sitting down, but the ones standing up, think they're saving people. Just pray the sinner's prayer and you'll be saved. You know, there's no such thing as accepting Christ. He said that if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, that not one of them would. Nobody can go to Christ. Christ pulls, I am, Charlotte pulls whoever he chooses to him. He chooses, so you can't accept Christ. You can't be saved. The word is sozo, salvation, to be saved, right? He said we must endure. The definition is to be carried from... Look it up in a lexicon. Look it up in a dictionary. Start looking up words one at a time. Pull them out. Get a lexicon. Get a dictionary. Get a concordance. Start studying. This is how we learn, not just by listening to YouTubes and Twitters and other people. You can iron sharpens iron, but you need to get in the book. You need to get and study it one word at a time. And it reveals, he said, I am the Aletheia. And that is the truth, the Ruach HaKodesh. That's the Holy Spirit in the Hebrew. I just gave you a Greek word and then a Hebrew word. Can you speak any Greek? Can you speak any Hebrew? Can you define any of the words in that language? You need to define them in the original language they were written in. That's how we learn. Remember, he said, I am the Hados, the way. The way to him is through the narrowing of self. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up your cross daily and follow after me. It's in his word, brothers and sisters. It's infallible if you listen to his commandments, if you agape him, if you love him. 2 John and 6. To agape is to walk and follow in the commandments of God. So he said, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. That means you cannot do the things of this world. That is idolatry. Deny themselves, take up your cross and follow after me. So are you taking up your cross daily? Remember, take up your cross daily. Honestly, guys, most people don't even know what that means. They had no idea what it means. Well, it's not that hard. You can be reshaped there. Metapalooza, I had to relearn 70 to 80% of what I was taught wrong. What I was taught wrong. Incorrectly. I taught myself wrong. I read wrong. I heard wrong. But all you need to know is the gospel. That's what's important. You don't need to have no Greek. You don't need to know any of that. You need to know how to get across. You need to know how to carry a cross. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up their cross. So you can't set it down. You can't set it down. And a cross is something, it's spiritual now. It's not even a physical thing. That was all blotted out in the handwriting of ordinances, as I said. So it's not written on tables of stone. It's sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb on fleshy tables of our hearts, which makes it spiritual now. Spiritual. It's a spiritual cross. He paid that price in blood with his flesh. Remember? He paid that price for his bride, for the sins of the world, for his bride. So this is spiritual now. So you don't need to worry about what you know or who did what to you. None of that. Just focus on the gospel. How do I get across? Well, are you being condemned by the world? Does the world hate you? That's how you get across. You get across by being condemned spiritually. The word is theolobo, to be pushed down. Remember, who shall come after me? Let them deny themselves. If you're going to fit through a straight gate, you need to go through a narrowing, not a narrow path. Not a narrow path. That's a straight gate, but a narrowing. It's a cutting off. Narrow. Not narrow. Narrow. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. Cut it off. Follow after me, and he grows inside of us. So that's you. Big old S, smaller E, smaller L, smaller F. That you cut it off. Deny themselves. Take up your cross. Follow after me. You don't need to know anything else. Who cares what you know? It doesn't even matter. That's all you need to know. That's why you don't need to read Enoch. You don't need to read Jasher. You don't need to read all these other books. Okay, get the 66 down, get the gospel down, then read those books. I'm not saying they're not valid, but I've read them all. Dead Sea Scrolls, Quran, all. Where's the gospel? I need to know how to get to the Father. It's through the Son, by taking up our cross daily. All that other stuff is great, but it's not going to get you to the Father. So I might help you narrow it down a little bit. They're great books. I recommend reading them, but get the 66 down first. Find out how to get your cross. Find out how to fix your life so that you're being condemned by the world and the world hates you. Does the world hate you? No, it loves you. Oh, good luck with that. He says, if you're loved by the world, you'll be hated by my Father. So we're supposed to be hated by the world. And then he reminds us and gives us peace of mind. It says, before they hated you, they hated me. Because if you'll do these things that are the traditions of men, God does not prove that. Because he doesn't dwell in houses made by hands. Tell your governments, Eddie, to stop killing people in Israel. And I'll tell the people in Israel to stop killing you guys. Both your countries your governments are committing atrocities, and I apologize. Sucks. But normally I don't let people banner flag in here with their Palestine, but what you said is worth making a mention. So we won't do the free Palestine. They're all atrocities. Their governments are committing atrocities on both sides, and they're an opposition of the New Testament. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So both those countries are wrong. Wrong. 100% wrong. In opposition to the New Testament. It's not an eye for an eye. They're like old Pharisees. They're like the old, Noahide, all that. Nope. That was all nailed to the stake. We're under New Testament. Neither of those countries are in the right. They're both in the wrong, and the people are suffering for it. But I'm tired of people coming in and free Palestine, free this, beep. Russia's wrong. Ukraine's wrong. We're wrong. Bring home all our troops. We have 1,003 military bases in the United States of America in over 180 countries. We have a $1 trillion military budget, more than all the countries combined. I can fix this problem for you there, America. There's no United States. America. Let's bring home all our Army. Let's bring home all the Marines. Let's bring home all the Navy. Let's bring home all our Air Force. We'll put them in the air. We'll put them out on the edges of our waters. Us, Alaska, and Simplify. Hoorah. They love to be on the tip of the spear. We'll put them on both sides of the border. We'll put the Army right next to them, side by side. Border problem solved. No more chemtrailers. Shoot down any chemtrailers. Shoot them down. Watch out below. Make way. Make a hole, damn it. Oh, that's a military thing. I apologize. So now we got skies, no more drones, no more balloons flying over, no more Chinese balloons flying over our country. No more people coming across that border wall that Trump never built. Solved the problem of the border problem. This problem that we're having with these governments spending all our money, $1 trillion military budget, solved. We're just bringing them all home right here. Posse comitatus, they can't be used in a law enforcement capacity against the people, but we can surely put them on the borders. Problem solved. I won't just audit the Fed. I'll shut the Fed down completely. We'll bring the money back. We'll put it back in the money, back in gold and silver, in the money, not backed by my rear end in the hole that I've got in my rear end. If you don't have it in the money, you don't own it. You don't hold it. So we ain't falling for no back buy. Nope. I'm your next pretendant here, 47th of here divided states of America. And we're going to not just, I'm going to audit the Fed and have a special investigation. We're going to put Donald Trump in jail for lying about the wall, saying he's going to build the greatest wall and he gave you the greatest jab. He said he was going to put Hillary Clinton in jail, and she sat 3 bodies away from it as inaugural dinner. He said he was going to lock her up, and we actually went back and looked at the figures, and he made millions of dollars on buttons and banners and websites for Hillary for prison, and all the money he made on his tennis shoes and bubbleheads and campaign, all the people who got all those flag messages. Hey, Donald, to the campaign, donate here, donate it. The guy's a scam artist. Still selling you, oh, I got too many gold bars. Buy my gold bars. Every time I go up there and I cook something, then I get flagged by that dude in the background. Oh, we're trying to sell me something. Red tennis shoes, gold tennis shoes. How much more do you want to be sold by this dude who is a salesman? You're fired, and an actor. Yeah, lock him up. Put Donald Trump for prison. He said he was going to have a special investigation and audit the Fed. Instead, he blew Powell. Well, I mean, the bubble that he said that the economy was in. Remember? It was going to blow, and then he blew that same Powell's bubble for 3.5 years. Greatest economy ever, created off emergency monetary policy since Obama. He didn't create no great economy because 3.5 years were lost in 2.5 weeks. That's not great. That's a setup, as you got set up. Oh, honey, look, we're almost millionaires. We went from 300,000 almost 900, 2.5 weeks back to what? Gone. Wah, wah, wah. And he got the jab. You never got the wall, did you? Never put Hillary in jail. Never audited the Fed, did he? Blew up the bubble. The dude's a criminal, and he decorates his house with Satan, the sun god Mithra, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease in warp speed. Hate to break it to you, you are the swamp. Flushing Meadows, really? Flushing Meadows, guys. Flushing Meadows, and he's going to drain the swamp? Yes. He added to the swamp, didn't he? And he stood down, and he hadn't said a single thing about Joe Biden and where his hands go on children and his nose goes, and we know they're EpiPen Island boys. Both of them. We're island boys because we're EpiPen Island. Oh, yeah. He's been running cover for Mr. Sleepy, right? He's not sleepy. Didn't you watch the State of the Union address? Boom! Joe Biden knocks it out of the park. Joe Biden, history's watching. Immigrant. Money. I'm going to spend your money. I'm going to spend your money. I'm going to spend it. I'm going to spend it to Ukraine. Money. Immigrant. America. That you just watched it. You didn't have to worry about the Biden speech. He just knocked it out of the park. He sounded presidential. Pedo Biden, pedo Trump. They're both island boys. Remember the guy that knocked down 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes? Mr. Agent Orange. Now I have the tallest building in the world. I can't sin. I am the chosen one. Get out of here. The dude is a criminal. Lock him up. Lock them all up. They're all criminals. Pelosi, Yeah. Billary. Yeah, what happened to all the money that was made? Yeah. Biden. Stein. No, the dude, come on. We could just get the pictures of this dude and how his nose has been and where it's been. But the whole world is, you're sleepy, America. I'm calling you out, America. I'm calling you out because you slept, and it's now almost the election, the selection, because you don't get a choice. Oh, he's one of us. He's one of us. He's one of us. How many times have you filed bankruptcy and still got $1 billion in your account? You got your own game show. You got your own. How many story towers buildings do you have? He's one of us. That's what my blood pushed because they got money. Oh, he's one of us. Oh, really? You're fired. You know, he's an actor. What? My family's in the movies industry. Maybe that's why they thought he's not one of us. What are you a millionaire? Do you decorate your house with Satan and call yourself a Christian? Is that what you are? Is that because that's not one of me? That's creepy as you know what? That's creepy. Sit there and tell the whole world you're a Christian and then decorate your house with the Satan, the bringer of the disease, Apollyon, and the cure of the disease in warp speed. You know what's creepy, guys, is that's not even hidden. That's not a lie. The guy definitely decorates his house with the sun god and calls himself a Christian, and you guys still want to vote for him or are okay with it. He called Joe Biden sleepy when we know that Joe Biden is a creep. There's nothing wrong with him. His mental faculties are sharp as a tack. We've seen that with the State of the Union address. Sharp as a tack, just like Mr. Trump's. There ain't nothing wrong with both of those old men. I think they got a lot of that EpiPen Island oxidized epinephrine makes what? EpiPen Island, boys. Yes, they must be on some of that juice. Going off, huh? Can't stand it. They're filthy. And God knows what's in their heart, though. God knows what's in their heart. So I'm not going to play with their game anymore, though. I'm not going to play their game anymore. Yep. But remember, Joe Biden is Donald Trump. Never forget that. Donald Trump is Ronald Reagan with the alien. Remember the whole alien thing? I often think if an outside source, they've been setting you up since you were a child. They're all on the same team. But the ringleader is Donald McNugget, Mr. Agent Orange, since his 1800 technologies that he's going to bring back and reveal to you by telling lies to your eyes in the skies. Yes, he will. And he's going to lock you down again. Yes, he will. He locked you down the first time. He's going to lock you down again. This time it's going to be in his 15-minute cities, and he's going to do it using millimeter waves. And you'll remember, oh man, I remember that guy was talking, that crazy dude was talking about that on, oh yeah, Hotel California, you can check in, but you can never leave. He never was talking about building a wall that you can see, guys. No, brothers and sisters, I warned. He ain't gonna let you out, and he didn't let anybody out of this country, did he? Oh, edified. Noah moment. Ain't gonna let you out again. This time it's going to be for real. You ain't getting out of the city you're in. You ain't moving nowhere, because I make a prediction. When Mr. Trump gets back in, the captain's going to put the fasten seatbelt sign on again. Yes, he is. And you're not going to be free to move about the cabin. No, sir, no, ma'am. And you'll have a blue book, do me baby, coming to a neighborhood near you. Remember what Tesla was messing with, guys, that technology, the sun ray, right? Oh, I'm going to make a ray, a sunshine where no military can get into or get out of, right? Mr. Uncle Trump, remember John, the one who has the technology, who said, no, there's nothing that crazy old kook and Mr. Morgan, Mr. JP. Chase, they made him into an old kook and stole his technology, didn't they? Or was he working for the... Yep, that's right. There you go, lady. That's the Ray. I know you are, because I'm speaking around this algorithm, but it doesn't mean that you won't get locked in your 15-minute city. 15 minutes this way, 15 minutes that way by my measurement, right from the middle. Millimeter walls, brothers and sisters, millimeter walls. Millimeter walls, the stupid millimeter ball. The millimeter ball, the chili ball. I see that plain as day. It gives them, look, guys, they can bring their excuse. Oh my God, it's coming from above. Then Mr. Iron Man, right? Mr. Musk and the People's Champ, they'll come in with their, we're the saviors. We got the tech. We got the tech to save you. We got the tech to save you from the stuff that's coming from above. Get it? Get it? Mm-hmm. Oh, well, I'll protect you. I got a ray of sunshine that'll protect you. You see what they're going to do? It's going to be multifaceted, guys. I believe what they're going to do is they're going to pull off a multifaceted. And whenever this event goes down, it's definitely going to be a lights out event. That's right. Do me, baby. Janet's got it. They're going to make you drink the pitch black Mountain Dew. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. You just leave. Or it doesn't. We speak in Mountain Dew now. Okay, you're way behind in the age back there in Pisces. Some of us are in the apocalypse now already. We're already here in the apocalypse. You're waiting for destruction, and you think 666 is the number of the beast, but that's not what's going on in here. We speak in Mountain Dew and gematria, and we speak in symbols too. There's numbers, Super Bowl, XI, come on. We're trying to speak around the algorithm. I'd love to just come out and say what I know, but we need to be careful because people are very offended this day and age. We live in the woke generation. People get this channel taken down. I don't want the channel taken down. I'm still trying to teach here and not lose this channel. I already lost the other channel for the overlay map. I don't want this channel going down. So I got to speak around the algorithms. Remember, it's Yahtzee. It's Yahtzee Stalin type of, see, I can't even say that word. The Yahtzee's the one that had that technology with the spaceships and all the, But anyways, I'm not fooled. I know he's going to bring in his millimeter walls. Hotel California, there'll be walls you can't see. They're going to be walls you can't see. Walls you can't see. Millimeter walls, the same stuff that Tesla was messing with. So I believe that what's Mr. Trump is going to reveal. Using this 1800s technology, that's old technology. Back to the future. Back to the future. That's why that whole movie is about Donald McNugget, McTrumpet. So just be ready, guys. I'm not even like, what I think is so awesome is that when I read the scripture, it says, now I know some of this is old, but it recycles. It says that, no darts, no weapons, no fiery darts will penetrate your armor. Yeah, down south. There's a lot of people down south. I got a buddy who does nothing. He left the whole cannabis industry. He was large in that industry, medicinal, and he turned all that down and sold everything and bought gold, dredging and mining. And now he's got the people down there where he's at, literally in the stores, taking gold and accepting gold as payment down there. But it's God's money. But I believe too, guys, that's what I think that Mr. Trump is going to bring you guys. I think Mr. Trump is going to make gold and silver money again and bring us on back to a standard, some kind of standard. It might be gold backed, which I told you to be stupid, because do you believe that there's gold sitting in Fort Knox right now. You know, they never have audited that gold, you know, in Fort Knox, right? Like they never audited the Federal Reserve. So again, I don't think if you don't have it in your hand and you don't have it right there in your, then you don't, you know what I'm saying? So I think what he'll do is this will be his saving thing that he'll be able to do, because they have been buying, the central banks have been buying gold at faster than they ever have since the central banks. They bought more gold in 2023 than the history of the central banks. You know, China is a net importer of gold. They don't export it. And I've asked you guys to do some homework already. Your homework assignment was to look outside of America and see if these other countries are buying gold. And that's why gold is at an all-time high right now. Gold is an indicator of chaos. Look throughout history. Whenever there's chaos, the price of gold rises. It's a safe haven asset, guys. It always does exactly what it's supposed to do. Okay, so gold is a safe haven asset, and when we see chaos rise, you'll see the price of gold go up. Did you notice that gold is at an all-time high right now? Should give you a pretty good indicator where we're at. And I don't expect it to go down anytime soon. I expect it to rise up with Bitcoin. As Bitcoin goes up, it'll rise up. And then I'm thinking what they're going to try to do is crash it when Bitcoin goes back down. These are cycles that they follow. We'll see if I don't think they can crash gold when it goes back up this next time, or silver if it goes up, which it will. Remember, gold always leads out ahead of silver. Gold always leads out ahead of silver. Okay, but it's the ratios that I pay attention between the two metals. Between the two metals, I don't care about the price. Price is a tool of manipulation. They want to get it in their coffers. You understand? Meaning, if they're printing the money, they're printing the money. The JP Chase Morgans, the JV Diamonds, all these central banks. They got the money printers, the inflation creation machines, right? And they get to print the money. So if they raise the price, if they lower it, and you bought it for $2,000, and it starts dropping back down to 19, 18, 17, 15, oh my God, you're going to sell it. You're going to sell it. You're going to freak out. You're not going to hold on for dear life. You're not going to hodl. You're going to get weak, soft hands, and you're going to sell it. You might have to sell it because something comes up. God forbid. That's what it's there for, if you need it. But you're going to sell it. Oh my God, did you hear price gold's $5,000? And you're going to sell it. You're going to sell it. Either way, they get it back, guys. They use their creation machines to eventually swing these metals back and forth to, it's on a cycle too. Right now, they're paying more money at the Shanghai Gold Exchange and have, it got up to almost 100 plus an ounce more, 150 an ounce more. If you had a stack of gold because you were rich, you'd put your ounces in a case and you'd fly it over to the Shanghai Gold Exchange. Metal is already moving from the west to the east, brothers and sisters. These BRICS nations are all backing their currencies. Aloha. Which island are we on? Are you on the big island? But that's how this is happening. It's the logarithmic decay. Andy Scheckman, the owner of Miles Franklin, who's a distributor for the U.S. Mint, I take that from him. It's slowly moving. It's swinging that way. It's moving out of the west over to the east. So your homework assignment last time, I didn't know there was going to be homework. We're going to have a pop quiz next. Your homework assignment was to look outside of America, and you'll see that all these other nations are buying gold. China right now at an alarming rate is buying gold. They told their citizens to buy gold. And I asked you to look online. You can see that they're cooperatively flooding on each other, like literally like sardines, but they don't smash each other for Xboxes and tennis shoes, like we do here in America. They're peacefully. In India, they're buying even just the smallest little gram. If they can even get a little, it's like there's a name, I forget, it's like a little piece of gold shot or silver shot. Anything they can get their hands on outside, because they know this is an asset. They know that nobody wants our bonds or our treasuries anymore. They know that this America has been just stomping everybody, and they've had the Federal Reserve. We've been the Federal Reserve. We've had the reserve currency, which means we've been able to do what all these other countries can't do. And we've been forcing them since 1950 to pay for our oil with the US dollar, making our dollar worth so much that they had to use it. And eventually they would use it because we made it worth so much compared to theirs was so little that it made our dollar. We forced the whole world to spend our dollar. We weaponized our dollar. After Henry Kissinger brokered us off of the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1971 and 1973, all nations and oil was repriced in the US dollar. That means we made a little bit of money on everybody. And the world is getting tired of that. The infrastructure in this country is crumbling. America has not stood up and said a darn thing since we got run roughshod on, just like the whole world. A silent nation. Imagine electing a pedo, right? A pedo, and nobody says anything about it. You think these other nations aren't watching what's going on in this country? Yeah, they are, and they're getting prepared for the collapse of this country. Yes, they are. They know it. And Mr. Trump is going to turn it over to China. You thumpsters, he's gonna the biggest gun grabber in history since the banning of assault rifles back. The automatic would be Mr. Warp Speed, Mr. Orange Face Sun God, who wants to, red flag laws. Remember? Oh, I'm a veteran. I'm sitting there cleaning my collection. I got a woke neighbor, who's all offended at Karen or a Ken, and they call him Mr. Trump, says, yeah, go ahead and take him from Mr. Veteran or whoever it is, because you just decide you got a collection, right? That's Mr. Trump. Remember, he'll send the Mr. Thump will send the executive order. He'll send the National Guard to your door to make sure you get that jab delivered. He said he would do that by executive order. And Agent Orange is the red flag. Yep, he brought you the red flag laws. Yep, we're going to take him first and prosecute you later. How would anybody even vote for this guy? Because they're thumpsters. They look more ignorant than Joe Biden. We know 81 million people didn't vote for Joe Biden. You're that bad at math. You must be on some of that Common Core telling me that 2 + 2 = 5. You're going to try to move the goalpost and stuff, on me. But no, he's in on it. He's going to take it, and they're going to put him back in office in 47. He's going to lock you down, and he's going to make the red flag laws, Chris, allow the government, these agencies to come in and take your Second Amendment rights from you. If you're cleaning your collection, you got a collection, and your neighbor sees it and feels threatened, they can call the cops on you. And under these red flag laws, they can take them from you and prosecute you later. It's a shelf I built into the wall. Yeah, you should go fishing with all your weapons tomorrow. Exactly. The fish are biting. So go take and you should go out there and maybe you should bring your Second Amendment stuff, and maybe you can shoot some in a barrel or something out there. But don't lose them or anything. Don't tip over the boat and lose your Second Amendment items. But Mr. Trump wants to take them from you first and prosecute you later. He says it, guys. If you don't believe me, I have the videos right here. Might have you forgotten? I purged them from the system so they can't take them from me. So when people, oh, no, he wants to take your Second Amendment right, and he will. If there was ever a person to take your Second Amendment rights, it would be Abba Donald McNugget McTrumpet McJonald Don. Yep. So, and people love him. They still revel after him. They forgot that he did that. They don't even care, but you can see him go to the Capitol, go to the Capitol, go to the Capitol, you see him saying that, but then he pardons Little Wayne. He never gives anybody a pardon for the J6 incident, but he pardons a rapper, a Gemini. The dude is a Gemini himself. Why do you think Giannis? He mirrors everything. That's his 88, 66 Trump floor tower. You know? Why do you think his gematria number, Donald John Trump? Put in a gematria calculator. 828. That's what everything is mirrored with him. 77, 66, 80. That's Janus. Why do you think there's two jokers in a deck of cards? What's another name for a joker card? What would you call that? Remember, it's the Joker's Wild. Right on time. Yo, this is wild. Thank you, Father. What's the name for those cards in a deck? There's two jokers. Remember, Giannis, the two-faced sun god. January, the January god, the one that's got the cock or the rooster with the egg. That's why they did their egg ritual in January on you guys last year. I thought they were going to do it again this year, but they didn't do it this year. They pulled it on you last year with the price of eggs. That was all in January. It was all a ritual. You didn't even know what was being done to you, did you? You didn't know that you were participating in a masquerade for 4 years, though, did you? Put on your ritualistic shame muzzle. Trump dump card. Thank you. It's the Trump card. It trumps all the other cards in the deck. Remember? The wild card, Joker's Wild, Giannis, January. I'm not, you got to take all that LGBXTABYZQ R2D2 out of that bill, research over there in the desert, and then I'll vote for it, right? You got to take the pork out of it, right? Next day he turns around and votes for it. He says one thing and does something else. I'm going to put Hillary Clinton in jail. I'm going to, she sats 3 bodies away from at his inaugural dinner. I'm of a special investigation. I'm going to audit the Fed. The economy's in a bubble. He blew Powell's bubble. I'm going to build the greatest wall ever, and still you got the greatest jab ever. He's a salesman, and he sold the American public on, he was the, I can't sin. I am the chosen one. So I don't see how people can, like I said, when I look at that, I think one of the biggest threats right now, it's not the people who follow Joe Biden. They're just left woke, asking your kids if they want to sew a button on their, hey, Jill wants a button and she wants his pocket, and they want, the kids that's the left side. That's the woke side. This guy's supposedly from the other side, and he's doing remember I told you, he's saying one thing on the front, but he's back there in the back room doing deals with the devil. You know what I mean? Yeah, so it's pretty, let's not have a revolution. We don't need to take over the country, Chris. We need to either come together. There is no 2 states are united, but that's what they want us to do. Fight with each other. Red team, Democrat, Republican. When I grew up, a Democrat and a Republican, they didn't care. They didn't fly the red or blue in their, in front of their houses. And it wasn't a deal breaker back then. A family could hang out. One was a Democrat, one was a Republican. They didn't care. If they didn't agree with 10 things, 15, maybe even 20% of the things, they didn't, there wasn't a deal breaker. The kids still hung out, barbecued. Maybe they drank a couple beers over the barbecue. Maybe they were in a legal state. They smoked a bowl or something like that. The kids didn't suffer. The kids were still playing in the playground, jumping in the pool. Now they don't. I don't like Trump. Oh, you like Biden? Well, I don't like Biden. Oh, you like Trump? They're so triggered. Do you understand? They don't like one thing, they won't even talk to each other anymore. They're both the same, actually. You see what I'm saying? They're so triggered they won't even talk to each other anymore. Remember, they used to be okay. They would, oh, hey, it's not a deal breaker. I'm not saying keep company with vipers, brothers and sisters, but we won't even talk to each other. So let's not fight with each other, guys. They want us to fight with each other. They want a revolution. I actually teach a complete opposite. If enough of us went around the current system would dry up without anybody throwing metal at anybody, without any monster boxes of silver being dropped in neighborhoods or on people. They'll throw their gold and silver in the streets, 500 at a time, ounces of silver. But you guys, that's not a deal breaker. It used to not be a deal breaker. And they want us to fight with each other. Just because we don't agree with the same thing doesn't mean we need to be mortal enemies, brothers and sisters. That's not how God intended us. Just like God did not intend his money to be used to kill each other with. That's what it's for. None of these war hawks, none of these presidents. They're all mass murderers, and they get the free ticket to be a mass murderer, and everybody loves them. Whether they're red or they're blue or whatever, they're still mass murderers. They still drop ordinances on people, whether they say they're involved in wars or not. It doesn't mean that they're not. So I don't understand how anybody could even think for a second that, I'm beginning to really think that Donald Trump, obviously, as you see what I'm saying, is way worse than Joe Biden. Way, 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 way. Joe Biden didn't drop 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes and then sit there and be there that day and say, oh, now I got the tallest building in the world. He's just a blasphemer. That's all he does is he's blasphemy. He's a salesman. I don't see how anybody. So when I look in this nation, because I have to realize not 81 million people didn't vote for Joe Biden. I don't even know a handful of people who voted for him. I seriously couldn't tell you a handful of people who actually voted for him. I know everybody I know voted for Trump. So if all these thumpsters are that ignorant that they can't even tell that the guy that they revel after decorates his house with Satan and calls himself a Christian, all these things, I'm concerned, guys, about the thumpsters. I think it'll be too late when they stand up. They could have had all this time to stand up peacefully. You know what I'm saying? They could have. The J6 thing, they had a lot of reasons to stand up. Hey, now wait a minute. Dude, now wait a minute. They changed election laws at a state level. They could have really gotten into some of the things, guys. This thing could have been easily overturned. I'm a prior law enforcement officer. You cannot change election laws at a state level. That makes the whole thing null and void right there. Honestly, I mean, I'm not trying to go in. I'm not sitting there. You know what I'm saying? That right there makes it right there. That's enough to take it. That right there. I know my laws. That right there. And now all this voting and all the mail-in ballot. There's so many things that this dude just stood down because he's playing his role. If you understand scripture, he has to come back as 47. He has to come back as 47. It's going by the script. Remember, I told you King Joseph, or King and Joseph. The king and Joseph. The king stood down. Joseph took over. They're doing this by what it says in scripture. I swear, I don't know anybody else. I've tried so hard to get people to understand this, and I've asked people, tell me where it says that. Where does it talk about Joseph in scripture and the king? And nobody returns my stuff. They're like, hey, I don't care. I know what it is that I see in scripture. I'm not trying to make anybody go, I want you, it's our homework assignments. Like I've asked you to look into these things. I cannot give you every single answer to everything. I start coming off with every quote, every part of the links and all and quotes of everything, religion. I'm not going to get my point across. I'm just a person like anybody else. There you go. Thank you. So this is going by the scripture, guys. And these families, Trump and Biden, have a history. Their families have a history. Do you know that Biden's family locked up Trump back in history? Do you know that they had their families have history back in time? That Biden's family actually, that's why we see Biden going after him and putting all these impeachments and all this. It's going by their family. It's going by the script. It's going by, people, the guy could, the guy watched too much movies. Okay, what about history then? They're making sure that they don't miss a lick, guys. Every jot and every tittle will come to pass for that great and terrible day of the Lord. So that's right. So some of you guys got it. Lady in red, I appreciate it. I've been watching your comments. I think you totally, we've done some similar research here. You've obviously spent the time and some of you guys have some really good comments in here, guys. I know this is kind of a touchy subject, but this is the state of our union. This is the state of our union right now, guys. And that's why I want to bring this to your attention, because you get comments like this. These are the people that you're going to have to worry about, guys. This kind of stuff right here. These are the people that's going to be a massive issue for you. It won't be the government. It probably won't be police officers. It's going to be these people who make just the most, they're not thinking about any of this. Uh-oh. The puppies are the coyotes. So just be ready, because I think, we got how many? 200 and some days until this selection. You know what I'm saying? Until he will be elected president. He will be the 47th president, and he will lock us down again. And I think they're going to pull some kind of over the top of our heads. You know what I'm saying? And right now they're creating such a crazy division in this United States. It's so multifaceted, with flooding in all these immigrants into this country right now at an alarming rate. It's not Joe Biden doing it. It's these people pulling the strings. You know what I'm saying? We've probably got 50 million people in this country right now over the last 20 years. A lot of them recently without any women, children, diaper bags, strollers. Like when they were coming in or into the Trump administration, they were coming in with diaper bags and, the Obama administration, but now they're just straight fighting edge men. And they're giving all these people entitlements, guys. Entitlements. That's what people don't see. They're giving them, like, again, they gave him path to citizenship. Look what Tyson just did. Tyson just fired 1,200 workers, and then another, and then now made this thing where they're going to hire 52,000 immigrants. They're causing a division with these people, guys, that are coming into this country. So be careful. I don't want you to turn your back on anybody. Be careful. We're supposed to act with humanity, civility, agape. Love is patient, is kind, it does not boast. Be meek, not weak. Be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. But I don't see good times ahead of us with all these people coming in here, getting all these entitlements, because again, I warned you that the people who came in here over the last 15 years didn't get any entitlements. Most of it didn't get any. And they're pretty pissed off right now too, because they came in here and worked their tails off. in our fields and came here and paid taxes immediately on a cell phone and assimilated just fine. Assimilated just fine. So that's not happening now. That's not what's happening now. What's happening now is fighting age men being actually flown in and then given credit cards and housing. A family of 4 in New York can make up to $20,000 in benefits right now. In Maine, they're giving them $1,800 to $2,300 stipend every month for 2 years, a grant from the government. Who do you think's spitting that out? The inflation creation machine. So how much is that a year? $1,800 a month for 12 months. $2,400 a month for 12 months times 2 times 24, right? And then they get after the 2 years, they have their program on this that they'll rent, instead of them being completely covered, they'll get 30, they'll only pay 30%. And you waited how long to get a $1,200 stimulus check? So guys, what I think they're going to do is they're going to set a lot of these people up with entitlements. And if it doesn't cause a problem with the people that are already here, because we got people dying on the streets of America, veterans, women, children. If this doesn't get the American public to stand up and peacefully say something, I don't think this country's never going to stand up. Don't count on it until it's starving. Like I said on this platform a dozen years ago, America will not stand up until America's starving, and they have not stood up at all. Cowboys and the veterans, that's the only people in the last 10, 12 years. I already told you that, Metapalooza, that was before the time of Christ. It was nailed to the stake. It was nailed to the tree. It was real at one time. It was a thing, but it's not anymore. And I explained myself in detail. You're looking at what was in the Old Testament. So either way, please be aware of this, because I'm not sitting there thinking that everybody comes across this border as a bad person. I actually think quite the contrary. But even if a small fraction of these people who come across this border right now with the numbers have some kind of nefarious plan, we're in for some really hard times. Cool. I need to get out of here too, huh? 2 o'clock. Cool. All right. Thanks for coming in, son. Yeah, I'm going to wrap this one up too. So does that make sense though, what I'm saying here, guys? Please be aware this is happening. They're putting a strain on the infrastructure. They're putting a strain on society, but there's still people. A lot of them we misplaced, displaced, and they came to this country because we caused an upheaval in their country, forced their nations for the last 50 years to pay for oil with our dollar. So please act with some humanity here and figure out what we need to do, and do what Christ would do. Act in spirit, please, is what I'm asking you, brothers and sisters. I don't know what's right for you in your neighborhood, or would just do what Christ would do. That's all I'm asking you. I think a lot of people are pretty pissed off and coming over here, and they don't have any good plans for our country. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm doing about it is getting as far away from population density as I can. And that's why I already live. You know what I'm saying? That's why I live where I live, because I've already tried to get away from people, because I don't think the cities are going to be a good place. Right now, the cities are getting very dangerous. I actually think it's more dangerous to live in America right now than it is outside of this country in many locations. Like, I think it'd be safer to live in Mexico right now than it would be in America, to be in the cities. If I was out somewhere in the country in Mexico, I'd be way safer than I am in any city in America right now. Way safer. So it's getting dangerous, guys. This isn't an easy place to live anymore. You know what I'm saying? This is getting, so try to be act with some humanity is all I'm asking you, because these are very trying times for all of us. Imagine being those people who got displaced by us, guys, where we came in and stilled a central bank for 50 years. We've been running roughshod on their country, using our military on them and forcing them to pay with our dollar. And now they're here in our country by the millions. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I think they're going to use these people against the American public. And I think Donald Trump would be the one to do it. Does that make sense? I think he's going to do it through executive order. I think he's going to do it using his fakery. And I think he'll come in and with the, it's called Hegelian dialect. Problem, reaction, solution. They create a pre-planned problem. They know the public will respond. There'll be a reaction to the problem that they created, and they get to come in as the hero to the pre-planned problem, but the solution to the problem that they originally created. It's called Hegelian dialect. It was done on societies in the past. It's a style of government. So that's what we saw. You just saw that during the COVID, correct? Problem, reaction, solution. That was Hegelian dialect, guys. Does that make sense? That's what they did to us. There was the Event 201. They already had it patent. They knew there was going to be an issue. They watched how the public reacted, and they came in with all their solutions. The greatest jab ever. Respirators, lockdowns, that was their solution. To paper it over with a bunch of checks, paper it over, paper, right? Send everybody checks. Got themselves out of a pickle. You remember what is happening in 2019 when the market spiked? You know what I'm saying? The overnight lending rates went, they had to figure something. They already knew this was happening. They had it in the plans. They had it in the waiting. That's why they held Event 201 before it ever happened. So they're planning the next one, guys. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I warned before the last one happened. I went out and told everybody before the COVID ever happened it was going to happen. Alex Jones talked about 9/11, guys, before it ever happened. Some of us have been doing this for a long time, okay? And we know this because they put out white papers. They say what they're going to do a lot of times. They don't have to say it every time, but they do a lot of times. So I'm not guessing. I'm telling you what I see. I'm telling you what they're telling us that they're going to do. Yep, that's right. They just keep dropping more and more and more. We don't live in the conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hat, Pisces era anymore. We live in the age of revelation. We made it. We are in Revelation. We are in Apocalypse. We are in the book of the Apocalypse. We have seen the rider in the White House. I mean, on the white horse. The one that brings us the crown in warp speed. I mean, the corona. I mean, the crown. The one with the crown and the bow, the toxon, right? The tip of the spear. We are there. The heavens declared it. I didn't declare it. That's when Saturn conjuncted Jupiter, there would be signs in the stars and in the sun and in the moon. These are signs. The heavens, the great conjunction. We left that age of Pisces and we came into the age of the Aquarius. We are in Revelation, brothers and sisters. That 2020 conjunction, we left the age of Pisces. We are in the age of Aquarius. They signaled the reset, year zero. 2020, year zero. 21, year one. 22, year two. 23, year three. 24, here we are. The Omega event. I am the Alpha, the beginning, and X is the 24th letter of the alphabet, the Omega. The Alpha and the Omega. We're here. We made it. Year zero. The start of the new age. They told you ahead of time. The reset. 1920. You got the COVID in the 20. The reset. They reset the whole world. And it started the new age. So don't let anybody, make you feel crazy, because we are in the sixth extinction event. When we hit this conjunction, I already showed you on this marker, and I'll show you again. When we saw this celestial marker, we came on to the line of the 12,000 year extinction cycle. We're here, 6,000 year no event. Here, 12,000 years later, they already said 4 years ago that we're in the extinction event. So we're here, and we're already 4 years into it right now. So, hey, I thought the world was going to come to an end. I thought we were all going to die. You guys, it's going to keep going. We got a ways until the end, okay? We got some tough times ahead of us. There'll be wars and rumors of wars, pestilence, famine, earthquakes in diverse places. Remember, he tells us these are the beginning of sorrows. The time is not yet nigh. It's not here. We have more time. Be ready. Get extra oil in your lamps. Iron sharpens iron. Edify each other with the word of God. Come together, not apart. Do not fight with each other. They want a revolution. Revolution is putting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, psh, 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 right? That's round and round and round and round. That's a revolution. Like a Ferris wheel. This is a circus. They want you playing with each other, acting like it's a big top show. Remember, revolution like a rat going around and around and around in a wheel and getting where? Nowhere fast. Do not fight with each other, brothers and sisters. Evolution. Go around this system. If enough people stop contributing to this system, the current system dries up. Nobody has to die. Not one person has to even fire one Second Amendment item. If 20% of the United States public would just stop filling out the W-2, there wouldn't be enough money to fund the federal government. It doesn't even take 21, 25, even a quarter of the percent of the population to stand up peacefully. Peacefully stand up. Peacefully use your mouth. Peacefully evolve. I'm not calling for peace. He said, when they do not think I came to bring peace on this earth, I came to bring a sword of division. I'm not calling for peace. I'm telling you to stand up peacefully. Do not fight with each other. That's right. I'm not calling for peace. Not at all. But you can be peaceful. You can be meek. You can be patient. You can be wise. You can be gentle. You could be caring. You could be loving. You could be all those things. That's what he wants you to be. That is agape. Walk and follow in his commandments. Never forget that side of agape. I know I pushed the hard side with the gospel and the cross and the condemned and the crucifixion, but remember the other side of agape. Love is patient. It is kind. It does not boast. Remember the side that he was carrying. And he was a man of sorrows. And he was meek. And he was very patient, like he's being very patient with us right now. Please, brothers and sisters, love your enemy like you love your neighbor. And I'm not meaning like go bake them hot cross-top buns in it. Bring them to the word of God. Love your enemy, love your neighbor like you love yourself. Correct? Do unto others as you would have done unto you. What would Jesus do? We don't say that enough anymore. I don't know why that just disappeared. Let's bring it back. Hashtag bring it back, guys. What would Christ do in this situation? That's what we need to be doing. Please, just have some humanity. Is all I'm asking you. Just ask yourself, what would he do in this situation? And then do that. And then let him judge you. If you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, you're right. Just stand there like my father taught me. Take it like a man. Don't run from your problems. That's the problem with this country, guys. We've run from our problems. We're not taking care of them. We're not heading them face on. And now it's become a bigger problem. So what would Jesus do? What would Christ do? What would Shiloh do in this situation? Well, I know what his commandments tell us to do. Agape. Agape, brothers and sisters. Walk and follow in his commandments. All right, guys, let me finish it up there. That's 9 hours and 23-minute live stream. That's a day with a little bit of overtime. Thank you, Father, for this strength and this message. I hope that this message conveys through you, Father. This isn't me doing it. I'm filthy rags. I don't deserve this platform. I don't deserve the people who see these things, and I'm not worthy of this information. I hope I conveyed it through the way that Christ wanted me to, and that you had a hearing ear, and it didn't fall upon deaf ears, and that the scales from your eyes have been removed, and that this was clear to see for you. Okay. I know I'm all over the place, but it all comes together, guys. There's nothing new under the sun. Be kind to each other, please. And don't keep company with vipers. Do not cast your pearls before swine. Christ didn't say you don't sup with somebody like that, but definitely give somebody your cheek. 7 times 70 is what he said. So remember, we're under this New Testament where he says, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So don't go after anybody right now, guys. That's what they want. They want us to fight with each other. Please don't do that. Stand your ground. Protect your home. Protect your family. Be wise. Put up extra oil. Okay? But don't go after anybody right now, please. We have done that enough. We have 1,003 military bases outside of our borders when our founding fathers said no foreign entanglements. You understand? Let's take back our country by taking back, little things. The power, you have purchasing power. A lot of the times it's not so much what you do. That's nice that you did something great. Oh, I did great works and I cast out demons in your name. Depart from me. I never knew you, you worker of iniquity. Sometimes, brothers and sisters, we have way more power in what we don't participate in. Be in this world, but be not of it. Do you understand? Be in it, but be not of it. Many are called, brothers and sisters, but few are chosen. That's why his flock is oligos. He tells us a puny little flock. I warn you again about the blotting out. The devil's not down here messing with people who are already going to hell. He's much more wise than that. His angels that join him, 1/3 of the angels are down here messing with people who are trying to get in, the blotting out of those who add even your own opinion, the smallest jot or tittle, or take away from that book. Their names will be blotted out of that Lamb's Book of Life. So be on guard. Make sure that he is your prize, not this world. Remember, he said, do not go back to your house. Don't go back to get anything. Lot's wife, do not look back. There should be nothing in this world to hold you here. Be ready to go today. Be ready to go. When the cat's away, the mice will play. Are you one of those when the boss leaves us, you're dinking off and, oh, here comes the boss. He wants to find your loins girded in his service, brothers and sisters. He wants to find your loins girded. He is our prize. Don't be that foolish virgin. What direction were they going when the bridegroom, right? When the bride came to pick up his bridegroom, they were going in the wrong direction. Don't be foolish, brothers and sisters. He tells us, do not fall asleep. Get some rest, but do not fall asleep in the spirit. He said he would come like a thief in the night. Think about it this way. Let me just put it in layman's terms. If there was 3 houses on your street and 2 of them had their lights on and 1 of them had their lights off, and the thief came to that neighborhood, whose house is he going to stop? He warns you to be burning bright, brothers and sisters. Trim your lamps. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Don't burn up all your oil, but yet be burning bright and have extra oil, because you don't want to be going in the wrong direction to be buying oil. Because if I know me, Murphy's Law always kicks my butt. And just like those people during the time of Noah, bam, that door slammed in their face, and bam, that door was shut on the foolish virgins. Don't be foolish, brothers and sisters. Be wise. All right? And remember the parable of the wise and foolish virgins as well. It hit me really hard today. You reap what you SOW. I apologize for the miscorrection. I hit it and then I just sent it, and I saw the spell check. But you're going to get what you put in, brothers and sisters. He will pour out a just measure on all of us. None of us are going to escape what's in our hearts. He sees in us what the world does not, brothers and sisters. He sees our intentions. Do you understand? So trim your lamps. Make sure that you have enough oil. And remember, he tells us to keep putting that oil up, because we don't know. The lamp, the eye is the lamp of the body. The lamp of the body. And make sure you're filling that whole lamp up with light. If it's filled with darkness, the whole body is filled with darkness. They cannot be in that same vessel. They don't mix. Hot or cold, or I'll vomit you from my mouth. So make sure you're filling that, your eye, what you're seeing, with good oil. You understand? Because there's dark oil and there's light oil. Careful what you're doing with your time. Okay? I love you so much, brothers and sisters. I think you make my life a lot easier by having to fall on to, because this is all I have in my life, is this. The materium is just crushing me every day. It beats me up. I don't even want to do it. That's why I've been running in here, because this is so much easier to do than the materium right for me right now. So if you enjoyed this message and you want to support this ministry out here at High Desert Grace and Truth, there's a Cash App link in the description. There's a PayPal. It's not required. We're all getting crushed. So I made it through this month with some help from some of my supporters. Thank you so much, brothers and sisters. I didn't have to sell that generator. And I'm very pleased that I'll have it, because that person was very worried that if I took it to the pawn shop that I might not get it back. You know, anything could happen. And so I'm happy that they stepped in. And I didn't plan on getting robbed, but that's what God wanted me to do. He wanted somebody to take my money. And so I'm pretty much done trying to get my money back from Cash App. I've spent 20 plus hours. I've sent them 6 copies of the police report. It just, you know, it is what it is. That day I was more concerned about the children in that guy's car, guys. The cops kept getting on me. And, you know, the guy that brought me into town, he's like, why are you so concerned about these kids? I said, because what if this dude gets arrested? Where are these kids going? Is that his dad? Well, it's not your business. Well, he took my money. I'm concerned about what's going to happen. If you arrest him, is there any way you can not arrest him and give him a court date? Or, sir, stop worrying about, this is our job. He stole it from you. I don't care. He bought these kids McDonald's. He must not care about them that much. You know? He took him on a shopping spree and spent all my money, but I'm concerned if you take him to jail. Are these kids going to Child Protective Services? Does he have a record? Sir, stop asking the questions. You know, that he stood that day, guys, my concern was these kids. the guy, when he stole my money, yeah, let's go kick his ass. Let's beat him up. Like, whoa, buddy, whoa, hold on. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. Let's try to figure out. Let's call the law and we'll do this the right way, man. So they caught him, guys. They caught the guy. He got arrested, credit card fraud, but he drained all my money out of my account. So, whatever. That's what God wanted. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. It is what it is. I fought with CashApp and they just, I don't know. I don't know what it is their deal is, guys. It just is what it is. But I keep telling myself, life's not Burger King. You can't have it all. You can't have it your way. So I didn't plan on dropping my wallet. It happens. We all do it. I got it back. So I got my driver's license. I got my social security card. I got some of the other things. Unfortunately, I didn't get my money though. So, but because of that, and I was explaining that all my land payment money and the dog food money, I gave the gentleman, I always have a piece of pocket silver in my pocket. And I gave the gentleman a piece of silver so he'd give me $40 cash. So I made it home with getting dog food that day. I didn't come home empty handed. I went there to get 5 bags of dog food, to try to stock up because it's never been that low on dog food. But I did come back with a bag of dog food and I'm going to have to go back to town again. I just poured it in I can't believe how fast it went, but I was skimping on the dog food the last couple of months. So I've been filling their bowls up, but anyways, what a blessing because I didn't have to go sell the generator. I was thinking about taking my silver to the coin shop and that would be a permanent sale. And then I was like, well, wait a minute, I can take this generator and pawn it and maybe I can get it back, and I don't have to, lose anything, because I felt like I could do something. I've been working my tail off. I have 37 things listed online and been doing some other things out here. So thank you guys for getting me and helping me through this last month here. It's been a really difficult month for me. Injuries out here at the farm and whatnot. So what a blessing it is to have you guys here as somebody to help me to lean on when I feel very isolated and alone. And it's tough when people take everything you got. So I lost everything that day as far as, the money that I had to get the bills paid, but by the grace of God and by the skin of my teeth, we made it happen. Bless you guys for helping me out again. So I want to continue to give. I'll probably come on again tomorrow, but I probably do need to plan on this Monday coming back and getting myself back into a regular thing with the weather breaking and stuff out here. I'll live stream what I'm doing, but I can't stay on 12 hours a day every day like I've been doing. But it's okay. I don't feel guilty because a lot of the times when I don't do, the things I need to do in the material, it just bothers me so much and I feel guilty and whatnot because I know I don't have the luxury to stop. I don't have a stream of income at all. And so I have to work all the time. I can't slow down. And I've been working for 5 or 6 years, like I said, at a record breakneck pace. So I'm ready to get these cabins done, take a little rest, and hopefully maybe God will send me somebody out here and I'll be able to enjoy somebody's company. I won't be so isolated. And, but if not, I have you guys right now. I keep leaning on you guys to come back in there and talk with you. It's either that or the puppies, right? Because they're always nearby. Puppies are always with the dad. So, yeah, puppies are with the dad. So, all right. I love you guys. God bless you. Thank you for your time this evening. Keep that armor of God on, okay? No weapon formed against you will prosper. Helmet of salvation, breastplate of armor, the scripture. Okay. All right, guys, much love, and I'll see you guys on the next Predestined for Light live stream. Please hit that notification button if you want to get notified the next time I come on live, and hit that bell button or the bell button again and the thumbs up on the way out if you don't mind. And that link is in the description if anybody wants to contribute to this ministry. All right. Always agape.